Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter rebuilt his life after death with divine help. Here is short summary. After facing death, Harry Potter is offered a second chance at life through unexpected divine intervention. With a new path ahead, he must navigate a world reshaped by both celestial and infernal forces, discovering truths about himself and his destiny. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Diagon Alley was attacked by a group of masked men yesterday afternoon, led by none other than Sirius Black, escaped mass murderer. Eyewitness reports are confused at present, but it is common consensus that his accomplice the Phoenix, in a different outfit than last time, was also present, fueling fears that the pair are going to take up the mantle of Dark Lords. A group of innocent children and one adult were injured in the attacks, but fortunately Aurors arrived at the scene in time to stop any further injuries. I was terrified. It was like we had been taken back 10 years to you-know-who's reign of terror, said one shopper. What worried this reporter most is not Sirius Black, but the robed figure of the Phoenix, as he is popularly known. Who is he? Did he work for you-know-who? Where has he come from? So far, no one knows. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, has made outrageous claims that the attack was by Death Eaters, causing public backlash and scorn. Esteemed Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge has this to say on the matter. If it was Death Eaters, like Dumbledore so foolishly says, then where was the dark mark, the symbol of their atrocities? This was a random attack by a splinter faction led by a notorious murderer and the man that broke him out of Azkaban. The Ministry have several leads as to their numbers and identities, and Minister Fudge is confident that Aurors will catch them within days. Harry felt a tinge of anger as he read Umbridge's blatant lies. She was back in the frame, it seemed. And if things continued as Harry expected them to, his defense against the dark arts education would be taking a nosedive in the coming Hogwarts year. He took out what anger he felt on his cereals, mashing them viciously with his spoon while Fred studied the discarded paper next to him. So you really didn't see anything? He asked, chewing absently on his breakfast. No, Fred, for the 100th time, I saw nothing. Ask Ginny about it. I was stuck in some shop for the entire thing, Harry replied, exasperated. When he, Ginny and Mrs. Weasley had arrived back from Diagon Alley, they had been peppered with questions from all members of the family about what had happened. Ron was distinctly put out that he hadn't been able to come along. However, he was put in his place by Mrs. Weasley, who said that none of her children should ever be excited by the Death Eaters' atrocities. Harry was indifferent about the whole thing. The Death Eaters were incredibly foolish for conducting such an attack so early, and no one had been hurt. Dumbledore had sent him a letter via the usual methods, which contained valuable insight which had not been disclosed to the Order. Snape had reported that the Death Eaters were new recruits who had acted instinctively, wanting to get a taste of the power they thought they wielded behind the masks. Voldemort's anger had, apparently, been a sight to behold after they nearly revealed his secret return. Voldemort was also, according to Snape, distinctly interested in the Phoenix's identity, seeing as the masked man had killed one of his men and incapacitated 3 others with not one injury to show for it. Dumbledore had been displeased at Harry's use of force, but reasoned that there was a distinct risk of bystanders being injured if he hadn't intervened. Hestia Jones had been released from St. Mungo's almost immediately, having been hit with a stomach acid hex which had caused her abdomen to become inflamed and irritated, but was easily curable along with her head injury. Harry knew that he would savor the moment when his identity was revealed, if only for the look on Voldemort's face when he realized who the Phoenix actually was. He polished off the rest of his cereals and headed off upstairs to write a letter back to Dumbledore while Ron was in the shower, passing a sleepy-looking Ginny on the way out. As soon as she was sure Harry was out of earshot, Ginny perked up and rushed to the table to talk to Fred. Have you started on the stuff for Harry's party next week? Yeah, George and I are asking around, Fred replied through a mouthful of breakfast. Ginny wrinkled her nose in disgust and piled food onto her plate. As far as the Weasleys knew, Harry's birthday would be the first party he had ever had, and Mrs. Weasley wanted it to be extra special. So Ginny had commissioned the twins to work on a special surprise for Harry. The birthday was to be one to remember. Lord Voldemort eyed the crown of the shaking Death Eater's head with abject disgust. The man had led an attack, against his express orders, on Diagon Alley. And what was worse, he had been defeated. Voldemort sat in his chair in the living room of the Riddle Mansion with the man kneeling in front of him and gripped his wand slightly tighter. You say you were defeated by a masked figure. Describe him. I couldn't see his face. He had a hood on, my lord. He was dressed all in red. I'm sure it was that person from the newspapers recently, my lord, maybe you. Of course I saw the newspapers, you fool. Voldemort snapped, lashing out with his wand to deliver a ringing blow to the man's back. He cried out and fell to one knee, and Voldemort smirked. He looked up into the fire in the grandiose, marble, fireplace ahead of him and thought. The living room he was in was sumptuous, a lesson in extravagance, all plush rugs and antique furniture in deep wines and purples. It did nothing for Voldemort. Tired of the Death Eater, who evidently knew no more useful information, Voldemort raised his hand. Get out of my sight, Epsom. He snapped, and the man froze, sweating in fear, before slowly getting to his feet and backing out of the room. Before he could reach the large wooden door, Voldemort shot a violet bone-breaking spell at the back of his leg, feeling a spike of satisfaction when the Death Eater screeched in pain and crumpled, before dragging himself out of the room. He despised the weakness in his ranks. Voldemort was to make the world kneel, to make the ones of unclean heritage whisper his name in reverence through bloodied lips. He would crush the opposition before him like a storm, and he could not do that with substandard, rebellious, Death Eaters. He quietly made a note on the parchment next to him to have the 4 fools who had gone on the mission sent on a mission where they were likely to die the next time. Examples had to be made. He leaned back in his chair with a barely audible sigh, contemplating the conundrum of the Phoenix. The man had appeared out of nowhere and had broken into Azkaban, of all places. The Dark Lord brushed his hair out of his eyes and closed them, thinking hard. The Phoenix was evidently a dangerous enemy. But, for now, he seemed to not want to attack Voldemort directly. In the meantime, the morale of the opposition needed to be broken, and his place needed to be re-established. This time there would be no compromise. He picked up the parchment and quill and began to slowly and deliberately sketch a schematic of the Hogwarts Express, thinking carefully as he did so. Harry awoke 2 uneventful weeks later with a throbbing pain in his scar, and a vague feeling of satisfaction that he couldn't place. He was edgy at first, and made a note to tell Dumbledore about the incident, in case any Order spies had picked up information that would make Voldemort happy. The scar itself hadn't really bothered him all that much since he had changed timelines, except when he had been overly tired, like in Dumbledore's office. Rubbing it absently, he skirted Ron's bed and pulled on his running clothes to go for his morning jog. He entered the kitchen and was immediately uneasy. There was something not quite right about the seemingly deserted room, something which set him on edge. He pulled out his wand from his tracksuit pocket and examined the bare table with the practiced eye of someone used to ambushes. "Surprise!" yelled a voice from behind him, and he felt someone envelop him in a bear hug. Moving purely on instinct, Harry stamped on the toe of his attacker, grabbed one of the arms which was on his shoulder, and span around to pin it behind the attacker's back with Harry's wand pressed into his assailant's temple. The movement took less than a second to execute and caused a deathly hush to descend upon the kitchen. In front of him were Mrs. Weasley, one of the twins, Percy, Ron and Ginny, all with their mouths open and looking shocked. Harry glanced at the person he was holding hostage and noticed that it was the other Weasley twin. He immediately relaxed the hold and put his wand away, feeling incredibly embarrassed. "Jesus, Harry, jumpy much?" said the twin, who was revealed to be George. "My toe'll hurt for a week." "Sorry, George, I'm a bit on edge so early in the morning," Harry muttered hastily, not meeting anyone's eyes. He hoped his sleep-mussed hair would lend credibility to his lie. "Honestly, George, what were you thinking jumping on him like that when you know dangerous people are on the loose?" "No wonder the poor dear is edgy," Mrs. Weasley scolded, breaking the tension. Percy pushed his glasses back up his nose and went back into the living room where the Weasleys had been hiding while the rest of the family started to wish Harry a happy birthday. Harry could have slapped himself. It was his birthday and he had forgotten. Then again, there wasn't much cause for celebration when it came to the boy who lived's birthday in the past. Usually it was marked by some atrocity committed by Voldemort to remind Harry who ruled the wizarding world. Harry let himself be bundled into the Weasleys' living room and thrust onto a sagging sofa, next to a pile of presents, which were wrapped in various garish colors. George tossed him a present at random from the pile. Harry recognized Hermione's fussy wrapping and tore it open with a flourish. Inside was a broomstick servicing kit. Evidently some things hadn't changed. Also included was his first birthday card, written in Hermione's fussy script. Ron had given him a selection of sweets, which had probably been owl-ordered from Honeydukes. The next present he was given was from Hagrid. Harry grasped it gingerly, remembering the monster book of monsters he had received the last time he had had his 13th birthday. Sure enough, the present was the book he had expected, and Harry covertly stroked it before things got out of hand. The Weasleys quizzed him on what he thought the book meant, but no one could come up with a good explanation, and Harry wasn't forthcoming on his theories. From the Dursleys he just received an empty box. Why they bothered posting things like that, and how they got to his location, Harry couldn't understand. Fred and George had got him some assorted practical jokes, much to Mrs. Weasley's chagrin. From Ginny he had got a nondescript silver chain, which he immediately took a liking to her delight. His last present was from Remus, who had selected a hefty and interesting-looking book about Auror skills and useful spells for dueling. Finally all the presents were gone, along with their accompanying cards, which just left the remaining cards without presents attached. The first one, a lurid purple creation speckled with golden stars, was from Dumbledore, wishing him a happy birthday and saying that the treasure hunt he was on was going well, which Harry correctly deciphered as code about the Horcrux hunt. Sirius had sent him a scruffy piece of parchment with a paw print on, which Harry appreciated despite no else understanding the significance. Once he was done with his present opening, and surrounded by a small circle of torn wrapping paper, Mrs. Weasley appeared from the kitchen floating a large fruit cake shaped like a pair of glasses in front of her. She set it down on a small table beside the sofa while the rest of the Weasleys, including Percy, who looked uncomfortable, sung happy birthday and clapped as he blew out the candles. Arthur wishes he could be here, but he has to work today. What the ministry is doing, hauling him in on a Saturday, is beyond me. Mrs. Weasley muttered, ushering everyone back into the kitchen to have some of the cake for breakfast. Honestly, the minister is denying you-know-who is back, so why does my husband have to work overtime? Fudge'll come round in the end. Mum, it's not Dad's fault he's such a prat, said George, doling round plates to the assembled guests. Minister Fudge is doing the best he can, snapped Percy angrily from where he was sitting opposite Ginny, his ears flushing red. Harry snapped his gaze towards the bespectacled Weasley. Minister Fudge is a fool, Percy, you should have realized that by now, surely. If Minister Fudge says that you-know-who is not back, he is not back. He would know, Percy replied, pushing his glasses up his nose again and glancing at his mother for support. Mrs. Weasley's mouth had gone very thin, reminiscent of McGonagall. Dumbledore says that you-know-who is back, Percy. He is back, and we must do all we can to fight him, said Mrs. Weasley. The newspapers are saying Dumbledore has lost his marbles. There's talk of him losing his official positions if he carries on spouting sensationalist rubbish. Your father trusts Dumbledore. Yes, but father is hardly the most ambitious man, is he? Percy shot back, causing a deathly hush to fall across the kitchen. The rest of the family was flicking their heads back and forth as the argument unfolded, as if at a tennis match. The delicious fruit cake sat on the table, totally forgotten. I'm sorry, Percy, what are you implying? Said Mrs. Weasley, her voice deadly calm. I'm saying that father is dragging this family down. Percy went on, oblivious to the hole he was digging for himself. By siding with the likes of Dumbledore, he's risking the family reputation. We would be in the poorhouse if it wasn't for his, he gestured at Harry, money. Mrs. Weasley swelled like a bullfrog, her eyes glinting dangerously. Harry grinned behind his hand while the other Weasleys were giving Percy looks of hatred. Your father, she began, is an honest, decent, hard-working individual. And I believe Harry has a name. Don't you dare try to criticize your father. Someone needs to say it. Percy got to his feet, his glasses wobbling dangerously. I refuse to stand here and let our family fall into ruin. Children, Mrs. Weasley looked at the twins, Ginny and Harry. Could you please go upstairs while I talk to Percy? I don't know, Mum, maybe we should stay, said George, shooting Percy a vicious scowl. Ginny and Ron had gotten up to obey their mother, but still looked distinctly angry with their elder brother. Now, I need to talk to your brother in private, Mrs. Weasley snapped, in a tone that brooked no argument. The look on her face suggested she would be doing most of the talking, and Percy would swear Fudge was a madman by the end of it. Harry got up with the twins and they filed out of the room silently, throwing Percy one last look before they left. As soon as they were out of the room they bolted for the stairs and rushed into Bill's old room, which was above the kitchen, and collectively pressed their ears to the floorboards. As it turned out, they didn't need to be stealthy at all. Mrs. Weasley's roars, along with Percy's furious shouts, could be heard through the house. From what Harry could hear, Percy thought very little of his father, Dumbledore and Harry, and took offense at Harry being allowed houseroom and treated like a younger brother while Percy was constantly belittled by the rest of the family. When he had said that, the kitchen suddenly went very quiet, as had Bill's bedroom. The twins looked horrified that their teasing had had such an effect, but they still didn't like what Percy was saying about their father. Harry flattened his ear to the floor and strained to listen to the rest of the conversation, but it was conducted in very hushed tones. Finally they heard Mrs. Weasley sobbing, and the thumping sound of someone coming up the stairs. Percy's bedroom door opened, slammed, and then opened again a short time later. They heard someone descend the stairs once more, Mrs. Weasley wail again, and then the front door slammed shut with a sickening finality. The teenagers all bustled to peer out of the window, to see Percy stride from the house with his Hogwarts trunk trailing behind him and a look on his face Harry found hard to describe. He reached the gate, hailed the night bus, and departed with a crack on the purple automobile. He just left, said Ron weakly, and left to go comfort his mother. Ginny looked very pale, and followed him without a word. Fred, George and Harry just sat on Bill's bed. The twins looked like they didn't know what to say. It wasn't your faults, you know, Harry said quietly. He's loyal to the Ministry, for now. Although I can't say we were very pleasant to Percy. Too right, said Fred. I can't stop thinking of all the pranks we pulled on him this summer. I thought he would have said something if he felt like that. I mean, no offense Harry, but he's our brother and all, and we wouldn't want him feeling displaced by you. Harry and George nodded solemnly. Harry looked around the room and saw that he was alone with the twins, and he had an idea, despite the time not exactly being perfect. Fred, George, he said, what can you tell me about Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs? The twins turned to look at him sharply, their eyes narrowed with suspicion. Never heard of them, George answered immediately. Too quickly. Don't play dumb with me, George. Any chance they left a map lying around? How do you know about the map? They chorused, and Harry suppressed a smile. He quickly shut the door of the room and sank into Bill's desk chair. Remus told me about it, and wondered where it had got to. I've seen you with a mysterious piece of parchment, and put two and two together. I'm not a moron. Never said you were, Harry, said Fred, but how does Mr. Lupin know about it? He's Moony, Harry said simply. The looks on their faces was priceless, easily the best present Harry had had all day. And I know who the other three are. Who? The twins replied, leaning forward on the bed. Well, Wormtail was Peter Pettigrew, Padfoot was Sirius Black, and Prongs was my dad James. They were all friends at Hogwarts and made the map in their 6th year. Your dad was friends with Sirius Black? George asked incredulously. But he's a psycho. He must have been all right at school, I suppose, Harry shrugged. I don't know what the nicknames mean, but I know the map exists. Well, Harry, I reckon it would be a fitting birthday present to give the map to you, seeing as you're a Marauder's son and all, but could you give us until the end of the holidays to copy the layout on it? The people thing is dead useful, but a layout of Hogwarts would be just as handy to have. Sure. Thanks guys, I appreciate it. Now I reckon we need to go comfort your mum and find out what happened to Percy. The twins stood up instantly, having forgotten about the family rift in the excitement of learning their heroes' identities. With that, the three of them traipsed downstairs to lend words of support and curse Percy's name to the rafters, like the good sons they were. Ron, in particular, didn't want to let his mother's cake baking skills go to waste. Bill, Charlie, cried Ginny, giving her older brothers a quick hug each as they appeared through the flow. The older Weasley sons had decided to stay for the last few weeks of the holidays since Percy had left and Harry had arrived. After all, in this time, they had never actually met Harry. It had been 2 weeks since Harry's birthday and Percy's estrangement. Harry had been in the new timeline for roughly 60 days. Mr. Weasley had heard he was staying in a ministry-sponsored hostel outside of Hogsmeade. He had refused to have any sort of contact with his parents and had threatened to call the DMLE when Mr. Weasley had gone to visit. It seemed to Harry like events regarding Percy were unfolding identically to before. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had been very cut up about their son's comments, especially regarding Mr. Weasley, but had managed to cope admirably. The thing that had hurt her most was a short note Percy had sent informing her he wouldn't be taking the express that year, and had been made head boy. All of the children thought very little of Percy, and it seemed Bill and Charlie shared their opinions. Harry still felt pangs of guilt over the incident. He had, after all, been partially responsible. He knew something like this could happen, yet he had done nothing. Still, he reasoned that it was Percy's choice, and he would probably come round in the end. Meanwhile, Harry felt like he was going slightly insane in the absence of people his own age to talk to. Voldemort was still frustratingly quiet. Snape had consistently reported that something was being planned, but most of the Death Eaters were in the dark over it. Snape seemed to think it involved Azkaban, and could only place the date at around the end of August. As a precaution, the Order had increased their unofficial guard on public places, and stationed a watch near Azkaban in a rented Muggle yacht. The Death Eater meetings were fairly infrequent and, again according to Snape, fairly boring. Recruiting was sporadic at the moment, but Voldemort had yet to reveal himself, so that couldn't be taken as a good sign. Fudge was still causing political havoc, having had Dumbledore stripped of a lot of his titles, including Supreme Mugwump and head of the Wizengamot. Harry had seriously offered Via Fawkes to kill Fudge, reasoning that it would make things easier in the long run. Dumbledore had been very apprehensive about such a scheme, as it meant that Umbridge might become minister, which Harry had assured him was definitely not good. Dumbledore had accepted, however, the fact that Fudge might have to be removed eventually, if he kept causing trouble for the Order. Harry, frankly, just needed the word and the Phoenix would be at Fudge's doorstep in minutes. "Bill, you really need to do something about that haircut," admonished Mrs. Weasley. "It's getting far too long, you'll have it in a ponytail next," she said, fiddling with Bill's shoulder-length red hair. Harry smiled to himself, knowing that Mrs. Weasley was exactly right. Charlie was just as Harry remembered, stocky, burned, and sporting bulging muscles. Harry himself wasn't looking too bad from all his running, but that kind of exercise did little for his muscle size. "And this must be Harry," said Bill, having greeted the rest of his family. "The Harry Potter I've heard good things about you from Ron and Ginny. Thanks for saving her from that god-forsaken chamber. By the way, I heard you had to fight a basilisk." "Now Bill, I'm sure Harry doesn't want to talk about that," Mr. Weasley said good-naturedly, patting his son on the shoulder. Bill nodded and winked to Harry. Charlie had given Harry an approving look at the mention of the basilisk. It seemed that the eldest Weasley children had accepted him without question. Bill and Charlie were also there to help with Diagon Alley shopping. The book lists had arrived that very morning and, although Harry had not had a chance to browse his list yet, he knew that the children wouldn't be allowed to go to Diagon Alley. Bill was a member of the Order of the Phoenix, according to Dumbledore, so Mrs. Weasley, Mr. Weasley, Bill and Charlie would be going together. Mrs. Weasley didn't want to risk her children, and not all of the things on the list could be owl-ordered. Harry didn't mind. Hermione had been owling them more and more often following the skirmish in Diagon Alley. She herself wasn't going. She was Owl ordering everything she could and had politely asked Mrs. Weasley if should pick up the excess, which Mrs. Weasley had readily agreed to do. They would see her on September the 1st. From what he could tell, she was intensely interested in the identity of the Phoenix. Harry knew she hated a mystery, but hoped she wouldn't figure out his secret too quickly. "So, Harry, how have your holidays been?" said Charlie, as the family wandered into the living room to chat amiably. "Not bad, mainly playing Quidditch. I'm a seeker, like you were. I've heard that you're damn good, Harry. I wouldn't mind seeing you play. I doubt I'm a scratch on you. You were the best Gryffindors had in years. Hey, if you can defeat a basilisk at 12 years old, I think you'll be better at Quidditch than I am. Here, Bill and I got you a present when we heard about what happened in the chamber. It's from Romania, where I work." Charlie pulled out a fang which was just over an inch long and made of gleaming white ivory. Carved into it was a stylized snake, complete with small chips of green stone for the eyes. The top had a silver loop through it, as though it was meant for a chain. "Ginny told us what she got you and we thought we'd complete it. You're a Gryffindor, but I heard you could speak Parseltongue, so I hope you don't mind the snake carving." "No, it looks great," said Harry, studying the fang. "What species did this come from?" "Hungarian horntail." "Wow," Harry breathed, appreciating the irony. The dragon from the fourth task had taken a chunk out of him, but how he had a chunk of the same type of dragon. "I heard that they're vicious. One of the worst. I've seen one of them, a nesting mother, shoot fire 40 feet. Damn well set me on fire. That's how I got this burn." He rolled up his leather trouser leg and pointed out a round burn scar. Harry grinned inwardly. He thought he knew which dragon Charlie was talking about. "Anyway, tell me how you killed this basilisk, if you don't mind me asking." Harry, who had been busy attaching the fang to his silver chain, looked up and launched into the true story of how he had killed the monster. He may have changed it slightly, but the true story was a bit risky to tell if he wanted to keep his cover. He smiled as he noticed Bill unsubtly listening in on the story, evidently trying to get the measure of Harry. The brothers proved to be good listeners, and asked a good number of intelligent questions about the fight and also told him some good stories of their own, about ancient tombs and ferocious dragons. Harry knew a storm was brewing, and Voldemort would soon reveal himself. But right now he was prepared to sit with his adoptive family on a sunny afternoon and just talk with someone who was more his age. He felt he'd earned it. "Dear Harry, I have received disturbing news. Cornelius, not content with removing me from various positions of power, has begun to pass educational decrees, which I believe happened in the future you experienced. He has appointed his own defense against the dark arts teacher, Dolores Umbridge, and attempted to have Dementors positioned on school grounds. I was unable to stop him forcing Dolores upon me, but I firmly denied the Dementors access to Hogwarts or Hogsmeade. In the present climate it would be far too easy for Voldemort to bend them to his advantage, even before considering my own personal dislike of the creatures. They, however, may make patrols of public locations. As a precaution I have ensured Order members on watch duty all know how to perform the Patronus charm, as you have specified in your last letter. On the subject of Voldemort, he is still keeping a low profile. Severus has reported that he is planning something big to announce his return to the wizarding world, but reports that it is a strike on Azkaban rather than the school. You mentioned in your last letter that you are doing some covert training along with your daily exercise. I see this as wise. The Express today would prove to be a tempting target for him, but the Order is sure no harm will befall the children. I'm sure that in the event of an emergency you would be able to defend the train long enough for help to arrive. Positioning Order guards onto it with the Ministry in its current level of paranoia is too risky. Simply request the driver to send for help, and help will arrive as soon as is humanly possible. Best wishes. A. D. P. S. Your friend Miss Granger attempted to apply for a time turner, a request which I'm afraid I denied. I feel that it would put too much stress on her during these difficult times. Harry quickly ignited the letter Fawkes had just brought him and vanished the ash. It would not do to have another occupant of the burrow read its contents. The thought of having Umbridge in the school made him feel sick, a burning hot anger that blazed in his chest. The woman was despicable, a hair's breadth from being a Death Eater herself. He felt impotent at the burrow, simply waiting for Voldemort to play his hand so the war could truly begin and Harry could move into a more active role. Half of him almost hoped that Death Eaters would attack the Express, simply so he could have something to do. Lost in his thoughts, he knelt and stuffed the last of his clothes into his battered trunk, finally forcing the lid of it shut with a final click, which snapped him from graphic thoughts of revenge on Umbridge. He quickly gave himself a once-over in the mirror, checking that his new polo shirt and jeans looked fine. A quick tap of each finger confirmed that the rings he had purchased were in place, as he had decided to wear them full-time under a simple disillusionment charm. He patted his side pocket to check his Phoenix Stone, as he had dubbed it mentally, was secure. He would be taking no chances with this trip. "Harry, Harry, come down, we have to go," shouted a voice from below him. "Coming," he yelled back, dragging his trunk across Ron's untidy bedroom floor and out into the landing. He made it down the stairs in one piece, barely. The stairs outside Fred and George's room were lethally rickety and emerged into the kitchen, a hive of chaos. Ginny was stuffing toast into her mouth in an unladylike manner while Bill and Charlie fenced using spatulas, with Ron cheering them on as the implements clacked together like horses' hooves. Mrs. Weasley stood out in the garden, directing Mr. Weasley with bringing out the luggage. "Harry, mate, you're cutting it pretty fine," said Charlie jokingly as Bill's spatula managed to wallop him squarely on the forehead. He grinned at his brother and they both ducked outside to help their parents while Fred and George made their entrance, banging into Harry, who was standing in the way of the door. "Shift, Harry, we're going to be late." Harry shrugged at Ron, who grabbed the last forlorn piece of toast from the table and headed out into the sunny front garden with him. The Weasleys were traveling to platform 9 3/4 via Muggle cabs, which had yet to arrive. Finally they managed to pile all of the luggage and Hedwig's cage up in an untidy pile, waiting for the nondescript cabs to arrive, which they did in short order. The pair of drivers looked decidedly apprehensive at having to take so many odd objects. Thankfully they had thought to shrink the brooms and put them in the trunks, but the promise of money was a powerful one, so they loaded up their vehicles. Harry, Ron, Bill and Charlie traveled in one of the cabs, with the rest of the Weasleys journeying in the other. Mr. Weasley had slipped Mrs. Weasley some calming draught earlier in the morning, which seemed to stop her noticing Percy's absence as much. During the trip Bill cast a discreet privacy ward between them and the drivers so that they could talk freely, and the main topic of discussion was Quidditch. Truth be told, Harry didn't think he would be staying on the house team. He didn't have the time to worry about sports. He didn't dare voice his opinions in a car full of Quidditch fanatics however, but made sure to avoid talking of Gryffindor's chances that year. They reached King's Cross in good time, having a good half an hour before the train left with which to gather themselves and greet friends. Tipping the cabbies generously, the ensemble of redheads and Harry walked merrily into the modern, glass-roofed station, which reminded him strongly of a cocoon. They subtly angled towards the disguised magical barrier and went through it in pairs, Harry and Ron going through last. Harry emerged into a cloud of thick steam, a typical characteristic of platform 9 3/4 on September 1st. Figures flitted in and out of the fog from the gleaming red train like ghosts, and Harry stuck to the Weasleys as best he could, only pausing to nod or greet a housemate or friend who burst from the impenetrable steam. He caught sight of Neville on the far side of the platform, talking quietly to his grandmother, and, to his anger, Lucius Malfoy, who was talking to Draco. The Weasleys began to load their luggage onto a middle carriage as Harry stared intently at Lucius, until the older aristocratic man finally turned to look at him through the bustling crowd. Harry gave him a look of hatred, while Lucius replied with an irritating smirk. Harry loathed the aristocrat, he really did. With that, he turned to mount the train and receive a hug and kiss from Mrs. Weasley, who looked teary-eyed as she surveyed her children. Hermione hadn't shown up yet, or so it seemed, so Harry and Ron set off to find a compartment in the last carriage, which they managed fairly quickly, as not many people had got onto the train yet. They sat in relative silence, peering out at the passers-by through the mist from the express, waving occasionally to people they recognized. Harry tried to block out the memories of the people he was looking at dying, screaming in the burning ruin of their school as the world fell apart around him. He was trying to put the past behind him in that sense, but he couldn't forget entirely. "Harry, Ron, how are you?" said a familiar voice, and Harry whipped his head around to see Hermione framed in the doorway, a big smile on her face and a trunk trailing behind her. Her hair was as bushy as ever, and she still looked oddly young in Harry's eyes, but it was still Hermione. She didn't look particularly different from the end of the previous year, bar slightly straighter teeth. Harry found it odd that they still stuck out in an overbite, but reasoned she had not shrunk them yet. She gave him and Ron a quick hug, admiring Harry's dragon fang, and they gave her a rundown of their holidays in return. She had received only some of the information of Voldemort's return in their letters, communication not being all that safe, so most of it was news to her. Frankly, she didn't look as worried as Harry thought she should be. Then again, she was only 13 and couldn't possibly understand the threat he posed. "I suppose Dumbledore will be able to defeat you-know-who and his followers with this Order of the Phoenix you just told me about," she reasoned. "After all, you said there are more of the Order than there were the first time around, and they're better organized. And isn't Hogwarts safe? Dumbledore was the only one you-know-who ever feared, after all." Harry wanted to agree with her logic, but knew for all her intelligence Hermione was wrong on this occasion. Voldemort wouldn't be deterred for long by Hogwarts' formidable reputation, just as he wasn't in the previous timeline. When it came down to it, a concerted assault on the ancient castle would probably see it come clattering down, along with the hopes of the wizarding world. Not to mention that it would have to be him who killed Voldemort, not Dumbledore. Then again, Harry was stronger than he was the first time around, and he had the crucial element of surprise over his foe. However, he still couldn't shake the niggling doubt in the back of his mind, the one that made him think he wouldn't be good enough, and that he would fail the wizarding world like he had before. He had, after all, never beaten his nemesis in a fight. His contemplative pessimism was dispelled when Neville asked if he could have a seat, which the trio readily agreed to. Harry idly lay back and waited for the train to depart while listening to what had happened on his friend's holidays. Apparently Neville had spent it making a greenhouse while Hermione had educated her parents on Voldemort. Each to their own, he thought to himself absently as the train's whistle blew shrilly and the train rolled out of the station, Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Weasley waving frantically until it was out of sight. Harry had dozed off shortly after the train had departed. He was feeling strangely tired after all the explaining he and Ron had done for Hermione. No one else had entered their compartment bar the sweets trolley which made for a welcome change from Malfoy poking his nose in. The express was rolling through a picturesque section of countryside, flat grass on each side which was peppered with small woods and hedges with a dusting of flowers, greenery as far as the eye could see. They were about halfway through the journey. Harry drifted back into consciousness, but kept his eyes closed. He listened to the murmuring in the compartment, but perked up when he realized it was about him. "He was a bit weird this summer," Ron whispered conspiratorially to Hermione. "Bit distant, you know. More like Bill or Charlie. And he kept using all this long words and stuff, wasn't like Harry at all. And he keeps spending time in his room alone, and I saw him with Bill's old books." "Maybe he's just been reading a bit, unlike you, Ronald," Hermione replied fussily. "Honestly, if Harry is just being a bit more mature than you, then I don't think it's much to worry about. Although I think we do need to keep an eye on him, with you-know-who being back and all." "I dunno, Hermione. Maybe he's just stressed or something," Neville said. Harry wondered about his lack of reaction to Voldemort being back, but reasoned Ron and Hermione could have told him while he had been asleep. Irritation flashed through him like a burst of fire. Had he given them permission to blab secrets that he had entrusted to them? He calmed himself down as best he could, reasoning that they were only children, after all. Harry brushed their superficial comments aside about his behavior. They were completely correct, and he would have to come clean to them eventually, despite wanting to keep them out of the war. He then realized that he needed the toilet as a matter of urgency. Perhaps drinking the water Bill had brought for the cab journey in one go hadn't been the best idea. Waking up gently and politely excusing himself, he walked down to the facilities in the middle coach they were in, ignoring the wide-eyed first years who occupied some of the compartments. He locked himself in the small cubicle and went about his business quickly before checking himself over in the small grubby mirror above the wash basin. He certainly didn't look bad, but still a bit boring for the person supposed to save the wizarding world. Perhaps I should ditch the glasses, he thought to himself idly. It was at that moment that there was a tremendous screeching sound, like a banshee being tortured, and the train came to a short and definitely unplanned halt. Harry was knocked off balance and smashed his head into the mirror, shattering the glass and his spectacles as he did so, and swore viciously. What the fucking hell was that? He spat while quickly running his wand over his face to heal the cuts he had sustained and repair his cracked glasses, and he then carefully brushed the broken glass from his person. He checked he had everything still in his pockets and opened the door of the cubicle a crack, and saw that everyone in every compartment in his vision was peering out of the window. Some of the younger ones were crying in shock. Harry quietly exited the bathroom and looked out of the carriage door he was next to, his heart beginning to pound in his chest. What he saw thrilled and scared him at the same time. 10 Death Eaters, robed and masked, standing solemnly like sentinels on the right side of the train, evenly spaced along the express' entire length. He guessed that there were probably 10 more on the other side too. The situation definitely wasn't as good as it could have been. Harry quickly shut himself back into the bathroom, feeling as though he was being shocked with electricity. Death Eaters were attacking his school train, forcing innocents into the war from the start. Forcing himself to remain calm, he quickly brainstormed ideas. He had several options. Fight, send a message to Dumbledore for help, or try to get the train moving again. A few seconds of deliberation were all he needed as he reached into his pocket for the smooth texture of the Phoenix Stone. He would fight, but also try to get the message off. He felt a calm come upon him, the anticipation of a conflict. It was time the Death Eaters knew who they were messing with. Avery chuckled darkly as he surveyed the train with an imperious gaze. This was going to be too easy. The steam engine had been stopped by simply killing the driver, a morbidly obese squib. The Dark Lord preferred subtlety, but since when had subtlety ever sent a message? The Death Eaters were back, and the Mudbloods had better start running. To his right Thorfinn Roll, a beast of a man, growled softly as he cracked his knuckles. The Carrows, ugly as sin behind their masks, giggled softly, relishing the looks of horror on the students' faces. The remaining 6 were new recruits, taken from the scum and detritus of humanity that littered Nocturne Alley. The Dark Lord had been displeased with the group who had caused the ruckus in Diagon Alley, and consequently discipline amongst the rookies had increased. On the far side of the train Gibbon and Selwyn commanded a group made up almost entirely of fresh recruits. All of them were masked and anonymous, which added to their mystique. Avery was confident. Who ever heard of children overpowering trained killers? Their orders were to kill the Mudbloods on the train and do what they liked with any of the half-bloods. If possible, Potter was to be captured, despite Avery not knowing precisely why. Then again, he knew better to disobey the Dark Lord. The Phoenix, that mysterious masked figure who had been spotted around the country, was also an object of the Master's attention, but not the focus of the mission. The objective was strictly hit and run, but Avery had already decided to try to take down any foolish Aurors who interfered, anything to earn his Master's trust. Hold your positions, he barked sharply. Let them tremble in fear. Electo, secure the engine. Ensure that the driver is dead and that no one enters it. Everyone else, wait for my signal to attack. A chubby, squat Death Eater moved from the ranks to the steam engine and, with an unfeminine grunt, tugged the body of the driver from it onto the ground with a sick thud, the corpse hitting the ground like a sack of potatoes. Avery smiled as he heard some of the younger children begin to cry at the sight, their sobs muffled by the glass windows. He would give them a few minutes to collect themselves, and then he would order the massacre. Vestum, Harry whispered, feeling the familiar rush of power and painful shin extensions that accompanied his transformation into his alter ego. He looked down at the carpeted floor into a large shard of mirror. A hooded, unidentifiable figure looked back at him. Perfect. He apparated out of the cramped bathroom into the prefect's carriage near the front of the train. He had a split second to take in the plush, open-plan space with comfortable couches and a small selection of food and drink before a wand was shoved rudely into his face. Freeze. Death. Oh holy shit. said a familiar voice. Harry took advantage of the wand owner's hesitation, grabbing the boy's wrist and twisting it away in a deft movement designed to use the boy's weight against him. He knew the boy was stronger than he was at the moment, a fifth year by the look of him, but if he needed to he could use the strength enhancement ring he was wearing. He studied the boy's face, then nearly choked in shock. It was Cedric Diggory, and he had a look of shock on his face that mirrored Harry's, had anyone been able to see under his hood. "Kill the spare," echoed in Harry's mind, and he felt like he'd been punched in the gut. The first person Harry remembered seeing die stared him in the face, looking scared but very much alive. "It's the Phoenix," a girl yelled behind him. Harry let go of Cedric's wrist gently, and backed up slightly to see who he was dealing with, wincing slightly at the pain the leg transformations brought on. He quickly brushed aside his surprise at seeing Diggory. Now was not the time. There were 16 prefects, 5th and 6th years, and a 7th year, the head girl. His stomach jolted as he realized Percy was absent as the head boy. Harry only recognized Cedric, but then again, he didn't really need to know who anyone was apart from the head girl. They bunched up in a group as he turned to look at them, as if he could attack at any moment. "You," he said, pointing at the head girl and trying to seize the initiative, "how far are we from the front of the train?" It's just in front of this carriage, but the door into it is locked," the head girl, a pretty Indian girl who was looking surprisingly calm, replied. "What do you intend to do? Aren't you supposed to be working for them?" Harry noticed that every person in the prefect's carriage had their wand out. He decided to try his hand at diplomacy. "If I wanted you dead, I would have killed you before you had even realized I was here. Now, listen to me and you might make it out of this alive. I'm going to see if this train has any defenses, and try to contact the headmaster and the DMLE. You need to disperse yourselves throughout the train and try to get the 6th and 7th years to organize a defense. You won't stand a chance against the Death Eaters in a straight fight, but trying to stop them getting onto the train is a lot easier. If things get rough, just run. I'm going to try to get us all out of this mess, but I can't promise miracles." Harry's voice was magically deeper than normal, and he was pleased with the confidence it projected. "Who the hell says we should trust you?" said one of the prefects, a snobby-looking Slytherin. "Like Misha said, you're working for them. Christ, don't argue. I'm probably the only chance you have, moron. Like I said, if I wanted you dead, I'd have killed you. Now get moving," Harry barked, relishing in the authority he wielded, the rush of power. The prefects jumped slightly and obediently, yet nervously, filed out of the carriage to try to help the students, while Harry turned to the back door of the carriage, and tried to open it. Like the head girl had said, it was locked. Harry quickly used Alohomora to get it open, with no success. Evidently the driver wasn't to be disturbed by anyone but the tea lady. Finally, in a fit of frustration, he spoke the words to activate his strength ring and punched at the space just above the handle. To his shock, his hand went straight through the thick wood as though it were paper. He didn't feel any different, but evidently the silver ring was working. Disreputable though he may be, Borgin sold quality stuff when you had the money for it. He quietly deactivated it, mindful of the warnings Borgin had told him about harming himself while using them. He swung the door open to reveal a chubby Death Eater heaving the body of the huge driver out of the cramped cabin. It contained a small chair, several levers marked with speeds, 2 large red buttons and one entrance outside, which was currently blocked by the Death Eater. He studied the intruder's bulging profile with distaste, and recognized Electo Caro, a despicable sadist and one of the only female Death Eaters. She turned, her twisted face thankfully covered by a smooth white mask, and stopped in shock. Harry saw a vague image of himself in the mosque's slightly reflective surface, red-robed with hypnotic flames, standing tall and imposing. "Good evening, Miss Caro. I believe you have a pressing appointment." "With what? Who the hell are you?" Someone, Harry thought, hasn't been paying attention to the news. I am the Phoenix, and your backside has an urgent, overdue appointment with the solid ground outside." Caro snarled behind her mask and raised her blackthorn wand quicker than Harry would have thought possible, but she was too late. Harry kicked her in the chest, causing her to stagger and cling to the entrance to the cabin for support, and then nailed her with a blasting curse from his wand. She sailed out of the door with a howl and a sizzle of burning flesh, crashing into the grassy turf outside with a satisfying crunch. Harry grinned to himself. He ignored the shouts of surprise from the Death Eaters outside and quickly scanned the control panel in front of the chair. The levers were mainly for controlling the train, but the buttons intrigued him. One was marked compartment locks and the other was marked emergency. He pressed the compartment locks button with a gloved hand and heard a loud clicking sound as every door in the train locked itself. Perfect, he thought, that should buy the students some time. He was about to press the second button when he noticed movement in the corner of his vision, and was abruptly tugged very rudely from the cabin by his ankles by the largest Death Eater he had ever seen, jostling the levers on the control panel as he did so, and inadvertently starting the train up again in a billow of steam and the shriek of a whistle. He thudded into the steps leading up the cabin and hit the ground hard, still in the grip of the Death Eater. Overcoming his surprise, Harry lunged for his wand, which had fallen onto the ground when he had been grabbed, only to have his arm stood upon by a second Death Eater, causing a stab of pain to shoot up his wrist. Bugger, Harry thought wisely. Shouldn't have been too overconfident there. He squinted against the bright sunlight as he looked down the business end of the Death Eater's wands. The smell of dirt and fresh grass filled his nostrils, and he tried not to sneeze. Hello, Phoenix. Our master has taken special interest in you, seeing as you were intent on foiling our glorious conquests. Unfortunately for you, he doesn't mind if you're dead or alive. The Death Eater said mockingly, grinding Harry's arm under his foot. Harry inched his hand into his cloak, his ankles still stuck fast by the massive Death Eater at his feet. He groped for a moment until he found the smooth butt of his handgun. The Death Eater standing above him was it Avery. Harry thought he recognized the voice opened his mouth to utter the two words which would end Harry's life. Harry took advantage of the fact that the fools hadn't thought of pinning his other arm and knocked the wand roughly aside with his palm, withdrawing his gun with the same hand in one deft movement. He sat up quickly, stomach muscles stretching in protest, and brought the gun butt down onto the head of the massive Death Eater, who was positioned by his ankles, causing the man to howl in pain and stagger back. Once he was free, he rolled away from his enemies and grabbed his wand, getting to his feet on the grass beside the train, which was moving. Harry quickly checked around him for other Death Eaters. The 7 others on the right side of the train were either watching him or watching the moving train, waiting for the signal to attack. Caro was getting up some distance away, rubbing her chest, not a pretty sight, and looking for her wand. "Attack, you fools!" shouted Avery, training his wand again on Harry. The second Death Eater, who was looking dazed, pulled out his wand as well, forcing Harry to dive to one side. From the other side of the locomotive Harry heard the sounds of spellfire, cracking wood and breaking glass with bursts of energy. Evidently the Death Eaters had decided to launch a salvo at the side of the train. Harry cursed and continued to roll on the turf, spells impacting where he had been moments before and sending up small fountains of dirt and rock. The remaining Death Eaters, including Electo, had decided that the Phoenix was more fun to shoot at than the train packed with schoolchildren. "Contango!" Harry cried, pointing his wand at the ground and rolling into a crouch. A red shield blossomed around him, absorbing 2 spells that would have hit his unprotected back. Avery, Electo, and the huge Death Eater were ahead of him and the remainder were behind him, casting spells into his back. The train was passing quicker now, beginning to gather speed. He was already level with the second last carriage. Soon he would be exposed to the 10 Death Eaters on the other side, who were still firing spells into the coaches. Harry grunted, gritting his teeth slightly in the effort of maintaining the shield against the multiple impacts of spellfire. He had to get to the main engine and push the emergency button, as this certainly qualified as one. Apparition into such a small moving space would be lethal, and he needed to keep tabs on the Death Eaters. He glanced up at the beige carriage rushing past him, full of schoolchildren watching him be pummeled by a plethora of spells, and noticed a ladder on the section where the last carriages joined each other rushing along to meet him. Harry whispered the words needed to activate his golden speed ring, and smiled when the world appeared to slow slightly, spells becoming threads of vibrant light, and the train moving at a sedentary walking pace. He dropped his defense, holstered his wand and pistol, and leapt for the ladder as it slowly drew level, deactivating the ring as he grabbed the smooth metal in his hands. Avery tossed another killing curse, which detonated against the train, narrowly missing Harry's head and showering him with splinters. As he climbed the relatively short ladder, Harry pulled his pistol out again and started to fire wildly over his shoulder. He smirked when he heard a scream from one of the anonymous Death Eaters. There was one down for a while. Finally, after what seemed like a ridiculously long time to have his back exposed, Harry reached the top of the ladder and climbed onto the carriage's flat roof. Wind blew into his eyes and whipped his red cloak up in a billowing mess that rivaled Snape's trademark cloak. He crawled inch by inch onto the smooth metal roof, which was roughly the size of a large dueling arena, and attempted to stand. 12 curses from both sides, all of them narrowly missing him, convinced him that laying down was the best course of action. He was on the last coach of the train, and the train itself was moving a moderate speed, enough that someone could stand up, but any turns would send said person careering off. Harry rolled onto his back and breathed out, trying to gather himself before he tried to crawl along the roof to reach the steam engine at the front. The huge Death Eater apparated unsteadily into his field of vision, blocking out the sun with his colossal bulk. Harry reacted instantly, bringing his fist up into the Death Eater's crotch. The man yelled in agony and grabbed at his injured parts, stumbling and finally falling ungracefully over the edge of the roof. Harry quickly got to his feet, swaying slightly in the wind, and pulled out both of his weapons. He quickly checked what was happening behind the train. The majority of the Death Eaters were firing ineffectually at the rear of the train, their spells missing or doing no discernible damage. As he watched, they slowly got further and further away, and the one he was sure was Avery rounded up the 20-odd Death Eaters, one of whom was clutching his arm in pain, and spoke to them quickly. 2 of them went to tend to their fallen comrade, who was lying motionless on the ground by the tracks, while the rest of them turned to apparate. Harry heard several sharp cracks behind him, and twirled round while conjuring a silver Protega shield. His swiftness was rewarded as 3 spells slammed into the barrier with a deep ringing noise, before Harry lowered it and aimed his weapons at the 3 Death Eaters standing behind him on the second-last coach, in an arrowhead formation. Cold fury erupted in Harry. He felt a need to finish this before someone got hurt. Avada Kedavra, he spat, aiming at the one on the left, as he pumped the trigger on his pistol, feeling it jerk in his hand as it fired. The green killing curse, accompanied by a howling wind which was audible over the noise of the train, struck true, driving the life from the Death Eater it hit and causing his ragdoll-like corpse to slide from the roof of the train. The Death Eater in the middle was hit in the stomach by a bullet and doubled over in agony, dropping his wand. Showing a surprising amount of foresight, the man on the right blocked the bullet fired at him with a blue shield and replied with a Avada Kedavra of his own, forcing Harry to disapparate and appear, off balance, right where the Death Eater he had hit with the killing curse had stood. Confringo, he yelled from his advantageous position, sending the Death Eater who was wounded in the stomach flying forward off of the train with an ugly red smoking burn on his back, leaving the stench of burnt flesh behind. He dealt with the final one by simply moving and deftly shoulder barging the surprised man in the side, sending him tumbling to his death from the speeding locomotive. Harry paused to catch his breath and regain his balance, feeling adrenaline shoot through his veins and energize his body. He felt alert, the frustration born of the repetitive cycle of Quidditch and immature redheads that he had endured for the previous weeks washed away in a wave of battle lust. This was what he had been wishing for that morning in the burrow, something to take him from the monotony of life with a family who he now felt he didn't really know. At least when he was killing Death Eaters he had some form of purpose. He turned to keep walking along the roof he was on, seeing that he had a good 5 or so carriages to traverse, yet no Death Eaters in sight. He had dispatched 4 at least, so there should have been around 16 left, but instead there were none in sight. The midday sun was obscured behind clouds as the express obliviously chugged along through a picturesque landscape of fields, the occasional tree growing close to the tracks flying past in a blur of brown and green. Harry's blood ran cold as he hopped nimbly to the next roof, and heard the sound of screams from an open window below him. The remaining 16 Death Eaters had apparently broken into the train. "Fuck," he yelled, his words lost to the whistling wind, as he turned and dissipated into the carriage below him, a very risky maneuver, but he had little other option. The red-carpeted enclosure was strewn with broken glass and struggling bodies as several Death Eaters smashed windows and dragged screaming children out of their compartments. Before his eyes a thin Death Eater casually slashed a second year's back and legs with a spell, laughing cruelly as the boy cried out in pain from shallow red slices in his calves. Nearly everyone stopped moving once Harry arrived and stopped himself falling over from the apparition movement, and the 4 Death Eaters standing in the corridor seized their victims, mainly frightened second years, and held them roughly by their necks, wands trained at their temples. "Drop your weapons, you bastard, or we'll kill them," shouted the thin one. Harry gave him a baleful glare from under his hood and muttered the activation key for his speed-enhancing ring. Time slowed for him as he brought his gun to bear, firing 4 well-aimed shots followed quickly by a vicious set of bone-breaking curses to tag any survivors. The Death Eaters were hit by the bullets almost instantaneously in the cramped conditions, and the ones who hadn't been killed by the gunfire were struck in the face by the curses, their heads crumpling like paper bags in unsettling slow motion. Harry undid the enchantment, feeling a stabbing pain in his chest that didn't feel entirely natural to add to the twinges in his legs. The blood-splattered children looked horrified as their captors slid to the ground, blood leaking from their crushed noses and their faces sagging in a way that would have been comical had they not been dead. Harry spared a glance over his shoulder through the window of the door linking the previous coaches. They were devoid of Death Eaters, to his relief, albeit in a bit of a mess from the spells fired into them earlier. He motioned for the traumatized second years to get out of his way. He could see that their injuries were hardly life-threatening, which they did without hesitation, and he sprinted over his foes' corpses and gave the door into the next carriage a violent kick assisted by a reducto from his wand, propelling it halfway down the corridor in a cloud of splinters and dust. There were also no Death Eaters in this one, much to his relief. He was beginning to tire from his exertions, and knew that he could not yet win a large-scale fight with his current body. The next carriage also looked empty, so Harry advanced slowly, his eyes peeled underneath his hood and his teeth bared behind his bandana. As he approached the first compartment, whose door was mysteriously open, there was an apparition crack behind him and a voice hissed, "Crucio." Harry collapsed, yelling in agony as the Cruciatus curse hit him square in the back. He writhed and flailed on the floor, fighting the white-hot pain with all his might as his wand and gun fell from scrabbling fingers, his flesh feeling like it was being peeled off with hot knives dipped in acid. He managed to turn his head to face his aggressor. It was Electo Caro. Through his pain-filled haze he realized that the thin man who he had just killed had probably been her brother, Amicus, as the Death Eater had fitted the memory Harry had of him. Pity, he thought. Finally he managed to gain enough control over his erratic motor functions to roll sideways, breaking Caro's connection with the curse. Harry, from his position on the floor, kicked out at her legs and grabbed his gun, bringing it to bear as she screeched and clutched at her right shin when he slammed his foot into it. He trained his weapon on her, but she disapparated with one last furious look from behind her featureless mask. Cursing from the post-Cruciatus aches, Harry got to his feet and staggered past the oddly vacant compartments into the next, and second-last, carriage, the one before the prefect's compartment. This one was also empty, both of students and Death Eaters, and Harry had to wonder where everyone had gone. He disillusioned himself and cautiously approached the closed, unwindowed, door into the prefect's carriage and opened it gently, his wand raised and his gun in his other hand. As soon as he had opened it a crack, the door exploded with a deafening bang, slamming Harry painfully into the ground and causing him to smack his head into the wall of the coach, sending him swiftly into unconsciousness. Several minutes earlier, "I'm just off to the toilet," Harry muttered, having recently woken up from his slumber. Ron nodded absent-mindedly and helped himself to another chocolate fog, biting down on the chocolate with aplomb. Harry left the compartment and Ron looked out of the window at the scenic countryside passing by as Hermione and Neville talked about the classes they were taking that year. Frankly, Ron thought Hermione worked too hard. He munched happily on the rest of his frog and glanced at the card, Dumbledore again. He was beginning to feel like he would never get Agrippa at the rate he was going. However, he was distracted from his chocolate frog-centered thoughts by the train slamming its magically enhanced brakes on, causing Ron to fly from his seat into Neville, who was sitting opposite. Cursing, he untangled himself from his friend and looked out of the window, ignoring Hermione's urgent queries as to whether everyone was all right. What he saw made him squeak with terror. Death Eaters. It was like a nightmare, his worst dreams come true. Those impassive monsters had been one of his chief fears since his parents had told him of you-know-who's return. If he was honest with himself, he hadn't truly believed you-know-who was back until now. And where the hell was Harry? Ron, there are Death Eaters outside. Hermione beeped in terror. Where on earth is Harry? We need to get him and lock ourselves in this carriage. Blimey, Hermione, but there's Death Eaters right there. Ron replied, feeling a pang of fear in his gut. Neville had gone completely white and was gripping a pumpkin pasty like it was a portkey to safety. Deep down Ron knew Hermione was right, but then again, she always was. Hermione brushed the detritus of their snacking off of herself and quickly but cautiously opened the compartment door, Ron right behind her. Neville nervously volunteered to guard the compartment. Ron cursed himself mentally for not thinking of that excuse. Come on Weasley, where's your Gryffindor courage? He thought to himself as they inched down the carriage towards the toilets, moving part compartments full of terrified people. Ron could see the Death Eaters were on the other side of the train they were surrounded. Hermione reached the toilet doors and began knocking firmly on the only occupied one, but there was no reply. She knocked harder and began to call Harry's name, but there was no reply. Hermione, he might be knocked out or something. Reckon we should get a prefect. We should go to them anyway, they're the only ones who know how to unlock these doors. Come on and be quiet, we don't want the Death Eaters to realize we're here. Ron swallowed and nodded, glancing out the window by the toilets and seeing the Death Eaters still outside. Hermione jogged off down the carriage, and Ron followed her, passing compartments full of petrified students, some locking their compartment doors and others whispering frantically to their friends. They passed through several carriages in quick succession, before coming to the one before the prefect's carriage and seeing the prefects themselves, led by the head girl, pile out, looking frightened. Thank goodness, said Hermione, breathless from the journey up the train. Where's the driver and trolley lady? What's happening outside? We need help getting our friend out of the toilets, we think he's unconscious. The head girl, leading the group of prefects squashed into the narrow corridor, frowned. We've got someone helping us, don't worry. The trolley lady is in her private area right at the rear of the train. You're too young to help us, you two. Go back to your compartments and lock the door, we'll try to help your friend in a minute. As she said that, the train resounded with the sound of clicking as, one by one, the doors all locked themselves. Quote. Or we could do that, the head girl said, scratching her head. Nisha, we should try to get people into the prefect's carriage, it's larger, said a prefect behind her. Ron was sure his name was Cedric. The head girl nodded and glanced out the window, seeing the Death Eaters remaining motionless. Right, you two, she pointed at Ron and Hermione, go get into the prefect's carriage, unlock it with Alohomora. Prefects, she looked over her shoulder, come with me and get as many people as possible into the prefect's carriage. All right, Ron agreed before Hermione could protest, grabbing her hand and squeezing through the crowd of prefects to the door at the back, which was locked. Hermione whispered the unlocking charm and they both entered, open-mouthed at the relative luxury of the compartment. Ron crossed to the food and drink and grabbed another chocolate frog, before Hermione frowned and pointed to the door at the back of the carriage. Something's punched through that door, ah! She cried as the train lurched into motion abruptly. Food scattered onto the floor at the sudden movement, and Ron was thrown onto one of the couches. The train started slowly but began to pick up speed with every passing second. Ron stood up, helped Hermione to her feet, and peeked out of one of the windows to see the nearest Death Eaters firing at something he couldn't see, multicolored jets of light whizzing just out of sight. He turned around to speak to Hermione and saw through the other window that the Death Eaters were aiming at the train. Hermione, look out, he cried, grabbing her and ducking just as a yellow spell slammed into the window with a shriek, sending glass all over the carpeted floor and nearest couches. They yelled in terror as a second spell stuck further down with a bang, breaking more glass and upending the table with food on it. I wish Percy were here, or Bill or Charlie, Ron thought to himself as the windows shattered and Hermione screamed. Percy should have been there. The entrance to the carriage suddenly slammed open, allowing prefects accompanied by frightened students of all years to enter in droves. The compartment quickly filled over the space of a few minutes with what looked like half the train piling in. Ron noticed Ernie Macmillan, Lee Jordan and Justin Finch Fletchley among the crowd, but was quickly forced to the back, near the broken driver's door. He couldn't see the twins anywhere. Finally, the head girl entered and shut the door firmly behind her. The compartment was reasonably full, but Ron could see there were definitely people missing. Harry, for example. Students, you're going to have to remain here with us. We managed to evacuate a few carriages, but we saw Death Eaters apparate inside the train, so we couldn't go any further, said the head girl. What about our friends? A second year demanded. They're inside locked compartments, and help is on the way, don't worry. We have to sit tight and guard this carriage for now. What help? Said another person from the crowd. The head girl paused for a moment before speaking and frowned slightly. Someone assigned to protect the train by Professor Dumbledore. Now, prefects and upperclassmen to the front of the crowd please, closest to the door. Her orders were quickly obeyed, leaving Ron and Hermione still stuck at the back. I'm still worried about Harry, Hermione whispered to him. Same. He'll be fine I reckon. No one will know he's stuck in that toilet, Ron muttered back, before falling silent along with the rest of the carriage. Several loud cracks were heard, like small fireworks, and there was a lot of shouting and banging over the noise of the train. The people at the front fingered their wands nervously as the minutes passed, until everyone jumped as a yell of pain was heard just outside the entrance to the carriage, along with banging noises that sounded like someone kicking the floor and walls. Ron strained his ears and heard the yells stop, followed by a woman crying out and a sharp crack of disapparition. The prefects and other students aimed their wands at the door, some of them visibly shaking in fear. Hermione grabbed Ron's arm, and Ron stood on tiptoes to see over the sea of heads in front of him. One first year started crying as the silence stretched on, until the door began to creak open. Every person with a wand on the door shouted a different spell, sending a rainbow of color and a deafening burst of noise into the door of the carriage, blasting it and its frame apart in a spray of sparks and sending whoever was behind it hurtling down the corridor. Hermione squealed and clutched Ron's arm painfully hard as the head girl called for the spellcasters to stop and crept out of the room with some prefects moving to cover the door behind her. What do you reckon they'll find? Hermione whispered frantically. I dunno, Ron replied uncertainly. Harry felt a sharp pain behind his eyes as he awoke, beeping reflexively and causing the girl leaning over him to squeak in fright and jump back. He opened his eyes and blinked blearily, seeing an unfocused person standing over him. He shifted himself from where he was lying uncomfortably against the wall of the compartment and groped for his wand and gun, which were lying next to him. He picked up his wand and cast a quick charm on his head, smiling stiffly as the throbbing pain behind his eyes abated and his vision cleared. The head girl from earlier was the figure in front of him, and she looked worried. Are you all right? The girl asked. Fine, Harry muttered, before starting and checking himself. His outfit was still active, hood and all, and he still had both the rings on, which were disillusioned despite his full body charm wearing off. Calmed down somewhat, he unsteadily got to his feet, ignoring the transfiguration pains in his legs. What happened? The Phoenix asked, thankful his voice spells were still intact. We thought you were a Death Eater and fired spells at you, said the head girl quickly. Harry started again. Death Eaters. There were Death Eaters attacking the train, he remembered now. Bugger. How long have I been out? Couple of seconds. Right. Who's in the prefect's carriage? We managed to evacuate about half the train into there, as it's larger, supplied the girl nervously. Are you all right? You don't look very steady. When you've been hit by the Cruciatus curse and hit by a dozen spells, you tell me how you feel, Harry muttered darkly, stepping over large splinters and moving past the gawping prefects by the shattered door and into the room ahead of him, before stopping at the sight of dozens of students looking at him. It's the Phoenix, some of them whispered, while others quietly withdrew their wands. Harry holstered his gun, but the head girl butted in before he had a chance to speak. He's helping us, she said loudly, he's the help I told you about. Harry scanned the crowd, picking out some familiar faces. He smiled under his bandana as he noticed Ron and Hermione right at the back, near the door. He glanced out of a broken window and noticed that the train was still rattling along at a fair clip, something which he needed to rectify. "If you'll excuse me, I need to get to the driver's cabin," he announced, advancing through the crowd who parted as though desperate to avoid touching him. Harry walked quickly through them, ignoring the stares and whispers, and avoided looking at Ron as he passed him. He opened the broken driver's door and entered the cramped cabin, shutting the broken door behind him. The train's lever was at nearly maximum from when he had been caught on it earlier, so Harry quickly moved it back, feeling the red train begin to slow. He then pressed the emergency button with aplomb, before looking out the front windows with relief. What he saw made him go slack-jawed with horror. A long bridge spanning a large glistening lake, with the rest of the Death Eaters clustered around where it met the tracks. Harry swore and shoved the train lever to its minimum, looking frantically on the panel for some form of emergency brakes. He found nothing and began to panic slightly, as the train wasn't slowing nearly fast enough for his liking. He looked up again and saw the Death Eaters making hand signals and moving around, getting slowly closer. Finally they all stood back, pointed their wands at the bridge, and fired several curses into the stonework of the viaduct, cracking and pulverizing a large section and causing it to fall into the lake below. Harry swore again, still feeling sluggish from his torture and fighting. He jabbed the red button labeled emergency again, and went back into the prefect's carriage, which was still full of wide-eyed students. "Did it work?" asked the head girl, pushing her way through the small crowd. "I felt the train begin to slow down." "We have a problem," Harry said. "I need you to move everyone out of this carriage and into ones further back. Don't try to help anyone, we don't have time. This train may be about to crash." "Crash? Did he say crash? Oh my God." "Right," said the head girl over the whispers and cries of the crowd. Harry nodded sharply and turned back into the driver's cabin, shutting the door behind him to cut off the noise of frightened people leaving. He looked out of the front windows and saw that the Death Eaters had dissipated, leaving the broken bridge behind and, to Harry's disgust, the dark mark glittering in the sky. The train was dangerously close, and was still not slowing fast enough, having been going at maximum speed. Harry estimated that he had 2 or 3 minutes before they careened through the gap left by the Death Eaters and into the lake, which looked deceptively tranquil in the afternoon sun. Harry made his decision, raised his wand, and dissipated, arriving by the broken bridge ahead. He could see the express, broken in several places along its side, and still gushing snow-white steam as it chugged obliviously to its doom in a field in the North English countryside. Harry strode to the middle of the tracks, watching the train bear down on him under the dark mark with his face devoid of emotion. The wind picked up as the several hundred tons of metal, flesh and steel bore down on him, causing his cloak to play around his booted feet. He raised his wand in his right hand, his other weapon holstered at his side. He exhaled deeply, closed his green eyes, and focused. "Arresto momentum," he roared, pointing his wand dead straight at the steam engine which was a mere 100 meters from where he stood on the lip of the broken bridge. Rocks and pebbles flew away from him as he expelled his power in an invisible beam, splashing softly into the lake behind him. The front of the express crumpled abruptly, metal tearing and wailing as it was contorted by the force of Harry's spell. Harry himself merely grunted and stood stock still, sweating slightly as he poured power into the small stick in his hand. The engine of the express was crushed by the magic, yet the train kept moving forward as its raw momentum carried it through. It got closer and closer, yet Harry refused to move from where he was standing. He began to sweat even more under the bright sunlight, and felt a small ache in his temple which started to grow the more he willed the train to stop. It was now 50 meters away from him, and still going despite its ruined locomotive, its wheels making a horrific screeching noise and spitting sparks. 40 meters, Harry still focused on the stopping spell. The pain in his temple blossomed into a full-blown headache, yet he refused to move. 30 meters, his eyelids began to flutter as the screeching, steaming train refused to slow entirely. Behind him the lake's surface was churned into motion by some invisible force and the broken bridge began to crack further. 20 meters, his chest spiked with hot pain as he continued to force magic from him into the broken, limping train. The dark mark above him flickered and vanished under the pressure. 10 meters, he began to smell ozone, steam and metal as the train came close enough to touch. The air became charged, like lightning was about to strike. 1 meter, the train finally ground to a halt. The broken, ruined train filled Harry's vision, which had dark spots dancing in it. Steam, black rather than white, spewed from in between cracks and fissures in the metal remains, and Harry coughed and hunched over as he struggled to remain standing. His hood slipped down and he scrabbled to do it back up and cover his face as the distinctive cracks of apparition resounded throughout the verdant field the train was in. Harry stumbled off of the tracks, wheezing. His chest felt like it was on fire, and his head was throbbing like he had been hit with a sledgehammer. He saw vague figures, clad in aura robes, swarm towards the train. As he backed up, he bumped into someone. Albus Dumbledore, dressed in his usual garish flamboyance and with a broad smile on his face. "We meet at last, Phoenix," Dumbledore said softly as Harry straightened up and looked him in the eye. "You look slightly worse for wear." "You have no idea," Harry said, his voice hoarse and the voice charms beginning to fail. His outfit was now bedraggled compared to earlier, and he was still coughing. "I would advise vacating the area before my aura companions decide to try to stop you. Madame Pomfrey will see to any injuries under my supervision." He lowered his voice further. "And Harry, thank you." Harry nodded and unsteadily disapparated back into the bathroom he had started in as quietly as possible, his feet crunching on broken glass as he slumped onto the toilet. He mumbled the words to remove his outfit and transfigurations, leaving him in a nondescript school uniform looking a bit ruffled with several bruises beginning to form. Inside he felt like shit. His vision was beginning to go as he tried to remain focused and see if anything incriminating was left on his person. His last thought before he slipped into semi-unconsciousness was that Rita would have a hard time making the Phoenix look bad this time. Someone knocked on the door, the noise sounding like a firecracker in the enclosed toilet. Harry jumped and groaned, feeling his neck stiffen uncomfortably and his headache slam into his senses with a vengeance. The lock clicked and the door unlocked, revealing a tall black aura with a characteristic shaved head. Kingsley Shacklebolt. He nodded at Harry and turned his head to call to someone out of sight. "We've found Potter. He was where those kids said he would be. Come on, let's get you to the nurse," he said gently, stretching out a hand to help Harry to his feet and out of the cramped cubicle. Harry blinked blearily and glanced down the carriage. It was full of broken wood and glass from where the Death Eaters had fired spells into the train. Following Kingsley, he passed several muttering Aurors in red garb who were casting diagnostic spells on the holes in the walls and broken glass. Outside, the sun lanced into his eyes, causing him to curse and squint until his vision adjusted. The students were clustered into house groups on the grass, talking quietly, while some of the Hogwarts staff were on the scene talking to the prefects. Harry could see the heads of the various houses, Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey, who was tending to a small group of children, none of whom looked seriously injured. He noticed dispassionately that 4 corpses were covered with sheets further down the train, the Death Eaters he had killed inside the express. Aurors swarmed over the train like ants, especially near the front, while others worked on repairing the bridge over the lake. He saw another few students get lead off of the train as Kingsley smiled at him and nudged him in the direction of Madame Pomfrey, who waved him over as he trudged across the soft grass. She sat him down on a conjured seat and conjured a light at the end of her wand which she used to check his pupils, before tutting at the bruises she could see. "Those Death Eaters, if I could get my hands on them." "Were you banged about when the train stopped, dear?" Yeah. I hit the mirror and broke it. It was a bit rough for a bit." "I understand. I'll just heal these bruises and you can be on your way, but you'll need a good night's sleep tonight." Harry nodded and sat back as she set to work healing his various bruises and drank a sweet-tasting, for once potion which cleared up his head and vision. Feeling much better, he thanked her and walked over the field to the Gryffindor bunch, passing the head girl and Dumbledore. He saw Percy talking to McGonagall, and nodded curtly at him, but got no reply. He quickly spotted Ron and Hermione talking to the twins, looking worried. He pushed through the small crowd, nodding at people he knew, until he reached the 4 he was looking for. "Harry," Hermione squealed, hugging him tightly. "We were so worried." "You all right, mate? Did you go and see Pomfrey?" Ron asked, looking relieved that Harry was all right. "Yeah, I did," She patched me up. I was in the toilet and when the train stopped I hit my head and was out for a bit. What happened to the train? I heard there were Death Eaters. Goodness Harry, it was so scary, Hermione said, shuddering. She launched into an overview of what had happened while Harry greeted the twins and pretended to listen intently. Eventually the crowds of students dispersed to their heads of houses, where they all grasped a long rope, house-colored, Harry noted before being portkeyed away from the broken express to Hogsmeade Station. It was now later afternoon, a bit earlier than Harry was used to arriving, but it was beginning to darken. He smiled as he saw Hagrid, someone he hadn't greeted since time traveling, and gave the half-giant a wave before following the crowd of students towards the Thestral-drawn carriages. He paused before getting into his carriage, looking at the Thestrals. Every one of them was looking right at him, their dead, unblinking eyes scrutinizing him. Harry looked around and saw a pint-sized Luna Lovegood. She looked even odder at 12 years old, looking at him as well before smiling and following her Ravenclaw friends. Harry shuddered slightly and joined his friends in heading up to the castle. It seemed that the Thestrals had sensed something wrong about him. There was a chill about them, something he could almost taste as they stared at him. He caught the smell of rotting flesh as he watched, but was broken from his reverie by Ron and Hermione. He boarded the carriage and tried not to think about the Thestrals as he watched Ron and Hermione debate about what Voldemort would do next. They entered the Great Hall to a relatively subdued atmosphere. Harry looked at the teacher's table and almost growled in anger to see Umbridge sitting next to Flitwick, wearing a repulsive yellow cardigan and looking ruffled. Dumbledore looked cheerful, but something about him seemed cold, likely in response to Umbridge and the day's events. Harry scanned the other tables, picking out faces he hadn't seen in years. Cho Chang, Dean Thomas, Colin Creevey. He noted with distaste that Malfoy looked very pleased with himself. Harry decided to keep an eye on Malfoy. The pale boy could have easily known about the attack today. "Who do you think the new teacher is, Harry?" asked Seamus Finnegan from across the empty table. "She works at the Ministry, I think," Harry replied bitterly, not taking his eyes off of the fat woman's smirking face. He hadn't seen Umbridge after she left the school in his 5th year, but he had laughed when he heard of her death when the Ministry had fallen. He had vowed not to cross her this time, but try to bring Voldemort into the open so she would be removed. His dark thoughts were interrupted by the door at the back of the hall opening and McGonagall leading the frightened first years in. She set up the Sorting Hat, allowed it to sing its song, identical to the one Harry remembered from his 3rd year, and sorted the students. Harry slowly became bored as he saw the same tiny students as he vaguely remembered going to the same houses. He tried to work out what Voldemort hoped to gain from the attack that morning, other than fear and confusion. He concluded that the attack had been mainly opportunistic, and would have actually succeeded had Harry himself not intervened, so actually it made a lot of sense. Voldemort would likely now focus his attention on killing the Phoenix, however. Finally the sorting ended, much to the joy of Ron, who looked forward to food, but Dumbledore first got to his feet to deliver a speech. "Good evening and welcome, or welcome back as the case may be. I would just like to take a moment to congratulate you all on your excellent conduct today when the Hogwarts Express was attacked by Lord V." Hem hem, Umbridge coughed, and Harry groaned, tired of the charade he had to continue with. He had bigger fish to fry than this woman, and had a burning impatience that made him almost shiver with anger when he contemplated how much time these people were wasting with regard to Voldemort. He hadn't even met the man face to face since he had summoned the demon. He could be up against something he wasn't prepared for. "Headmaster, I feel that your information regarding the unfortunate attack on the Hogwarts Express is inaccurate. It was not the work of you-know-who, but of a copycat group, as the minister has already said. The people involved are being traced as we speak, as is their leader, the Phoenix." Several gasps and whispers erupted from the house tables as people swapped stories about what they had seen on the train. "Professor Umbridge, as I was about to say, the individual known as the Phoenix apparently helped the head girl and several prefects to evacuate the train, no doubt preventing several casualties. I feel your information on this matter is inaccurate in this case, but I trust the Ministry will investigate the matter thoroughly." Umbridge gaped, and opened her mouth to reply, before Dumbledore stonewalled her and continued with his speech. He announced that no one had been seriously hurt in the attack and that anyone wishing to talk about it was free to approach their head of house. Harry snorted at that, picturing someone trying to talk to Snape. Food then appeared on the table, much to Harry's relief. He dug in appreciatively, his mind on the attack that morning. There was something that worried him about it. They had had no intelligence beforehand. Snape was obviously kept in the dark, which meant Voldemort might know about him. Either that, or Voldemort was keeping his information close to his chest this time round. Harry would have to talk to Dumbledore about that. The Voldemort Harry had fought wasn't as cautious. Then again, he hadn't had to be. He was finishing his mashed potatoes when he felt a pain in his knees, which he attributed to the fighting earlier that day. The cruciatus from Electo Caro was still lingering in the back of his mind and causing his joints to throb with pain when he moved, but his legs were hurting independently of that. It was a sort of numb buzzing, like receiving an electric shock. He was irritated by it through the dinner conversation, which was largely people retelling the train battle from different perspectives, which Harry kept out of. He was feeling drained, despite the potion Pomfrey had given him, and was beginning to lose track of his surroundings, his vision blurring like a camera in soft focus. Once the food vanished and Dumbledore gave the usual after-dinner notices, "Stay out of the forest," Filch had updated his banned list. Similar to what Harry remembered, the congregation was dismissed without further incident, if you didn't count Umbridge glowering darkly from where she sat. Harry, still being bothered by the leg pains, slowly filed out of the hall with Ron and Hermione, noticing that Umbridge was having what looked like a heated, from her side conversation with Dumbledore amidst the ruckus of everyone leaving. He made a note to talk to Dumbledore about that as well. The headmaster hadn't mentioned Voldemort after the dinner, which meant he had sensed it would be less than wise in the current climate. Harry couldn't blame him with Umbridge sitting so near. Things were beginning to escalate, and Harry needed to help the Order keep a handle on things. The Ministry needed to be dealt with, the Wand of Gryffindor Horcrux needed to be located and Death Eaters needed to be dealt with. Harry was also considering infiltrating Azkaban and killing the Death Eaters currently incarcerated there. It would make his job easier in the long run if lieutenants like the Lestranges were killed while they were weak. His brain had begun to fog by this point, so he decided to just get to the common room before he did anything else. He walked to the common room in a haze, not taking in where he was walking or the various greetings he got. The leg pain was beginning to irritate and concern him. It had spread from his joints where the cruciatus pains still lingered to his thighs, and he had to concentrate to support his weight. A low humming had also started up in his ears to go with the blurred vision, which Harry attributed to magic exhaustion. Deciding a good night's sleep was needed, he mumbled his excuses, stumbled up the dormitory steps into the deserted third year's dormitory and got into his four-poster still fully dressed. The humming in his ears began to increase as he had climbed the stairs, and lethargy had gripped his limbs. Harry had tried to concentrate and work out what was happening to him, but he couldn't contemplate anything other than getting into bed. Once he was safely in his four-poster, the noise in his ears turned into a keening whine and Harry yelled in pain before everything went black. Harry was in pain. He had been in pain before, some worse than what he was feeling right now, but never in so many places. His legs were being stretched and ripped, the ligaments feeling like they were snapping like dry rope and the tendons being stretched beyond their elasticity by forces unknown. He couldn't see a thing but his eyes felt like they were being squeezed and crushed, surely to the point of rupturing like grapes. The rest of him was simply on fire, causing him to thrash and spasm in the vain hope of throwing off the agony. But the pain would not stop. He tried to open his eyes, to see something tangible other than utter blackness or to feel something with his hands other than empty space, but he couldn't. Finally the pain began to intensify, and Harry realized he had been screaming the entire time. The scream of a man who knew he had nothing left to face but the pain he was feeling in the crushing darkness. Finally he saw something. Static discharge of all different hues, like multicolored ball lightning, played across his vision. He could hear the crackle of electricity over his cries of agony and smell the sharp stench of ozone and almonds. The lightning shot across his sight and then became brighter. Unbearably bright, like fireworks up close. He saw the face of Albus Dumbledore staring down at him. The pain stopped, to be replaced with darkness which was blessedly cool. Albus Dumbledore sat in his circular office behind his antique desk, looking seriously at a curious stone bowl in front of him. It was carved with a number of ancient runes and Latin scripture, and appeared to be filled with strangely thick silver mist. The headmaster had not changed his clothes or moved since he had arrived in his office from the feast. He had simply been thinking. "Fox, I am unsure of what to do," he said heavily, sitting back in his chair. A beautiful bird perched on the back of the comfortable seat, looking as somber as the headmaster. The phoenix trilled pensively and bobbed its head, causing Dumbledore to nod gravely. "I don't want to exploit him, old friend. He is from a time where the strongest of us could break and go mad, which makes him more powerful than most of the Order. Before today I saw no sign of danger in him, but after the business on the express." Fox alighted from his perch on the seat onto the desk, next to the pensieve. Dumbledore stroked him gently, his face worn and tired. "He killed them, Fox. He killed over 5 Death Eaters without hesitation. I do not deny at the time it was necessary, but he murdered those men without a second thought. That frightens me, old friend. What has that boy become? And should I feel guilty when I think of how useful he could be in combating Voldemort? I consider him to be more of a weapon than a person at times." Fox just blinked and rubbed his head against Dumbledore's gnarled hand affectionately, causing the headmaster to smile wearily and move his pensieve to one side. "I feel the land of sleep calling me, friend. I shall contemplate this more in the morning." He rose from his chair and began to organize various different colored papers that littered his polished desk for the morning, casting delicate privacy wards over some of the more sensitive documents. As he finished and began to move into his private chambers, a beautiful silver tabby cat glided through the wall in front of him. It had a very stern demeanor about it, and landed noiselessly on Dumbledore's desk. He motioned with his hand, and the cat opened its mouth. "Headmaster, come immediately to the hospital wing. Potter is having some sort of seizure and we need your advice," said the harried voice of Minerva McGonagall from the cat's mouth. Dumbledore waved his hand again and the Patronus dispersed into nothingness. Nodding at Fox, he swept out of his office at a brisk pace, heading for the hospital wing. He met no one on the way, it being nearly midnight, and arrived quickly with some help from the castle organizing staircases efficiently for him. His face did not change apart from a slight tightening of his mouth, giving him a determined air. When he strode down the hallway towards the hospital wing, he heard voices from within, curiously muted, as though there was a silencing ward on the wing. "Poppy, he's still screaming, can't you sedate him? I have no idea what might be causing the pain, he seems fine apart from the spasms." "Where is the headmaster?" Albus threw open the hospital wing doors with a flourish, to be greeted with the sight of Harry, mouth open in what was clearly debilitating pain, thrashing around on a bed across from the doors while McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey attempted to restrain him with spells, none of which seemed to be working. His body was suffused with a glow, and Dumbledore could smell ozone. Frowning, he withdrew his wand with a flourish and cast a stunning spell at Harry, only to find it hit the boy's body and vanished. "We've tried that, headmaster, we only managed to silence him, and that took both of us," said Madame Pomfrey, wincing in pain as Harry's arm smacked her in the stomach seemingly of its own accord. Dumbledore rolled up his sleeves and walked over to the bed, still frowning. "Stand back, please," he said quietly, pointing his wand at Harry's forehead. The boy was moving faster now, his body now clearly emitting light under his skin, his scar standing out amongst the deep red. Dumbledore could hear a faint screaming, a sign of the silencing charm wearing off, and knew he had to act fast. He closed his eyes and muttered a short string of words, almost like a chant, and finished the spell by jabbing his wand smartly forward to touch Harry's forehead. The spell had a dramatic effect. The silencing spell broke, causing Harry's yells of anguish to start up again, and the red light emanating from his body intensified to a point where his body could be barely seen. Albus shielded his eyes and shouted for his companions to back away, which they did as a roaring noise filled the hospital wing, giving the impression of the apocalypse crashing down upon the school. And then it stopped just as soon as it had started. The red light vanished, Harry stopped screaming and the roaring noise abated. Dumbledore leaned, worried, over Harry, who now looked peaceful. He cracked open one eye and then another, looked at the headmaster, and then passed out with a sigh. Headmaster. Madame Pomfrey asked from somewhere behind him. Headmaster, what on earth just happened? And why does Potter look as though he's aged 4 years? Obliviate. Headmaster. What are you doing? Be quiet, Minerva. It is my deepest regret that Poppy cannot remember this incident. I can only be thankful that you cast silencing charms on the room before that magical backlash occurred. Harry's mouth was dry and his head was pounding with his heartbeat, like a deep drum which boomed in his ears. His eyes stung, even though they weren't open, and his entire face was itchy. He groaned from a parched throat and felt a wave of nausea overtake him, barely managing to roll over before he vomited over the side of the hospital bed. The voices above him stopped abruptly and he heard a deep voice vanish the mess before firm hands pushed him back onto the bed. Minerva, move Poppy into her office, stun her, and wait in there. That is an order, I'm afraid. Harry, can you hear me? Harry beeped weakly in response. What? Aguamenti, the deep voice intoned, and Harry felt the blessed cool touch of water against his tongue, and gulped it down eagerly. He felt the booming pulse of blood in his hearing recede after the voice. Dumbledore, it had to be, murmured another spell, and the stinging pain in his eyes vanished altogether. Harry, I'm going to ask you to open your eyes. Something has happened, which I had not foreseen. Harry drew in a breath at the hint of concern in Dumbledore's voice, and opened his eyes slowly, wincing at the lights of the hospital wing, even though the torches were dimmed. He blinked as he saw Dumbledore above him, as he had before when he had been having what he thought was a seizure. What happened, Headmaster? He asked wearily, not moving his head or arms, fearing the worst. His voice sounded loud in his ears, but he attributed it to his condition. I can only make an educated guess, Harry, but I feel you must first know that your body is rejecting the amount of stress you are putting it under, both magically and physically. Physical strain we can heal in an instant, but something has affected your body magically, something which isn't just plain magical exhaustion. Harry, you said you were picking up some artifacts. What exactly did you purchase? Harry closed his eyes with an internal groan. The rings he had bought were definitely not legal, and Dumbledore would not approve of him using them, although Harry reasoned that Dumbledore could shed some light on how to use them better, seeing as he had been hurt by them during the train battle. At the time he had needed an edge, any edge, and had been feeling paranoid at how weak he was compared to how he had been. At that point he didn't feel up to even moving his head, so simply said they were on his fingers, and Dumbledore tapped his hands in turn delicately with his wand. Oh Harry, what have you done? They aren't that dangerous. Harry, I feel you haven't grasped what has exactly happened to you. Dumbledore said softly, before transfiguring an empty vase on the cabinet beside the hospital bed into a long mirror and holding it above Harry's head so he could see his entire body. Shit, indeed. Harry could only observe in a sort of detached shock, a disinterested point of examination as the situation had yet to sink in. He looked nearly 18 years old. He had aged. Stubble lined his cheeks and chin, and his hair was shaggier than he remembered. His voice sounding loud also made sense now, it had broken artificially. You only needed to add scars to get a rough approximation of how he had looked in the future he had come from. His situation had gone from confusing but manageable, to completely screwed. So, Harry, tell me again. Are those artifacts, by any chance, performance-enhancing rings of a questionable nature, which you used without first consulting me and used them for longer than you were supposed to? They may have been, Headmaster, he replied in a dull voice, the severity of his predicament still failing to impact on him in any real way. So Harry, you used these powerful and dangerous items irresponsibly and in conjunction with some high-level magic, including the killing curse, the use of which I need to discuss with you separately, and expected your underage and underdeveloped body to be able to handle the strain with no ill effects. What is wrong with you? You claim to be able to handle yourself, and as a result I feel I shouldn't have to lecture you on issues such as this. Shit, indeed. The magic you used, as well as the constant ill effects of using the rings, would have killed you had I not released it with the hope that the result wouldn't be your death. Anything could have happened to you. I'm almost pleased it was simply you aging to compensate for the stress. Simply, me aging. Headmaster, I've only been back at school one day and I've fought off multiple Death Eaters, saved the Express, and now I've aged several years. People are already noticing I'm acting oddly. What do you think they'll say next? Harry, if there is one thing I have learned since you traveled in time and turned my world on its axis, it's to be ready to adapt on the fly. I will circulate that you had an adverse reaction to some Skelegro needed to grow a portion of your skull after the Express accident. I dare say it would cause your pituitary gland to go haywire were it to touch it if we were so inclined to experiment. And if I were you, I would cease with the self-pity. It is entirely your fault as an apparently responsible adult that you caused this problem, and you should be looking at the advantages of this. You no longer have the physical disadvantages of being underage, for example. The explanation largely went over Harry's head, but he was reassured that Dumbledore had a plan and had to agree with his spiel about the advantages. Heck, he didn't even need the rings now that he could properly train his body. And, he reminded himself, this was magical Britain, where giant killer snakes were hatched from toads and you could be cursed to vomit slugs. Forced growth was probably not as unusual as he thought. He forced down the panic that had threatened to overwhelm him and began to think critically. He needed to keep on top of things to have a hope of fighting Voldemort. I'll need to spin this as something I'm not too keen on, so as not to arouse suspicion. I reckon Fudge will probably be here once Umbridge gets wind of it. I think you need to run interference on her, forge some medical notes or some such and modify Madame Pomfrey's memory to make her think what you said happened if she is given truth serum. Harry, I doubt the Ministry will administer truth serum simply to verify a medical case. Headmaster, Umbridge sent Dementors after me in my 5th year in an attempt to discredit me, regardless of what the outcome of the attack was. I feel she isn't above some interrogation. Don't try to stop her if she does it. We need to keep out of the Ministry's way until Voldemort makes a bolder move which they can't shove under the carpet. I am forced to agree, Harry, loath as I am to want Tom to commit an atrocity which cannot be ignored. Incidentally, I have scheduled the first Hogsmeade weekend a week on Saturday, in around 10 days' time. Headmaster, you cannot be serious, Harry said gravely, propping himself up on his elbows into a sitting position and clearing his throat. Hogsmeade is simply asking for trouble. Harry, I cannot stop the weekends for no real reason. The Ministry would have my position, and Umbridge would be left in control of the school. It would be seen as an unnecessary act of defiance and control and used to get me on trumped-up charges. I've scheduled the weekend much earlier than I usually would as it is, and I say this with my deepest regret, a target for Voldemort to attack. I will be stationing heavy order presence in the town and hope Tom will be rash enough to attempt a raid, and then we will subdue it as quickly as we can. I will personally aim to protect my students in that case. And, of course, we will have you to assist us. We need to get this war into the open so we can fight it. I wholeheartedly think that is an incredible risky plan, Headmaster, but I'll do my best. He stroked his chin ruefully and sighed, and I'll just have to endure the stares for now, and at least I'm bigger than they are. I dare say you'll have to learn shaving charms, Harry, Dumbledore remarked with a smile, his eyes twinkling. Amusing, sir. What did you actually do to me to cause this? Dumbledore stood up from where he had perched on the end of the bed, smoothing out his extravagant robes. I used a charm to release the built-up magic in your body, which was causing the most interesting red light. You could have died, exploded, grown an extra arm, or had any one of a myriad of interesting things happen to you. The magic seems to have kept the result simple and made your body able to accommodate it better in future. Exploded. Sir, you aren't serious, are you? Dumbledore smiled, his eyes creasing with laughter lines. My dear boy, all I can say is that Mr. Filch would have been most displeased having to clean up had it gone wrong, he said jovially before calling for a tense-looking Professor McGonagall to come out of the matron's office and leaving the hospital wing in quiet conversation with her. Harry was left alone. Bugger, he muttered into the now darkness before lying back on his pillows. Tomorrow was guaranteed to be interesting for all parties involved. Dolores Umbridge couldn't believe what she was hearing. The headmaster had finally snapped. So you see, Dolores, Mr. Potter has suffered quite severe magical trauma as a result of the potion affecting his hormones. The aging effect looks quite dramatic, but it is cosmetic and should have no impact on his schoolwork or learning in these hallowed halls, you can assure the minister of that. Considering Mr. Potter's celebrity status, I have barred the media access to the school grounds for the time being. I'm sure Cornelius will have no further queries. This situation is quite straightforward. I will be informing the governors presently. Dumbledore sat back in his office chair, his fingers pressed together to form a steeple and a wry smile on his face. The smile infuriated Umbridge. She knew the old man was a fool who didn't realize the damage he was doing to the ministry's stability in these troubled times. Cornelius would flush out that new terrorist group that had surfaced, she was sure of it. Dumbledore would be shown the folly of his arrogance and be cast out like a leper from Hogwarts. Only then could the children be taught the proper ways, the correct ways, of learning. "Are you quite all right, Dolores?" Dumbledore said mildly, rising from his chair and shifting papers around his desk. Umbridge noticed she had begun to grip the leather armrests of the chair she was in quite tightly, and relaxed. "Certainly, Headmaster," she simpered. "I look forward to seeing Potter in my classes and rest assured I will not treat him any differently. I also heard that you have scheduled a Hogsmeade weekend soon. Are you quite sure this is wise?" "Dolores, I feel we need to get out and about and in the fresh air in these troubled times, to wash away our worries. And, as you have so thoroughly assured me, the ministry won't let anything happen to my students, I'm sure. Well, I'm sure you have classes to teach and I'm taking up your valuable time. I will see you at lunchtime, and Mr. Potter will return to classes later this week. Have a good day, Dolores." Umbridge nodded, a forced smile on her pudgy face, and waddled from the room, mentally wishing Dumbledore a painful death. Something was afoot. She just had to find out what. Cornelius trusted Lucius Malfoy, he might know something. She thought for a moment as she went down the rotating staircase and past the gargoyle, and then decided to pen a letter to Mr. Malfoy. He might be helpful in advising her on her next course of action. "Lay down your wand, Potter. This is the end." Voldemort spat angrily, blood trickling from a shallow cut in his bald pale brow. His robes, once fine and expensive, were torn and in tatters, stained with blood of dubious origin. "Come and get it, Tom," Harry growled, gripping his holly wand even tighter in his hand. He knelt, breathing heavily and clad in a black outfit, in the dust and debris of the battlefield, the blackened patch of ground that was all that remained of Hogsmeade. The sky above was an unhealthy purple, as though the clouds themselves were bruised and beaten. Lightning forked down at intermittent intervals. You could barely see through the thick darkness surrounding the combatants. They might as well have been fighting indoors in a dirt-floored arena. "This is it, boy, you have nowhere to run." "If I had nowhere to run, would I do this?" Harry said wryly, before screaming an incantation to cause bright light to burst from his wand in a dazzling shock of white. Voldemort raised a thin arm to his eyes, cursing his enemy, but Harry had already started to sprint as fast as he could away from the Dark Lord. After a short distance he felt a tingle as he passed the short-term wards Voldemort had thrown up as the duel commenced and he activated his portkey to safety, the Dark Lord's howls of rage in his ears as he spun away. Harry's green eyes snapped open. Only a dream. He had run that time. He'd run nearly every time. He'd been ambushed fishing for the location of the cup Horcrux under Polyjuice. He learned only after that it had been hidden by Wormtail in Godric's Hollow. After a brief intense duel with the Dark Lord, he'd fled. Never strong enough. A cursory examination of his surroundings placed him in the hospital wing. In what looked like late afternoon, Dumbledore's spell had taken it out of him, in retrospect with no one else in sight. His wand stood on the bedside table, along with a silver pitcher of water and a small note. Harry reached over, starting at the sight of his adult arms after so long, and unfolded the note. "Dear Harry," it read, "I have informed Umbridge of your condition. She was displeased from what I could tell, but hasn't let it show. The school has also been informed and so, unfortunately, that will mean the Dark Lord also knows through students such as Master Malfoy. I trust you can adjust to this. The Order is preparing for the Hogsmeade weekend, as I hope you will. The masses still do not know your identity. I have also confirmed the destruction of the prophecy copy in the Hall of Prophecies in the Department of Mysteries. I took the liberty of eliminating it myself and as of yet the Ministry has neglected to make a replacement. Tom will likely discover this eventually, but I was sure it would be beneficial for you to know. A.D. As soon as he finished reading the last word, the letter burst into flame. Evidently Dumbledore had been fiddling with charms on his covert notes. Things were moving along as well as could be expected given the present situation. Harry couldn't break his cover as it kept Voldemort consistent to what he had experienced, and Voldemort was pretty much playing into the Order's hands. Harry looked again at the table and smiled, seeing a slight distortion in the shape of a smooth, round pebble. The stone he had enchanted to hold his costume, disillusioned by Dumbledore. He checked for Madame Pomfrey and quickly got changed into the robes laid out at the end of his bed. He noted that they were for a young man rather than the 13-year-old he had been before, and he grabbed his wand to conjure up a small hand mirror. He had a slight darkening around his upper lip and cheeks, evidence that shaving would be required from now on, as well as hair that was more out of control than he remembered. Still checking he was alone, Harry rearranged his school robes and set about making himself look presentable. 10 minutes later and he was clean-shaven, clean, and had his hair cropped short at the sides and back, with some more length on the top. Judging by the sun shining brightly outside the infirmary windows, it was getting later in the day, so lessons were almost over. Harry quietly got up from his bed, gathered his paraphernalia such as his wand and phoenix stone, and stole out of the hospital wing into the carpeted corridor beyond. It was deserted. He hurried, barefoot. Lamentably, the house elves had failed to provide footwear, heading for the Gryffindor common room. He reached it, only passing nearly headless Nick on the way, who wished Harry good luck with his new appearance and complimented his look. Harry was unsure how reassured he was that a male ghost with a barely attached head thought he looked dashing. Entering the common room, Harry was on edge, paranoid that the 6th years would have a study period, or he had misjudged the time and it would be full. Thankfully he was given a clear run to the dorm steps, which he dashed up and into the 3rd-year dormitories. As he shut the door, the bell signaling the end of classes went, so Harry busied himself with putting on shoes and making sure he looked prepared and relaxed for the questions that were bound to come. He was looking to just deflect the majority of them and then plan a quiet time to visit the room of requirement to see what had changed in his new body later on in the week. Large-scale confrontation was best to be avoided. It wasn't the students who worried him personally, it was Umbridge and the potential trouble she could cause him depending on how nosy she was. Harry could deal with Aurors or Dementors, although Dementors were not his favorite of magical creatures, but he would prefer to have the law on his side for as long as he could. He noted his clothes had been carefully replaced with larger sizes, Dumbledore's work no doubt. He also realized adjustments to the Phoenix Stone's enchantments would be needed now, especially regarding the leg transfigurations and the sizing of the costume. After several minutes of lying in his four-poster and thinking, the door to the dormitory opened to admit Ron and Hermione, with Neville poking his head round the corner and retreating as soon as he saw Harry. Ron and Hermione, young caricatures of the pair Harry had known, gaped like fish. "Harry, whoa," said Ron blankly, his voice now irritatingly pitched. "Oh my goodness, Harry, are you all right?" Dumbledore said. "I know what Dumbledore said, Hermione," said Harry softly without moving from his relaxed position on the bed. "I'm all right. I've just aged, there's no side effects and everything other than my body is the same. Just treat it like I've got some disfiguring disease and act like nothing's happened." "Harry, mate, you're much taller than us now," Ron pointed out. Harry sighed. "I know, Ron. Just try to let it go." "I have. We'll tell everyone not to disturb you, Harry, or do you want us to tell them to just ignore it?" Hermione said tentatively, her eyes lingering on Harry's chest and face, which were both strikingly different from before. "Please, Hermione, that would be great," Harry said, grateful one of his friends had a useful head on her shoulders. The pair of them were becoming more of a hindrance than a welcome reminder of the past, with the initial nostalgia quickly fading into the nihilistic knowledge that they weren't the best friends Harry had fought side by side with and were just vaguely irritating copies. Sometimes it was hard for the last man standing to not be misanthropic, even if Harry had been given a second lifeline to fix things. "Umbridge was asking after you," Hermione ventured as the pair of them made to leave. "She said she wanted to invite you for coffee after the Hogsmeade weekend, and expected you to catch up on the work you're going to miss this week." Oh, and Ginny says she hopes you feel better. Harry nodded and smiled, waving them farewell. As soon as they were gone, he drew the curtains around his bed shut, charmed them to give himself some privacy, and set to work fixing the enchantments on his costume, little flashes of colored spell fire illuminating the darkened enclosure of his four-poster. Umbridge would just have to be stonewalled effectively until the Hogsmeade weekend. Harry felt things would come to a head there one way or another. Percy Weasley, Umbridge, Fudge, Voldemort, the Malfoys, the Order, the Phoenix, Rita Skeeter's slander, and making sure the war was won. Harry had a lot to consider. And that was only the things he had a handle on and knew fully about. Are you sure of this, Lucius? Voldemort muttered, scanning the distasteful pastel-colored stationery before him at arm's length. One of his trusted lieutenants, Malfoy, had been contacted by a ministerial undersecretary called Umbridge with some interesting information which had yet to be made public. Malfoy's own son had reportedly written in to confirm what Umbridge said. Potter had aged, and there was to be a Hogsmeade weekend very shortly. Both bits of information were very useful to the Dark Lord. Potter's magical misfortune was not unheard of and meant he would be easier to capture, being cripplingly unused to his age advancement magically and physically until a good few months of practice, not that Voldemort expected much of a fight from a 13-year-old. In addition, the Hogsmeade weekend provided Voldemort the perfect opportunity to make an appearance with his new body and break the enemy morale before they knew what was happening. Things had taken an advantageous turn. The Dark Lord glared out from under his sleek hair at Malfoy, who was kneeling and looking at the ground in fear. Well, absolutely sure, my lord. As I have said, my own son confirmed it, and the Umbridge woman has no reason to lie. Lucius barely kept the tremor out of his voice as he knelt before one of the most powerful men on the planet. Your information is very useful to me, Lucius. Leave and tell my Death Eaters to begin preparing for an attack on the Saturday of this Hogsmeade weekend. I want them to be equipped with potions and spare wands as much as possible. Use our decoy Gringotts vault or simply rob Ollivanders and the apothecary. Snape should be able to aid you with this. See that it is done. Yes, my lord. Lucius rose and strode quickly from the room, his long hair hanging almost limp and dull in fear while his clothes seemed to lack luster in the draining presence of Voldemort. Voldemort himself sat in the same living room he had stationed himself in before, holding Umbridge's disgustingly scented letter while surrounded by ignored decadents. He would kill Potter, and he would kill the old man. And he would do it on the Hogsmeade weekend. The old man's order was useless compared to the numbers and ruthlessness of the Death Eaters. And as for the Phoenix, that man who seemed to be bent on thwarting Voldemort's plans. He doubted that the masked enigma would survive more than a handful of spells in a duel with the Dark Lord Voldemort. One way or another, that Saturday would bring events spinning into motion. The day after Harry's return to the common room was, blessedly, a Saturday, meaning for all intents and purposes he stayed in his dormitory. His dorm mates had asked much the same questions as Ron and Hermione, but he had brushed them off in a similar way and gave off the general air of not wanting to talk about it, which they understood. No one commented on him apparently not leaving his room on the Saturday. After all, they would want to prolong the stares for as long as possible in his situation. In reality, however, the drawn curtains round Harry's four-poster concealed nothing. He was heading for the room of requirement in his invisibility cloak to experiment, having fobbed off Ron with excuses that he would go to the kitchen to have his breakfast. He had done some spell practice since time traveling but hadn't been able to exercise his full repertoire on the quiet due to the Weasleys keeping an eye on him, especially after the news of Voldemort's return. Grimmauld Place was also not available for his use until Dumbledore deemed it necessary due to pedigree under memory charms after his meetings with the minister and Harry revealing him being held there under guard. Harry stole down the grand carpeted hallways of the castle past unlit torch brackets and milling random groups of students of all ages, dressed in an enlarged black practical outfit underneath his cloak, which was now tight for space after Harry had grown taller. Eventually he reached the blank space of wall where the door formed and paced back and forth, thinking hard. I want a place with something to practice on. After 3 quick passes the nondescript door materialized out of the corner of his eye, allowing Harry to slip into the room. The room had answered admirably. Harry was standing in a large room made of bare-flecked concrete and lit by strip lighting at the top. Why strip lighting, Harry didn't know, possibly for aesthetics. It seemed to expand when Harry thought it should be bigger, settling at a comfortable size reminiscent of a small gym hall. Lined up against the stark gray wall opposite were a number of what looked like shop dummies clutching various assorted weapons. Harry could see a mace, flail, sword and a few scattered wands. "Show me how this works," he thought, and one of the wand-wielding dummies moved along with a sword-wielding dummy. Harry was impressed at their fluidity, aided by magical joints. It was identical to human movement except the human in question was featureless, androgynous and beige. The wizard mannequin fired a yet of red light at the sword dummy, and a loud buzzer sounded from nowhere to indicate the hit. The sword dummy then swung at the other dummy and another buzzer sounded on contact. However, the sword was blunt and merely bounced off the curved chest of the target. Harry understood the mechanics of the training aid, and approved of the room's ingenuity. He asked for a box to store his cloak in and placed it in the small chest that appeared by the door before whispering the activation word for his Phoenix Stone, transforming into his costumed self. His stylized cloak dropped to the floor with a whisper and his charmed bandana covered his mouth while not restricting his air flow. Turning towards the mannequins, he was startled to see several already advancing on him, various weapons raised. Harry simply raised a hand and took a deep breath, pointing his fingers at the dummies. "Let's go, Freccia," he shouted, sending 5 blazing arrows of light through the heads of the nearest dummies from his fingers and causing them to fade from existence as he killed them. The arrows faded as quickly as they came, revealing more dummies slowly walking through the back wall of the room, as though it was a waterfall rather than seemingly solid stone. Harry began to run at the first half-dozen dummies who were running towards him, leaping into them with a howl and knocking the first one down on the floor with a crash and causing him to fade out. Once he was surrounded by mannequins, he slammed his palms into the ground, muttering a concussion spell which threw the dummies off balance as the concrete rippled like water from where his palms touched the floor. He then jumped to his feet out and started shouting, blasting and repelling curses, sending dozens of the humanoid figurines flying through the air as he started throwing blasting curse-aided punches into their chests and abdomens. Once his training enemies recovered and began to bring wands and weapons to bear, Harry jumped and somersaulted out of the group surrounding him, aided by a whispered levitation spell. His cloak flapped in the wind from his jump, knocking his hood back and causing dancing flames to appear in Harry's vision. "Cultivio," he hissed, slicing his hand through the air like a karate attack, sending a distorted wave of air into the faceless opponents. Initially nothing happened, and then several of them began to fall in half slowly before fading out to be replaced by new ones. "Effodio," Harry spat, flicking his fingers at the nearest dummy and causing a galleon-sized hole to explode into its chest, fading it out. Finally the spell-using dummies began to counterattack while their melee brethren chased Harry around the room, unable to catch up to him with his magically assisted jumps and rolls. Red lights flashed around his head, batted away or caught and banished with his hands while he totally eschewed the use of a wand. Finally several sword-wielding dummies caught up to him, only to have their blades ducked and several Effodio curses slam into their chests and limbs from Harry's nimble fingers. Slowly he began to tire, the repeated punches and kicks from his booted feet and gloves hands taking their toll while his hands began to warm up considerably from the volume of magic he was pushing through them. He glanced up at the ceiling, thinking hard, and was rewarded with a kill counter displaying several dozen mannequins downed with no hits received and a constant 15 enemies in the room at all times. The red lights were becoming more persistent now, with Harry throwing up weak Protega shields around his chest and back to deflect them into other mannequins, causing them to fade out. With his wand withdrawn, Harry began to make complex movements from left to right, slowly backing up from the advancing dummies. Finally he finished his spell and blue crystalline darts began to spray from his wand at an alarming rate, stitching turquoise explosions across the bodies of the front line of dummies and causing the most severely hit to be completely dismembered. Harry followed up with a flamethrower-like spell to incinerate a number of the remainders in an oily pungent roiling tongue of flame, totally unlike the crisp clean burn of fiendfire but without the added danger of evil sentient fire. Red spells still spattered on the surface of his gray shielding with little effect other than little starbursts of color, the dummies seemingly unable to score a hit. Once the fire spell died down, Harry noticed no more dummies emerged from the wall. He looked at the ceiling and saw that he had eliminated 50 of them in a short order, which was pretty simple seeing as they only had basic attack patterns. While he pondered this, the back wall where they spawned from rippled and then began to release black mannequins, this time armed with a pair of wands and walking much faster than the ones before. With no warning, the first one out of the wall raised his wands and began to fire off red bursts at a quick pace, sending Harry diving to one side as a steady line of spells hit where he had been standing before. Before long, more black mannequins had entered the room and Harry found himself under a silent barrage of red light as he hid behind his shielding, pondering his next move. This time there were only 10 of the enemies, supposedly to compensate for their increased firepower. Before long, Harry flooded his shield with power, causing it to expand violently and stagger the black dummies, giving Harry an opening to retaliate with a quick barrage of Cultivio cutting waves and shocking spells, lighting arcing between his wand and the dummies, fading them out in short order. After decimating a second 10-man wave with a series of wandless Fodio spells, Harry called an end to the session, with 70 inches kills on the clock and a sweat on his brow. After a short rest in a nice chair conjured by the room and a series of cleaning charms, Harry stood refreshed in his Phoenix outfit, satisfied with the results of the session. His agility and strength were back to a level that meant he didn't have to compensate for them, although his stamina was a little weak magically. He spent a short while testing different spells on bullseye targets in the room, from bone breaker curses to inversion hexes. He was pleased with the results, having shown little to no deterioration in his repertoire from the time he had spent relatively idle. He felt he could use some of the more dangerous spells and rituals he knew, such as Banishing Inferi and Fiendfire, safely as well as maintaining his prodigious wandless magic abilities. If Voldemort or his Death Eaters attacked on the Hogsmeade weekend, which Harry was thinking to be likely, then he would be able to combat them until help arrived or they retreated. Voldemort himself was simply an unknown quantity, after his demonically aided rebirth. He looked different, he seemed to act different, and he could indeed fight differently. Harry looked ahead to that confrontation with no small amount of trepidation. Now all he needed was for the Prophet not to totally misrepresent things in the event there was a fight. Then again, it wasn't like he had his hopes up there. Harry H. Good lord, he's the size of a 7th year. Wow, we can date him now, can't we? I mean, he's technically old enough. I wonder who he's taking to Hogsmeade. He must look a sight in his classes, being that big. Harry strode past the clustered groups of fellow students, dimly aware of their gossip as he made his way to his first lesson of the week, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Sunday had been spent as Saturday had, in his room, getting food from the kitchens or in the room of requirement. Hermione had dropped in to see him along with Ron, and they had reassured him they would stick with him come Monday. He appreciated it, but he had faced worse gossip when he had done his 3rd year first time around. They didn't like Umbridge already, as all she had done was make them read during their lesson, but no one had complained, unlike Harry's previous first lesson with her. He had also received a letter from Sirius and Lupin, Sirius mainly making jokes about how he was getting ahead of himself on the dating scene and Lupin commenting on how it would help him when the storm broke and Voldemort revealed himself. Both of them were working on locating Voldemort's wand Horcrux, but it was apparently proving frustratingly difficult. Lamentably, he would have to spend his first lesson with Umbridge, and then he would be seeing Professor Kettleburn for his magical creatures lesson. Hagrid was aiding the Order with sending envoys to the Giants to keep them neutral, which was working admirably, so Kettleburn had stayed on this year, unlike the last time Harry had his 3rd year. He met up with the rest of his year at the entrance to Umbridge's classroom. They gave him askance glances or nods of recognition, and he simply smiled half-heartedly down at them in return. Only Seamus was anything approaching Harry's height. Harry wasn't especially tall, but compared to the 13-year-olds he was huge. Eventually the grating hem-hem of Umbridge sounded from within and the class filed in to take their seats. Harry's was slightly bigger than the rest. The class was as Harry remembered, with a few more ministry posters dotted around in light of the recent attacks. Umbridge obviously thought they were reassuring, but the pictures of stern oars and Fudge looking comically heroic failed to have that effect. "Good morning," she said brightly, seated at the front desk in one of her revolting cardigans. Harry repeated the words back at her almost on reflex. He'd done it for an entire academic year in his 5th year, and the rest of the class followed, having already had her spiel in their first lesson with her the previous week. Wands away please. Begin reading Chapter 2 from your textbooks. Mr. Potter, please come to the front of the class to discuss the work you missed. Harry gritted his teeth and walked to the front of the room, thinking hard about how he needed to keep his temper under control. Once he was at the front desk, Umbridge waved her wand and Harry felt the familiar feeling of a localized silencing ward settle around them. Evidently this talk was to be private. Mr. Potter, I know you feel yourself to be somewhat better than your fellow students, but you must learn that taking time off will not go unpunished, so I want you to complete the homework you failed to collect last lesson, and I will be taking 5 points from Gryffindor for you not coming to see me sooner. She said all of this with a sickly smile on her face, evidently wanting Harry to react. Certainly, Professor Umbridge, I'll have that for you tomorrow, Harry said dully, trying not to rise to her bait, knowing that any third-year work would take him minutes to complete. Additionally, Mr. Potter, if I find you spreading any lies amongst your fellow students, I shall have to take action. Do I make myself clear? Certainly, Professor Umbridge. Turn out your pockets, Potter. Harry's blood ran cold. His enchanted stone was in his pocket, along with a piece of paper detailing the results of his training session and some of the spells to get reacquainted with next time he had a chance. Cursing himself for his foolishness, he reached a hand slowly into his pocket and managed to cast a wandless disillusionment on the offending items, before pulling out his wand and some spare ink. Umbridge looked disappointed, tried not to show it as she looked at his turned-out pockets. Finally she dismissed him back to his seat, where Harry had an incredibly boring lesson of trying to read the textbook and failing to take an interest. So far he had dodged the proverbial bullet. Umbridge was obviously sniffing around but couldn't do anything overt as Harry wasn't really doing anything wrong apart from being an illegal vigilante and a member of the Order, despite not attending meetings. Now all he had to do was endure the stupid remarks of Malfoy in his next lesson and he would be fine. As it turned out Malfoy hadn't changed, he had simply got less vulgar due to his age. Harry studiously ignored his snide comments about half-giants and freaks while he listened to the partially limbed Kettleburn lecture on crop husbandry. The man was quite interesting, despite missing an arm and part of his right leg, and seemed disinterested in everything besides magical creatures. Despite this, Harry missed Hagrid. The remainder of the day passed swiftly and in a layer of mediocrity. Third-year work was boring, there was no other description for it. McGonagall and Snape, when he saw them, treated him indifferently and McGonagall still deducted Harry house points for not paying attention to her lecture. After one academic day back at Hogwarts Harry was already bored. The nostalgia of experiencing school life again had been swept away by the new conflict brewing, and seeing previously dead students walking around lost its appeal fast. Percy studiously ignored him. Diggory didn't care about Harry apart from staring at him because of his growth, and most of his friends were mildly irritating. Something needed to happen to shake them up. In preparation for this something Harry found himself sneaking to see Snape in his office after hours that night, under the cover of the invisibility cloak and with the aid of the map, which he had procured from Fred and George over the weekend. He encountered no ghosts or students on the way down, and found himself in front of the imposing oak door in short order. The map told him Snape was behind it, seemingly working. He knocked quietly and waited for the man to open the door, looking irate and smelling of potions fumes, before slipping past him, not easy given Harry's size, and removing the cloak. Snape jumped as he closed the door and turned around, whipping out his wand with a gasp of shock. "Potter, what the hell are you doing in my office at this time?" he snapped. "I've come to ask you for some help." The great Potter, asking for help. Whatever next. Amusing. "I need some potions brewed, mainly battle brews and some medicinal." With Voldemort, Snape's face tightened, probably mobilizing, "As you well know, I'll need some things to help me. Anything to give the edge, and I know the Aurors get some standard issue stuff I won't have unless you help me out. Potter, I will probably never like you. But despite this, I am duty-bound to aid you. I shall mix up a small batch of potions for you. I also feel I should inform you that I have to do the same for the Dark Lord since, as I have already told Albus, he is evidently preparing for something. Be on your guard. I am diluting the Death Eater's potions to reduce their effectiveness. It will be simple to pin the blame on poor ingredients, and in any case by the time the authorities are through with them, feedback about bad potions will hopefully be the last thing on their minds. I was expecting him to try something this weekend, never fear. I'll be ready for him. I appreciate this, Snape, Harry said, putting the cloak back over his head, his business complete. I hope this Phoenix character will also lend a hand. Merlin knows we could use one, Snape said with an uncharacteristic sigh, sitting down in his office chair. Harry grinned under the cloak and left the room silently, already mentally running through the spells he still had to revise. Saturday would make or break the Order's campaign and hopefully bring it into the public eye. The first time Ron and Hermione had had a Hogsmeade trip, in which Harry had been absent, it had snowed. This time it was merely overcast. The third years had all gotten up especially early on the Saturday morning in preparation for the Hogsmeade trip, with Ron being irritatingly perky in Harry's eyes. His size no longer drew unnecessary attention, except from visitors to the castle, and it had garnered a small article in the Prophet as well as a larger, apparently, section in which weekly earlier that week which was largely overlooked. Colin Creevey had supplied the photos. Harry had not been pleased. Come on, Harry, Ron said as they headed down the steps into the entrance hall to be ticked off. I can't wait to get to Honeydukes. If he was honest with himself, Harry was looking forward to getting out of the castle as well. He felt stifled by the regimen of boring lessons and simple homework, and Umbridge had not made things easier. Her lessons were less confrontational than before, but her educational decrees had already begun, stating that, potentially subversive, gossip was to be reported to a member of staff. So far no one had bothered. They met Hermione at the foot of the main stairs and filed past Filch, who had Harry's consent form, signed by Vernon Dursley, and into the crisp autumn air. It was mild, so Harry had chosen to wear a plain jumper and black trousers, aiming to make it tight-fitted if he had to move quickly. In his pockets he had his wand, the enchanted stone, and a small magically shrunken and cushioned pack of potions that Snape had delivered the day before. He noted subtle heat hazes on the sides of the road leading into Hogsmeade, disillusioned Order members. Dumbledore had fully briefed Harry the evening before on who would be doing what. Mad-Eye was the overall commander of the Order operation, with Kingsley promising to keep Order squads on alert for training purposes in the Ministry. Most of the Order would be in Hogsmeade waiting for any signs of trouble. Death Eaters had been spotted moving around in the village, but they were seemingly innocent for now, purchasing the occasional butterbeer or running errands. They were by no means the high-ranking inner circle, merely underlings who lived normal lives when not attending to their lord. Snape had reported nothing unusual apart from the equipping of Death Eaters with wands and potions. This in itself wasn't particularly suspicious, as that would just be a natural upgrade of the forces rather than preparation for an attack. However, Snape was not the quartermaster for Voldemort, so he couldn't say what else was being purchased. They reached the village in short order, with Hogwarts students of varying ages milling around the main shopping street and intermingling with the locals. Harry was barely listening or contributing to Ron and Hermione's chatter as they strolled along beside his tall form. He was more preoccupied with spotting Order plainclothes guards. Dung, Hestia Jones and Sturgis Podmore were just some of the people out shopping. Harry went in and out of several shops as the morning wore on. He purchased a variety of sweets in Honeydukes, examined some jokes in Zonko's. He realized Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes was actually far better quality and value, in hindsight, and endorsed Ron's idea of a butterbeer before lunch as it neared midday. He had seen the occasional shady character as he wandered around, and attracted a few stares himself, but nothing that warranted him taking action. It was just a normal day in late autumn. Maybe Voldemort wasn't going to attack at all. No sooner was the thought formed in his mind as he strolled towards the Three Broomsticks with his friends, he spotted Walden McNair walking out of the pub and into a side alley, looking mildly suspicious. He was a tall man with shaggy black hair and a long black set of robes which hid his frame well. He moved shiftily, as if expecting someone to follow him. Alarm bells rang in his mind. McNair was a confirmed Death Eater. He was in Hogsmeade. "I'll meet you guys in a minute. I think I left my money pouch in Zonko's," he said to Ron and Hermione, grab me a butterbeer and a seat, I won't be long." They promised to save him a place and he darted off away from the pub into the crowd. Once he was sure he had lost his friends, Harry doubled back and went into the alley one building across from the one McNair had entered. He stole along the dirty walled passage, listening intently, and found a side passage which connected the two. He pulled out his wand and disillusioned himself, looking around for anybody following him. Apart from the occasional person passing the entrance to the alley, there was no one around. Harry crept down the side alley and looked around the corner with an invisible head. McNair was standing in the alleyway next to the 3 broomsticks, crouched next to the wall and muttering a spell. Harry saw a small light flaring from the end of the man's wand and into the wall of the pub, creating a man-sized intricate latticework of white lines which Harry recognized as a series of blasting hexes. So maybe Voldemort was attacking after all. Harry whispered the activation word for his enchanted stone, feeling his outfit transfigure and change shape invisibly, before canceling the disillusionment charm and striding out round the corner towards McNair, who still had his back to Harry. "Perfect day for it, E.H. Walden," the Phoenix said merrily, causing McNair to start and dive forward, shooting a cutting curse over his shoulder which Harry batted away with a gloved hand. "Avada Kedavra," he spat, sending a green killing curse howling down the narrow alleyway into McNair's unprotected lower back, burning neatly through his robes and slamming into his flesh. The man slumped forward into the alley's dirt floor, lifeless. Harry strode up to him and rolled him over, ignoring the frozen look of anger on McNair's face, and then began to rifle through his cloak using the fading light of the blasting hexes to see clearly. McNair had a Death Eater's mask inside his robe as well as a small black rock made of onyx as a voice-activated portkey. Harry then saw he was wearing a necklace, unusual for a male Death Eater. There was a blood-red stone pendant attached to the fine silver chain, which was glowing brightly. As Harry studied it, the light slowly died from the chain, and Harry jerked back as McNair's portkey activated, sending him whirling away to an unknown destination. A dead man's portkey, so someone knew what Harry had done. Bugger. As he stood up, pulled out his pistol, and rushed back to the entrance of the alleyway to warn the order, his cloak flapping around him as he ran. Nearing the main street, Harry heard a series of shouts on the air, echoing from all over the village of Hogsmeade. Mors Mordre, sitting in his office reading an order report on Death Eater finances, Dumbledore peered over his half-moon glasses as Fawkes began to shift from place to place on his gilded perch, looking uneasy. Are you quite all right, Fawkes?" he said quietly, placing the report down and stroking the magnificent bird on its slender neck. Fawkes was staring intently at the window facing down into the grounds, so Dumbledore got up and walked round his old desk to look out of the small window, which afforded a spectacular view of the Forbidden Forest and Hogsmeade. As far as he could see, all was quiet. As he looked at the village, smoke gently curling into the morning air from several chimneys, one of his ward reporters, set up on Harry's insistence, burst into life on his desk, wailing shrilly and glowing green. An unforgivable had been cast in Hogsmeade. As Dumbledore looked from the reporter back out of the window, several green jets silently shot into the sky from the village, blossoming into skulls with serpents protruding from their mouths. "The Dark Mark, Fawkes. Warn Kingsley the worst has happened, and then go and restrain Sirius in the Shrieking Shack. We cannot have him engage the Death Eaters. I will round up the staff and go and assist the order. Hurry," he shouted, sprinting surprisingly fast out of his office and down the stairs, firing off several silver patronuses to the staff members he knew could help him. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, he smacked his hand onto the head of the gargoyle and shouted an incantation to put the castle herself on alert, a system which Harry had also encouraged him to update just in case. Within seconds, a calm female voice echoed through the corridors. "Could all students please go to their common rooms immediately? Do not panic. All staff members assemble in the Great Hall and await further instruction from the headmaster." The message began to repeat as Dumbledore sprinted faster than he had run in years to the Great Hall, seeing various students emerge from the library and bathrooms looking confused and frightened, even more so at the sight of their venerable headmaster running along with his beard streaming after him. He just hoped he would be in time to stop the students being harmed. Harry sprinted at full pelt out of the alleyway, narrowly avoiding a screaming group of fourth years. He skidded to a halt and grabbed the tallest one, a terrified boy, evidently a wizard, as he was afraid of the marks. "Run! Get everyone you can and head for the castle. Death Eaters are attacking," he barked, ignoring the look of shock on the boy's face and moving swiftly on after giving him orders. He could see no Death Eaters yet. The marks, over a dozen of them, hovered ominously over the panicking crowd. Harry saw several Order members ordering the children to run for the castle as the residents of the village began to collect their families and head for their homes. Sonorous. Harry cast on himself, aware that several people were pointing at him in his costume standing near the 3 broomsticks. "Hogwarts students, run for the castle immediately. Do not stop to pick up belongings or your shopping, your personal safety is paramount. This is not a hoax," he bellowed, his magical voice cutting over the screams and loud calls of the throng of students and residents. As people turned and took notice of him, several nearby nondescript residents pulled out their wands and fired spells directly at Harry, who was forced to duck and whip his wand in an arc to knock the worst of them away. The students seemed to get the picture all at once, and began to leg it down the main street towards the road to the castle, as the mysterious Hogsmeade residents kept up their assault on Harry, who was rolling and ducking to avoid the spells, which were extremely nasty curses. Quickly the main street began to clear somewhat as the majority of the students evacuated it, leaving the Order, Harry, some remaining Hogwarts pupils and 3 dozen residents, all of whom were now either attacking the Phoenix or shooting at Order members. Harry realized they were under Polyjuice just as the air itself seemed to be rent in two by the force of nearly 100 simultaneous portkeys appearing up and down the main street, along with anti-apparition wards being thrown up around the borders of the village and train station. The deafening clatter of boots slamming into cobblestones staggered Harry momentarily, who found himself surrounded by a plethora of black and red-robed bodies as the Aurors and Death Eaters arrived simultaneously, knocking nearly everyone off balance. Harry took advantage of the arrival confusion to open fire with his pistol on the nearest Death Eaters to him, scything down 5 in short order before leaping, assisted by a charm, onto the roof of the 3 broomsticks to survey the street below. In less than a second it was chaos. The portkeys had all gone off course due to the sheer volume of transportation magic being forced into the street, making the arrival locations of the various factions totally random. The Aurors, Polyjuiced residents and Death Eaters were cut down in equal numbers as the road literally blossomed into a multicolored cauldron of magic shields, spells and fire. Within 5 seconds the Aurors had fallen a short distance back down the road towards Dervish and Banges, while the Death Eaters did the same in the opposite direction, making a rough crowd of 2 sides facing each other between the 3 broomsticks and honeydukes, several buildings along from where Harry was crouched. He looked towards Hogwarts and saw a cluster of cloaked figures sprinting down the road towards the rear of the Death Eaters, evidently the teachers, and hoped that the students had gotten out safely. In the road he could see several bodies, mainly of Death Eaters and Aurors, but there were a few black-robed figures too small to be adults. Harry's blood ran cold. He was crouched, weapons in hand, right next to the main throng of Death Eaters, numbering perhaps 40 masked men as well as the Polyjuiced residents who had cast the marks, probably the vanguard of Voldemort's forces as there were no Inner Circle members or the big man himself. Presumably cannon fodder, as that was what Harry was about to make them before they entered the pub he was perched on to threaten the patrons. He disillusioned himself, making himself pretty much invisible to the naked eye when placed against the overcast sky, and took a running leap off of the edge of the 3 broomsticks. For a moment he hung in the air, his barely visible cloak streaming out behind him and his arms and legs outstretched, before he fired a golden spell downwards into the mass of black below him which shot through the air with a thunderous roar. The unfortunate Death Eater hit by the spell Harry fired simply exploded violently, bone and gore flung outwards at lethal speed, sending the Death Eater crowd sprawling and even killing the people next to the man who had died. Harry landed neatly and unseen in the blood-splattered hole he had opened for himself, already in the midst of flicking his wand in a series of movements which caused blue diamond-like darts to erupt from the end at a fantastic rate, tearing through 2 or 3 Death Eaters before exploding in small flashes of light. The force of the spell caused Harry's disillusionment to fail, not that that mattered with the sheer hectic disarray he had sent the Death Eaters into. The Aurors had begun to fire stunners and other disabling spells down the road and the small vanguard was in full rout within seconds of Harry going all out with his pistol and killing curses. It only took 30 seconds for the last Death Eater to fall, signaling the end of the first wave of fighting. The Aurors began to run down the road towards the Phoenix, who merely turned his head to look at them amidst the dead and stunned Death Eaters and then vanished under a disillusionment charm. Harry saw in the brief lull in the fighting the remainder of the students, including Ron and Hermione, ran out of their various refuges, screaming and crying as they stumbled past the Aurors and over the corpses of the fallen to run past the teachers, who had finally reached Hogsmeade. Dumbledore, Flitwick and McGonagall were present, with the rest of the teachers probably helping the students. Harry was satisfied, having resumed his invisible perch on top of the 3 broomsticks, that there were no innocents remaining in the village. But would Voldemort know that? Fully half of the Auror forces were dead or incapacitated, leaving around 20 of them along with 10 Order members and the teachers. Evidently the Death Eaters were more capable of using deadly force in a pinch in the initial confusion. They had all gathered in front of the massacred Death Eaters, the Auror commander talking to Voldemort while the other Aurors began to scan the deserted village for remaining Death Eaters with human detection spells and transfigured the corpses and stunned Death Eaters into small fist-sized blue rocks for collection and identification. Harry felt it rather than saw it. An immense pressure on the wards surrounding the village, a buzzing in his ears that refused to go away. Darkness clouded his vision as the pressure mounted, until finally there was a sound like breaking glass and Lord Voldemort apparated into Hogsmeade by Honeydukes, accompanied by his inner circle and 80 Death Eaters, arranged in a rough circle around their master. Harry immediately removed the disillusionment charm on himself as his allies below formed ranks preparing for battle, Dumbledore at their head. "Riddle, I'm here," he shouted. All eyes turned to him. The Phoenix, standing in blood-splattered red robed on top of the empty 3 broomsticks, flames licking at the hem of his cloak. Everyone waited to see what would happen next. Lord Voldemort apparated into Hogsmeade by Honeydukes, accompanied by his inner circle and 80 Death Eaters, arranged in a rough circle around their master. Harry immediately removed the disillusionment charm on himself as his allies below formed ranks preparing for battle, Dumbledore at their head. "Riddle, I'm here," he shouted. All eyes turned to him. The Phoenix, standing in blood-splattered red robed on top of the empty 3 broomsticks, flames licking at the hem of his cloak. Everyone waited to see what would happen next. It was him. The Phoenix. Lord Voldemort's teeth clenched as he looked at the mysterious figure who had caused much rumor in his ranks. It seemed his advance guard were all dead at the feet of the Aurors and the Blasted Order. No matter, they were less than expendable. Most of them weren't even human, as the Aurors would discover if they ever got round to examining the polyjuiced villagers. He was dressed in charmed robes of finest silk woven with dragon scales, making a flexible but solid battle outfit, and he wielded his U-wand as well as some other tricks to be employed in the heat of battle. Surrounding him on 3 sides were his inner circle, people like Roll and Malfoy, all slightly shorter than the imposing Dark Lord and wearing ornate silver Death Eater masks. He had yet to break out his most valued supporters, and some of them couldn't participate in the raid because of having to keep their public cover, so they weren't the elite he hoped for. In a large horde, restrained by the relatively narrow street, were his Death Eater minions deemed worthy of being outfitted by the quartermaster with a spare wand and potion kit, for battling the majority of the Auror battalions soon to come. The sun refused to peek out from behind the storm-gray clouds swirling above the battlefield, the weather becoming turbulent in response to the magic concentrated below. Still hovering overhead like macabre balloons were the dark marks cast earlier, their skulls grinning down on the battlefield below. Otherwise, Hogsmeade was a ghost town. A perfect place for killing his enemies and assuming the mantle of the Dark Lord of Great Britain. "Ah, the Phoenix," he said calmly, his mouth quirked up in a sardonic smile and his voice amplified by a wandless sonorous charm. "We meet at last. You and me, Riddle, leave your lackeys out of this." The Phoenix shouted, causing the collective heads of all assembled to turn to face him. Voldemort spotted Dumbledore at the head of the crowd of Aurors. This was going to get ugly. "You and I'm afraid if you want to have the honor of facing me in single combat you will have to get through my esteemed inner circle of Death Eaters," he said, waving a hand to indicate the silent sentinels in front of him. "Enjoy. Casualties are at roughly 50% and we can't portkey or apparate in or out." Dawlish said over 80 hostiles apparated straight through the Auror grade wards he cast on arrival, and we don't even know the identity of the attackers in the village. We have student casualties, Minister. Children have died, and we even got claims of the dark mark being cast. Kingsley shouted over the noise of the Auror operations room, a large room with several fireplaces, dominated by the large magical map of Hogsmeade pinned to the wall, showing the last magical signatures captured before the village was made unscryable by forces unknown, to the Ministry at least. Kingsley knew it was Voldemort. It showed a hazy cluster of red dots, Aurors, with some white civilian dots clustered in the main street, with one particularly bright light on a rooftop, facing a group of black dots which represented the unknown attackers. A list next to the map showed Aurors currently deployed, as well as Aurors whose dead man portkeys had activated or failed to activate when they should have, indicating casualty rates. People were working furiously in fireplaces on the other walls or scribbling onto parchment as Kingsley and Fudge stood in the middle of it all, debating on their next move. Be that as it may, Shacklebolt, I feel the Ministry should be more cautious before committing its forces. We don't know what's down there. If it's the copycat attackers. Sir, with all due respect, we need to send everything we have down there, and we need to do it as fast as we can. I've pulled everyone available bar the Azkaban guards and am assembling them now to be double-timed to the nearest plottable point of insertion. Umbridge has assured us the castle is locked down with all the students who made it out, but Dumbledore has gone to the village himself. Dumbledore. That old fool is meddling in a Ministry operation. I'll have him for this. Fudge crowed, taking his bowler hat off of his head in triumph and turning to dictate to his secretary about filing a legal injunction against Dumbledore. Kingsley gave him a look of disgust and nodded at an orderly standing patiently by the main fireplace to authorize the Auror battalion to move out as fast as possible. They would be arriving a good mile from Hogsmeade and then had to get to the place on foot, as Hogwarts wards prevented them from going anywhere else but the Forbidden Forest, which was madness given the situation. He just hoped 40 Aurors would be enough. Enjoy. There was precisely 1 second of calm before Harry's perch was simply obliterated by a plethora of magical energy, and the two opposing parties of wizards were linked by tongues of colored power impacting on globular shields. Harry himself had disillusioned himself again and leapt down onto street level, keeping low to avoid the first salvos of spell fire. The inner circle and Voldemort had retreated further up the road to wait, motionless, while the main bulk of Voldemort's forces engaged the Aurors, Order and Teachers. Harry ran unseen as fast as he could down the road parallel to the shops, aiming for the side of the Death Eater lines where there was only one column of people firing over each other's heads to force his way through. He was within 10 feet of the first Death Eater when the man he was aiming for evidently noticed something unusual, as he flung a killing curse in Harry's direction, causing Harry to duck into a slide and begin to open fire with his pistol. The man whirled to one side, letting the bullets hit his unfortunate companion behind him, and fired off another killing curse which Harry couldn't move to avoid. It slammed into the main body of Harry's firearm, splintering it into fragments and causing a tingly backlash of magic up Harry's arm, which he shook his veiled limb to vanish. Growling in anger behind his bandana, the Phoenix brandished his wand and recovered back into a run. Evertoxero, he snapped, and a sheet of dirty magical fire blossomed from the end of his wand with a roar, engulfing several Death Eaters and sending them flailing backwards into their compatriots, who were blinded by the thick smoke. Harry then finally reached the Death Eater lines, cancelled his flamethrower-like spell and began to fire small bursts of white energy which exploded into blinding flashes of light when they hit a surface, dazzling all the combatants in the road who looked directly at them. He jumped, assisted by a charm, over the heads of the majority of the Death Eaters, still firing the blinding spells from his hand and wand, and hit the ground running on the other side of the formation, which was still wholly engaged on fighting the Aurors and blinking off the effects of Harry's spells. "Bravo, Phoenix," Voldemort said mockingly, clapping his hands slowly. "Now you shall die." Harry cancelled his disillusionment charm, reasoning that the inner circle would be well versed enough in the dark arts to be able to see through it anyway, and stood ready, secure that no Death Eater would dare attack him from behind when he was Voldemort's target. 2 inner circle Death Eaters rushed forward, their silver masks glinting in the spell light from the battling groups behind Harry, and fired a pair of spells at Harry. He merely sidestepped both spells, allowing them to hit the Death Eaters behind him, and fired off 3 in return faster than the inner circle members could react. One of them hit the ground hard, buckling and spasming in agony as his right arm was violently twisted as though it was being wrung out like a cloth, and his stomach was sliced open neatly, filling the inside of his robes with organs and other viscera. He beeped quietly behind his mask and fell still. The other combatant whirled to avoid Harry's blue spell and turned to face him again, holding himself arrogantly as though he had pulled off a major feat of combat. As he turned, a fourth spell slammed into his mask, dissolving it with powerful acid and eating clean into his head, hollowing out his face as though it was a smooth red bowl of bubbling flesh. He fell to his knees and pitched face first onto the ground, causing a stream of thick red blood to pool underneath him and wisps of smoke to rise off of his corpse. Harry recognized Avery from the remaining hair left on the man's rapidly vanishing skull. "I'm impressed and overawed by your minion's power, Riddle," Harry said in a deadpan voice, taking a couple more steps forward down the cobbled road towards Voldemort and his Death Eaters. "But I have to reiterate, I want to fight you alone." Voldemort sneered, but looked slightly less confident than he had before. Finally he let a calm demeanor slip over his handsome face, and gestured imperceptibly with his wand. All 18 remaining Inner Circle members raised their wands and began to run towards Harry in a staggered line, firing spells as they went. He didn't move until the first few spells were about to hit him, then he sprung into action, leaping impossibly high into the air and firing a salvo of concussion spells into the ground beneath him. The Inner Circle members were knocked largely off balance by the massive earth tremors that occurred, allowing Harry to land gracefully where he had jumped from and run forward into the now staggered group, firing several spells of his own. "Come on then, Impleation, Fetirix, Avada Kedavra, Ventress," he bellowed, finishing by shoulder charging the first stumbling Death Eater and punting the man away with a blasting curse on impact. 2 more of the Death Eaters fell, one of them visibly rotting away under his robes and another gurgling as he struggled to remove a gigantic iron spike stuck into his chest. Harry followed up by causing several more blinding explosions of light as he began to fire more spells into the Death Eaters he was moving among, but having less luck as they began to throw up shields. He backhanded one Inner Circle member Lee with a red nimbus playing around his hand, the man's head literally driven off of his shoulders in a shower of bloody trachea and bone, and then fired an overcharged shocking hex into the chest of another Death Eater, causing the victim's body to glow blue behind his mask as a thick rope of lightning connected his body to Harry's wand. As soon as he had cast the spells, Harry back-flipped out of the host of enemies to give himself some space, noticing the survivors now pulling out their spare wands and downing ineffective potions to give them better reactions before Harry recommenced his attack. But Harry had more tricks up his sleeve. He pulled out a number of marbles from his pocket as he was in the air, transfiguring them into crude animals, more shapes with teeth and claws than anything, and dropped them into the enemies below. The Inner Circle shouted and cursed in confusion as they were set about by ravenous marble monsters, but the transfigured marbles were largely beaten back by the time Harry had landed and steadied himself. The Inner Circle were not Voldemort's best available fighters for nothing. Behind him the melee still raged, the duels now becoming closer and more personal as the Order and Aurors forged a salient into the heart of the Death Eater mass, the Death Eaters slowly losing their numerical advantage as it worked against them in the packed street. Harry could hear Dumbledore's booming voice shouting curses and binding hexes, evidently aiming to disable the Death Eaters rather than kill them, as well as the sounds of fighting in the narrow alleyways between shops. As he listened, his concentration lapsed and he was surprised to feel a bludgeoning hex slam into his abdomen, sending him sprawling onto the cobbles gasping for air as his red cloak flew around him. As quickly as he had fallen, Harry rolled, dodging several killing curses as well as other spells, and got to his feet to dive into the nearest building, which happened to be the post office, blowing the door clean off of its hinges. Inside, the post owls had all flown to safety along with the students, evidently sensing danger, so Harry was given a few seconds of respite to get to his feet and fish for his potions pouch. He grabbed the first vial he felt and pulled it out before downing it, feeling the refreshing pepper-up potion coursing through his gullet and stomach before filling his body with warmth and vigor, complementing the adrenaline rush in his veins. Discarding the empty vial, Harry paused for a minute, fired a powerful blasting curse through the window of the post office, as well as several more of the blinding flashes, before sprinting out of the door and throwing himself into a roll to avoid the inevitable spells which flashed overhead like deadly lightning. Around a dozen Inner Circle members remained standing, most of them dual-wielding wands. Harry finished his roll and found himself staring down their wands from behind his bandana as they arranged themselves into a semicircle around the post office door. As they say, Phoenix, game over. Voldemort murmured from where he stood just behind the half-circle. With that, over 20 vicious spells blasted into the Phoenix's crouching, hooded form, only to sail straight through and tear the pavement to hot shreds, leaving nothing but a small burning crater. In response, 6 silver Ephodio spells rocketed out of the post office's broken window and blew holes in several unprepared Inner Circle members, cracking their ornate masks and rupturing their vital organs as the spells passed straight through, while the rest deflected the powerful curses. The Phoenix strode calmly out of the door of the post office, his wand and fingers glowing faintly white. If you can't even tell a construct from a real person, Tom, then you're failing a bit as you get older. Enough of this. Voldemort spat, incensed by the use of his real name. He pushed roughly past his surviving Inner Circle members, his hair moving as he drew his power around him. You die here and now. Avada Kedavra. Harry delicately sidestepped the deadly curse, not even flinching as it shot through the door past his ear and burst into green flames behind him, setting the post office interior ablaze with magical fire. You're on, he said quietly, flicking his wand gracefully in a languid arc, before gritting his teeth and thrusting it forward violently, sending a cloud of pink marble-sized balls at Voldemort, who slashed his wand to knock them aside. The Inner Circle looked at their master and left him to duel the Phoenix, running into the multicolored melee between the Aurors and the Death Eater hordes. Harry lunged at Voldemort, firing off a killing curse while enveloping his right hand in a blue cloud of magic. Voldemort skillfully jinked aside to dodge the killing curse, and raised an opaque dark green bubble to block Harry's magically aided punch. On impact, the bubble was dented and then finally shattered into dust under the force of the blow, and Harry brought his wand up to unleash a close-range Sectum Sempra curse into Voldemort's side, which was blocked as Voldemort slapped the wand aside. Harry followed up by body-checking the Dark Lord, assisted by a blasting curse, sending Voldemort staggering back. Crucio. Riddle snarled once he had recovered, sending the blood-red Cruciatus at Harry from point-blank range. Harry simply threw himself flat on the ground and fired a blinding flash of light from the end of his wand, followed by a curse which snaked between the cobblestones like a yellow river, liquefying them into a smoking pool of acid. The Phoenix then quickly got to his feet, batting away a bone-breaker curse with his left hand and stabbing his wand into an oncoming thick orange jet of light to dissipate it harmlessly. I can't even kill him, Harry thought desperately as he parried another vicious curse from Voldemort. He's still got 2 Horcruxes. And there are too many combatants to fight him properly. I have to get rid of them. As he raised a purple shield with his left hand, Harry brandished his wand like a whip, pointing at the building behind Voldemort. Arcesso Fiendfire, he yelled, sending a red-hot bolt of magic flying through the window of the deserted house. There was a small flicker of light from inside before all the windows and doors were blown out of their frames with a crackling roar, the fire immediately consuming the house from within in a vicious backdraft. Fiendfire, Phoenix, Riddle said almost in surprise, before ducking to avoid Harry's killing curse. You mean to burn this village to the ground? Hopefully to take you with it, Tom, Harry said, literally grabbing one of Voldemort's inversion curses with what looked like a blue glove of magic and hurling it back at him as he sent another Fiendfire bolt into the post office, which was already blazing with green killing curse fire. Smoke began to rise into the air as the tortured screams of the magical fire animals echoed down the main street, obscuring the dark marks with ash and causing some of the weaker and injured Death Eaters to activate their ward-keyed portkeys to escape. Harry fired off a third Fiendfire curse and then threw himself at the Dark Lord again, casting a concussion spell to knock Voldemort off balance. He grabbed the front of the Dark Lord's robes, gripping his wand-holding wrist with his free hand. You'll burn with me, he screamed, head-butting Voldemort in the face and bringing a killing curse to bear. Voldemort's head snapped back, his aristocratic nose bloodied, but he retained enough presence of mind to knock Harry's feet from underneath him to send the killing curse awry. Harry clung doggedly onto the Dark Lord's wrist as he stumbled, slashing across the man's cloaked stomach with his wand. Sectum Sempra, he hissed, satisfied with the deep gash that opened in the armored robes and the blood that spurted out onto Harry's red outfit. Voldemort howled with rage and his body became unbearably hot to hold, the very air around the man becoming thick with magic. Harry was hurled away by the backlash, managing to right himself with a levitation charm and landing several meters from Voldemort, whose face looked indescribably livid behind his hair, which was in disarray from the static charge from his magic. "Who are you?" he roared in terrible anger, raising his hand into the air and slamming it into the ground with a flash of dark purple light. When Harry could see again, Voldemort was gone, replaced by a smoking web of purple lines in the cobblestones and the howling of the fiendfire creatures as they consumed the buildings they were in and began to spread along the street, rebuffed by the levels of magic being cast in the main road. Harry cast a filtering spell over his eyes, and immediately ducked as he saw Voldemort lashing out with a killing curse at point-blank range, the filter turning the Dark Lord into a hazy figure of purple smoke against the bright orange of the fiendfire. Harry retaliated with a snap kick to Voldemort's ankles before casting the counter charm to Voldemort's advanced disillusionment, which Harry didn't use owing to the unsubtle effects of casting it, sending the Dark Lord flashing back into the visible realm. "Who are you?" Voldemort howled again, hurling a killing curse at Harry as he staggered back. "I'm the Phoenix," Harry shouted over the din of the duels between the Death Eaters and the Order, before blocking the killing curse with some stone and resuming the lightning-fast duel. "Stupefy, Solemnius, Dolor," Dumbledore roared, firing a trio of spells with one wand movement at the multitude of Death Eaters in front of him. 3 Death Eaters keeled over, incapacitated, but Dumbledore had already moved on to transfiguring another pair into rocks before using them to knock some more Death Eaters unconscious. As some had said, the man had style. "Dumbledore, we have to fall back. That's fiendfire burning those buildings," Dawlish yelled, blocking the golden flare of light with a slash of his wand. "We'll be killed if we stay, the village is lost." "Pull the Aurors back, Dawlish, I will cover your retreat," Dumbledore said back, his voice quiet but amplified by a messaging spell so Dawlish heard him clearly over the noise of the battle. About 20 Order members and Aurors were fighting the Death Eaters in packs of 10 in the crowded street, and the numbers were working in their favor. Fully half the Death Eaters were dead or unconscious for but a few Auror casualties. "Minerva, we're pulling back, the Death Eaters are too strong," Dumbledore ordered, sending all the Death Eaters sprawling with a particularly powerful concussion variant, the air itself distorting with the power. As the back row lurched backwards, Dumbledore caught a glimpse of the titanic duel between Harry and Voldemort, the red and black figures fighting almost hand-to-hand with spell flashes illuminating the street around them. Behind him the Aurors began to run back down the road and out of the side alleys which some had fought in, casting various colored shields to protect themselves and their friends as Dumbledore and McGonagall set to work covering them. The Transfiguration Masters turned a dozen broken cobblestones into solid granite stags, sending them charging at incredible speed into the Death Eater lines, which broke like fish in a shoal before the stone animals. Seeing the Aurors retreat along with the teachers, the Death Eaters also activated their portkeys to flee the battlefield, most of them having had enough of the fight. Dumbledore ran down the road like a man possessed with McGonagall at his side, deflecting the odd spell from a defiant Death Eater who had stood his ground while his allies ran. Ahead of him he saw a wall of red backs along with Phileas, who was enhancing his speed with some clever use of levitation charms, and various Order members. As far as he could tell, no Order member had fallen in the battle, but he had no way of knowing. At last they reached the train station, some distance from the village proper, and Dumbledore looked back, panting heavily. The village was a wreck. 5 or 6 buildings were burning fiercely, sending great plumes of smoke into the sky like signal fires. Some dark marks remained from the initial casting, grinning evilly down on the blazing village. What was most striking, however, were the rapid flashes of multicolored light that still emitted from the main street, just out of sight from where Dumbledore and the Aurors were regrouping up the hill to Hogwarts. "Harry, smoke, sir," an Auror from the group taking point shouted, pointing to the top of the hill the Auror battalion was rapidly climbing. Tonks looked up and saw what he meant. Thick clouds of black smoke had begun to stretch into the sky like the devil's fingers. She dreaded what she would see when they got over the hill. Tonks was in a squad of 5 Aurors, one of 8 squads double-timing up the gravel path that lead up the grassy ridge overlooking Hogsmeade, which lay nestled in a picturesque shallow valley underneath Hogwarts. The oars had been portkeyed nearly a mile away from Hogsmeade at the foot of the hill, and had spent a good 10 minutes climbing it in relative silence, save for the muffled explosions and shouts they could hear on the wind coming from the village. Most of them didn't even know what they would be facing. "Sir, you'd better take a look at this," said the first oar to reach the top of the hill. Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the oar detachment of the DMLE, ran past Tonks' second inline squad from his rearguard group, his lion-like mane of hair blown back by the wind and his embroidered red and gold robes picking him out as the commander of the battalion. He crested the verdant hill and stopped dead, but Tonks could only see his back and the backs of the point squad. "Sweet merciful Merlin," Tonks heard him say, and she sprinted up the hill to see what he was looking at. Hogsmeade was burning. Tonks counted 4 dark marks marring the sky above the town, which was glowing with several intense fires blazing away in numerous buildings. From what Tonks could see, the fire seemed to be pulsing and moving within itself, which looked wholly unnatural and possibly a sign of dark magic. Spellfire sparked and flashed in the main road, but the combatants were obscured by the thick smoke and buildings. The top of the hill was about half a kilometer from the village proper. "Look, the first attack force," an oar next to her said, the rest of the 40-strong battalion having also reached the top of the hill. Tonks followed where he was pointing and saw a cluster of red figures by the train station, which was intact. Hogwarts loomed behind them, but there were no lights shining in the castle. Things looked grim. "We can't move into the village until those fires are burned out or under control," Scrimgeour barked. "We have no idea what kind of fire that is, and all we do is lose lives. I propose we skirt the village and meet up the first attack force, and hopefully Dumbledore, to get a sit rep. Follow me," he ordered, running carefully down the hill at an angle, to skirt the village and reach the Auror group, who had spotted them and sent up red sparks to signal their compatriots. Tonks just hoped too many people hadn't already died. Harry heard the retreats of both factions rather than saw them, as he happened to be running extremely fast away from a fiendfire basilisk Voldemort had summoned at the time. By the time he had subdued the conflagration with magical water, everyone was gone bar the Inner Circle Death Eaters, who Voldemort ordered away while Harry took stock of the situation. The main street was slowly being consumed by the fiendfire, and the temperatures were becoming unbearably hot despite the cooling charms Harry had applied to his clothes. The 2 combatants had moved down the road towards the 3 broomsticks and the station away from the flames, and were now picking their way over corpses as they fired spells at each other. But Voldemort seemed to be doing something new as Harry watched. After the Inner Circle members had portkeyed away, leaving them alone, Voldemort looked at the various bodies strewn unceremoniously in the main road and began to mutter a spell and flick his wand in rapid sharp movements, as though trying to write on parchment while being stung by something. Finally, he thrust his wand straight into the air and boomed out a final syllable of whatever spell he had been casting, and Harry's jaw dropped in horror. The corpses began to get up, black tendrils of magic swirling about their limbs as they rose from the ground, puppet-like. Voldemort had animated in fury in less than 10 seconds flat, something Harry had never seen before. The man was a monster. "Let's see how you handle my pets, Phoenix. I learned this particular variant when I was brought back to full power." Well, that made sense. Demons tended to impart dread knowledge such as reanimating the corpses of children as a matter of course. Harry could only watch in shock as the cadaver of a Hogwarts 4th year slowly got its balance, cracked a broken arm back into place, turned to face him and scowled in hate, its eyes blazing as red as the fires behind Harry. 6 in fury of varying origin arranged themselves around Voldemort, who looked at them darkly, brushing his hair out of his eyes. "Kill him," he said, before hurling a killing curse at the Phoenix. Harry dodged the killing curse simply, before readying his strongest fire spells to kill the shambling monstrosities. But, again to his horror, they forced their recently deceased bodies into a loping run, letting out an unearthly screech as they rapidly closed the gap between Voldemort and Harry, their eyes glowing an evil red. Unable to spend time thinking about this turn of events, Harry met the first one, a Death Eater whose robe was mostly burned away, with a magically assisted punch, entirely disintegrating its head and sending the body flying backwards. As a child Inferius reached him, it leapt to attack, forcing Harry to cast a strong Sectum Sempra to bisect it in the middle, its top half flailing and gnashing its teeth as he banished it into one of the fiendfire pyres that smoldered aggressively behind him. Voldemort decided at this point to press his advantage, letting fly with a deadly combination of unforgivables and other lethal curses. Harry was forced to shield the ones he could with the strongest shield he could muster with his left hand, a red crystalline construct which rang like a gong whenever a spell hit it. With his wand Harry began to set the remaining Inferi on fire, only to see that didn't affect the agile corpses in the slightest. He was forced to duck as another student cadaver jumped clean over his head with a scream, and he managed to blow an X-Auror in twain with an exploding hex to the stomach. "You can't win, Phoenix!" Voldemort yelled mockingly, arcing yet another killing curse in Harry's direction, forcing the costumed hero to fling a blackened hunk of rock into the curse's path while removing an Inferi's legs. "Tell me who you are and I might just let you live." "I've told you," the Phoenix shouted back, holding up his crystal shield, which was slowly exhausting him, and finishing off the last two Inferi by firing FODO curses through their slackened, undead faces. "I'm the Phoenix." "That is not an answer." Voldemort spat in rage, the air beginning to warp subtly around his form as he got steadily angrier. "You will submit to me, Phoenix, or die." Harry dropped the shield, stood his ground, silhouetted against the cursed buildings behind him, which were now pillars of roaring flame, dotted with discernible shapes. "The day I submit to you is the day the wizarding world falls. Here's your answer." He took a deep breath, focusing, and started to run swiftly towards the Dark Lord, sidestepping smartly to avoid the killing curses that hissed past his head, and waved his wand in a wide sweep. Broken cobblestones warped and shifted into sharp blades of stone, before whizzing at the Dark Lord, forcing a surprised Voldemort to deal with the granite attackers, allowing Harry to get closer. "This ends here," the Phoenix bellowed, before bringing a killing curse to the end of his wand and leaping, assisted by a levitation charm, high into the air over Voldemort in a front flip. Avada Kedavra! The green bolt, Harry's hate personified into lethal killing magic, rocketed through the air towards the back of Voldemort's unprotected head. But Voldemort was not one of the most dangerous men on the planet for nothing. Quicker than Harry would have thought possible, he turned and bent back sharply, the curse practically parting his hair as Riddle dodged. Voldemort's wand shot forward like a viper, letting loose with a brown strangling curse in response, which met a silver-piercing hex Harry had just fired. "No!" Harry yelled as he fell down to the ground, the two spells colliding in a burst of light as all time seemed to freeze, illuminating the two combatants in a flash of gold. Dumbledore hurried down the hill next to the station, aiming to meet Scrimgeour halfway and tell him what had happened. As he slid over the grass, which was still damp from the morning dew, he heard a muffled explosion from Hogsmeade, and snapped his head to the left. The thick columns of smoke were still spiraling lazily upwards and the fires were still burning, albeit less brightly now that the Fiendfire's caster was no longer fueling the flames, but that was not what Dumbledore was looking at. He was more preoccupied with the overwhelmingly bright yellow light beaming from between the houses and reflecting off of the windows, seemingly the product of some spell. As he watched, the dark marks were overpowered and dispelled into nothing by a golden dome of magic, and a sound reached his ears, echoing over from the center of the wrecked village with a haunting, beautiful melody. Phoenix Song. In 1 second, Harry's plans fell apart in an explosion of beautiful light and song. He was blown hard into the ground, just managing to keep his balance, as the Priori Incantatem phenomenon took effect, much to Voldemort's shock. The Dark Lord stared, transfixed, at the deep golden beam connecting their two wands, and gripped his weapon with two hands, as Harry grabbed his holly wand and held on with all his strength. The Phoenix Song got louder and louder in his ears, before finally the golden thread splintered into a myriad of light dendrites. Like a fast-growing tree they exploded outwards and interconnected to form a glistening golden dome above the two combatants. The hemisphere of magic expanded upwards and sideways until it filled the broken, destroyed main street, percolating through the walls of the houses that it met and fusing with the burnt debris destroyed by the Fiendfire. Every time it touched flame the holocaustic fire guttered and died. Not even the cursed flame could stand up to the combined power of Harry and Voldemort. "What is this?" he heard Voldemort hiss, in what sounded like fear. The man's robes, torn and bloodied, were whipping around him along with his hair, and his black eyes were wide as he stared, unblinking, at the thread. Harry's robes were similarly flapping about, and he could smell the tang of ozone and taste almonds in the epicenter of the phenomenon. He waited for a tense beat, and then saw the center of the thread bulge slightly, like there were beads of radiant light threaded onto the beam of magic. As soon as they had formed, he put all other thoughts of revenge and battle strategy out of his mind and slammed his will into the beads, forcing them down the thread rapidly as Voldemort fought to understand what was happening. As he inched closer and closer to ramming the beads down the Dark Lord's wand, Harry's emotions began to boil up. "This is it, Voldemort," he shouted, laughing madly, "this is the end for you." "What is this magic, who are you?" Voldemort screeched, finally slowing the inexorable advance of the magical beads. "I will find out who you are, Legilimens." And that was when Voldemort's overwhelming magical mind probe slammed into the Phoenix's occlumency barriers, tearing them to pieces in the strain and stress of the moment. Rage, burning, all-encompassing anger and utter hatred of the man standing before him. He knew what was happening, he knew what to do. He knew how to kill the sorcerer fighting him. He knew he was stronger. He would succeed this time. He, Harry Potter, would strike down the man before him and watch as his corpse burned and writhed in its death throes. Then he would revel in cathartic ecstasy, finally fulfilling the prophecy and breaking the deadlock of inevitable destiny. He would win. Sparks danced in Voldemort's vision as he felt an occlumency barrier slamming into place, but he had seen enough. Harry Potter. The Phoenix was Harry Potter. When Harry had first had some moments to himself after Voldemort's rebirth, he had prepared for the eventuality of his Phoenix identity being compromised, his Plan B. The plan was fairly audacious, involved a lot of rapid assassination and widespread displays of power, and hopefully would send Voldemort spinning into an early grave, but would probably fall apart within a day of it being implemented. Plans tended to work like that. Of course, that all rested on whether he could escape the dangerous magical feedback loop locking the two wands in place, and causing crackling bolts of energy to ripple across the outside of the golden cage of light. Last time nothing but a small burst of energy had happened when he had broken the link. This time he wasn't so sure he would be as lucky. Voldemort's magical probe whipped from his mind, ending the piercing pain of the search, restoring Harry's vision and sending his emotions roaring back in a tidal wave of fury. Instantly the beads of light shot in Voldemort's direction, almost sinking into the Dark Lord's wand. Voldemort's face was contorted in a mixture of anger and what looked like genuine fear. He looked like Harry remembered him in the previous timeline, gaunt, white and stiff, like dead skin stretched over a lanky spider-like frame. Voldemort's face shone a sickly yellow in the light of the dome as he opened his mouth slightly. "Potter," he whispered, before the beads sank into his wand in his moment of lapse, and Hogsmeade shattered in a whirlwind of lightning and fire, with the very air itself ignited in fury. "Dumbledore, what in Merlin's name is happening to Hogsmeade?" Scrimgeour shouted over the haunting Phoenix song. "Death Eaters have attacked the town, Rufus," Dumbledore said gravely, gesturing at one of the remaining half-formed dark marks, which was slowly being broken up by javelins of golden light issuing from the dome in the distance. "Fudge said you'd say something like that, but I have to say I agree with you here, Dumbledore. Those aren't copycat killers. They're too organized. I saw the scrying screen before I left the Ministry. There must have been 80 of them apparating in." "Indeed. I should also tell you that the man you've been hunting, the Phoenix," Dumbledore was cut off by an ear-splitting high-pitched keening, which precluded the complete destruction of Hogsmeade Village. The several dozen people arrayed across the hill by the station snapped to look at the village, several hundred meters away. The golden dome had burst into a searing blood-red inferno, illuminating the dark afternoon sky with tongues of fire. Hogsmeade itself seemed to have had a neat section of it simply scooped out by the magical hemisphere, while the igniting of the dome had sent a pulse of devastating force through the rest of the village. The remaining erect buildings, Dervish and Banjas, Zonkos, part of Honeydukes and Madame Pudafoots among them, teetered dangerously, then collapsed in on themselves, sending a hot wave of dust and ash billowing outwards from the epicenter. Dumbledore, the Order members and the Aurors all cast bubble-head charms simultaneously as the cloud of hot soot and dust hit them, obscuring their vision. When the dirty air cleared, all that was left was a wasted mass of rubble and debris, as though a Muggle bomb had directly hit the main road running through the village. Dominating the scene was a crimson firestorm roughly resembling the Priori Incantatum Dome, twice as tall as a house and as wide as the main street. The Phoenix song had stopped. "Shit," Scrimgeour said succinctly. Harry found himself face down on a burning hot cobblestone road as he was jerked unpleasantly back into consciousness. He cracked open his eyes, and saw that the light shining onto his cut and bruised hands and the blackened floor had turned a deep red. He screwed his eyes shut, groaned, spat out blood, and rolled onto his back, feeling like he had been hit by the night bus. All he could do for several seconds was breathe, coughing on the dust-laden filthy air. He felt as though he was in hell. It was incredibly hot wherever he had landed. He could feel blood oozing from a cut on his forehead. As a drop of it began to roll down towards his eyebrow, he took action. He fumbled for his potions pouch and thankfully found it intact in his pocket, managing to down a potent mixture designed to get him back on his feet fast, despite the potentially volatile nature of the ingredients. Energy flooded his veins and he jerked himself up and onto his feet, before finally opening his eyes, and almost immediately shutting them again because of the dusty air. He cast a small protective charm on his eyes and throat before opening them again. He could barely remember what had happened, only that things were severely fucked up. Voldemort knew who he was, a lot of people were dead, and it seemed that Hogsmeade had turned into hell on Earth. All around him was on fire. He could see a barrier, arcing over his head and encircling what remained of the cobbled main street and some miscellaneous debris running alongside, a short distance ahead of him. It was an undulating wall of incandescence, which was as hypnotic as the slightly scuffed decorative flames licking at the hem of Harry's robes. He carefully reapplied his cooling charms, feeling sweat sticking his transfigured outfit to his chest and back, and pulled his hood down to let air get to his head. Bodies were still everywhere, some charred to a crisp, some obviously hit by the spells Harry and Voldemort had used when they were fighting. He could see a number of students' corpses, but no one he immediately recognized. He shook his head, feeling woozy from the explosion, and noticed a spark of green light along the main street, illuminating the thick dust hanging in the air which he had initially choked on. His sluggish mind processed that it was a killing curse a fraction of a second after his reflexes did, and he flung himself to the side as it whizzed past him. So Voldemort had survived. He was going to slaughter the boy. Cut off his legs and stamp on his throat, rip out his eyes and feed them to him, bend his arms backwards and break them before healing them and doing it again. He'd feel what the death Voldemort himself had experienced 13 years before had felt like. He would make him feel a suffering that would have him begging for death long before the end was in sight. Potter would pay. He had no idea how the boy had got so strong, and he was frankly frightened about it. The last time he had felt fear was when he was a boy discovering the strange powers he had had over others, and that had given way to arrogance in short order. Of course, he would have nothing to worry about if he killed the upstart before this got out of hand. Voldemort followed up his Avada Kedavra with a series of wide-cutting curses, aiming at the dark shadow he could see in the red dust ahead. The crimson light made it hard to see, as the sun on the other side of the wall of fire was obscured and diffused. His teeth were bared, his hair was matted with sweat and dirt, and his robes were ruined, despite still doing the job of turning away curses that could potentially kill him. The Dark Lord was a mess. He tracked the dark shape through the thick foggy grime, keeping low and firing off curses intermittently before running to one side to avoid being pinned down by Potter. He was enclosed in a small arena with the boy. He would pin him into a corner eventually. He stumbled over a faceless corpse, charred and broken by the Priori Incantatum explosion, and lost track of Potter in his moment of distraction. Cursing, Voldemort whirled around, looking in all directions through the thick clouds obscuring his vision for a moving shape in the distance. Finally, he spotted one. He snapped. With a growing roar, he ran across the road, breaking the otherwise silent landscape with a series of bellowed curses, causing the shadow to buck and collapse as it was struck with a hail of blazing curses and spells. He had managed to finally down his unaware opponent. As he prepared to approach the corpse and check Potter was actually dead, a man slammed into his side, knocking the wind out of the Dark Lord and sending him into the hard ground. He saw stars as his head hit the ground, and winced in pain as he felt a fist drive into his side, and then his cheek, before finally wrenching his wand hand to one side and pinning it. Looking up blearily, Voldemort saw a man get to his feet, silhouetted against the red fiery sky above, a booted foot grinding his wand hand into the ground. Like I said, Tom, you can't tell the difference between a construct and the real thing. Avada Kedavra. Before the green light of rushing death hit him in the face, Voldemort managed to wheeze out one word, his mind reeling in shock from the suddenness of his defeat. Mors Mordra. He felt a tugging sensation somewhere around his midriff, and vanished as the killing curse blew up the burnt street where he once was. Dumbledore was the only one brave enough to approach the maelstrom, despite the excuses spouted by the Aurors. He was standing scant feet from the wall of fire, protected by potent cooling charms and protection charms on his sinuses, throat and eyes to ward off the dust. Hogsmeade had been locked down and all available Ministry personnel had been called to the area to assist. As Dumbledore stood, alone, he heard the bustle and chatter of the Ministry workers over the roar of the magic as they set up a perimeter of wards and sent delegates up to the castle to ensure everyone was okay. Finally he heard a slight ringing coming from the conflagration, and felt the prickly heat lessen as a bulge developed in the fire. After a second or two a burning figure erupted from the swelling, collapsing face first on the ground and rolling frantically to put the flames out as Dumbledore knelt and pushed the man onto his back. It was Harry, and he looked in a bad shape. His hood and cloak were badly charred, and Dumbledore could see his throat and eyes were inflamed despite charms put on them. The dust must have been thicker inside the dome. Multiple bruises and small cuts coated his body, and he was breathing rapidly, but nothing was life-threatening. As he examined Harry, the Priori Incantatem bubble began to shrink and fade, the sound of crackling fire fading from earshot. "Headmaster, he knows who I am," Harry gasped, grabbing Dumbledore's arm suddenly. "Please, Headmaster, I need to get out of here. Ron and Hermione need to get out of here, their families are in danger. Sirius is in danger, the Order is in danger, we need to do something. Harry, my boy, at this present time I only two things to say to you. The first is that the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix are located at number 12, Grimmauld Place. The second is Dolar," he whispered softly, gently removing Harry's grip on his arm as the boy fell into a deep slumber. Checking over his shoulder and noticing Ministry personnel rapidly approaching, Dumbledore hurriedly turned Harry's right glove into a portkey, sending him spiraling away towards a secure room in Grimmauld Place. He would send Snape in to tend to his wounds later. The man was a capable healer, and he was sure Voldemort would not summon Snape until he had had a chance to regroup. He would have to move fast, as the political, economic and social fallout from this attack was going to be unbelievable. Fudge was gone for sure. "Dumbledore," Scrimgeour said, reaching the point where the magical dome once was. "What did you do?" "I did nothing, Rufus. The man who calls himself the Phoenix just fell through the fire, mumbled something nonsensical about being late for tea and portkeyed away. He was quite delirious. I'm afraid I could do nothing to stop him, bar joining him for the ride. Damn it, we needed him for questioning. We're getting reports from the scrying screams from after the Aurors retreated that I don't even know how to interpret. People are babbling about you-know-who being back. Dumbledore, could he? He's back, Rufus, he's back." Harry awoke the next morning feeling as though he'd had a wrestling match with a troll, lost, and then attempted to outdrink said troll and been assaulted by Hagrid to round off his evening. He was in a bedroom lit by light filtering in through the white silk curtains covering a large bay window. He recognized it as one of Grimmauld Place's many guest bedrooms, and he himself was in a large king-sized bed. He could see his school trunk and various personal effects by the robust wooden door, which was glowing faintly blue from a complex web of security charms and wards. Everything in the room gave off a feeling of ancient elegance, and it was clear that the room had once been magnificent. Now it was simply lacking a spark of life. The carpet was dusty, the dresser was unpolished. The energy had left the room. The same could be said for the rest of Grimmauld Place. He was interrupted from his reverie by a blazing flash of light and burst of song, which heralded Albus Dumbledore and Fawkes the Phoenix. "Good morning, Harry," Dumbledore said simply, before Fawkes disappeared as he had arrived. Dumbledore looked as though he had aged a decade. Lines creased his face like valleys and two deep purple marks were present under his eyes. "Dumbledore, What happened to me? I feel awful, Harry said, his voice hoarse and dry. Harry, that is an exceedingly long story, Dumbledore signed wearily, before summoning the chair by the window over to where he was, and sitting down in it next to the head of Harry's bed, where he was propped up on pillows. Harry, everything has changed. When you came back from the future you experienced, you found you could predict events to a reasonable accuracy by comparing them to your knowledge. Now I fear that is going to become a lot more difficult. Hogsmeade is gone. There were several dozen deaths, several of them Hogwarts students, an untold amount of galleons worth of damage and the total destruction of all but 2 standing buildings in the village. Only the station and the Shrieking Shack were saved. I've moved Sirius into this house until further notice. Voldemort has also uncovered your identity, according to you. Professor Snape was called to his side almost immediately. I had not foreseen this. He says the Dark Lord is beyond furious, but neglected to punish his remaining Death Eaters, instead forcing them to win the Dementors to his cause and then break into Azkaban, wherein he will force the inmates onto his side and reclaim his most valuable supporters. Voldemort has also moved into a stage of total warfare. Most of his Death Eaters have now been forced to break their cover and join his side at the Riddle House or wherever he has chosen to base himself. The Ministry is in chaos. Fudge has been immediately ousted through pressure from Amelia Bones, Rufus Scrimgeour and myself. He cannot be allowed to continue governing magical Britain when his priority was to incriminate me rather than address the situation of Lord Voldemort attacking our only fully magical settlement. He is currently under informal house arrest by the Order. Umbridge has also been sacked. Rufus Scrimgeour is now the Minister for Magic, and is coming round to the idea that the Phoenix is on his side. However, I'm sure you have plans in this area. And thus stands the situation. After one rather hectic night, I had to conduct more than one time-Turner extended meeting with the various people involved. You, however, are probably the most important person in all of this, even if they don't know it. Bugger, Harry said finally, after a long pause. That happened sodding fast. I remember the battle. That was intense. Voldemort is stronger than he was before. He knows some new tricks as well. Some of the students were turned into Inferi. I only just managed to beat them back. I saw, Dumbledore said quietly, and Harry saw his eyes water as the venerable headmaster bowed his head. Headmaster, I think I know how we need to move from here. The Order isn't very strong, to be frank. We have several competent fighters, but only you, some of the Aurors and I are worth a damn in any sort of high-level conflict. Voldemort has moved into total warfare. We need the Ministry and the Order to do the same. Harry, my boy, are you saying that you want to take a direct hand in all of this? Well, it is the Order of the Phoenix, is it not? I don't particularly want to crash your party, Dumbledore, but I've been in a wizarding war, as have you. But you left it too late last time. Voldemort nearly won. I know what has to be done. I did it alone for years. Dumbledore sighed and rubbed his eyes gently. Harry, I'll arrange a full Order meeting for you. As it stands, Snape, myself, Sirius and Remus know your identity, and we have all the Horcruxes bar one, as Voldemort is unable to make more Horcruxes at present. The demon who created his body may not be aware of the current set he has, but if he splits his soul again there will be hell to pay, if you'll pardon the pun. We have the advantage, Dumbledore. We just need to exploit it and put an end to this. Dumbledore nodded gravely, getting up from the chair and turning to leave the room. At present everyone thinks you've been kidnapped. The public fears the worst. Ron and Hermione are particularly upset, but I have put them and their families under enhanced security regardless of this. I will introduce you to the Order this afternoon. I would make sure you know what you're going to say. We have no time to lose. Harry closed his eyes and sighed heavily as Dumbledore left. He was beginning to limber up. Whoever had healed him, Snape. Dumbledore had said he knew about his alter ego, had done an excellent job. As he got out of the Majestic 4 poster and got himself dressed, Harry's mind began to whir into action. The Order needed to be marshaled into a force to rival the Death Eaters and whatever allies they had. As Dumbledore had said, they had no time to lose. Earlier, in the dark private chambers of the Riddle House, a cold circular stone room containing little decoration apart from a meticulously organized work desk and an overstuffed bookcase, a figure appeared from nowhere several feet off of the floor. Lord Voldemort fell to the ground with a crunch, hissing in pain as he felt his right wrist break underneath him and the throbbing pain in his side and face fail to recede. Inside he could barely think. He was so indescribably angry words simply failed him for several minutes as he lay awkwardly on the flagstone floor, eyes screwed shut and his hair covering his face. Eventually his sore left hand gripped his wand and he cast several healing spells on himself, restoring his body to perfect working order. He got to his feet slowly, before finally letting loose a howl of impotent rage and punching the floor in fury, shattering half the flagstones in the room. He strode from his chambers in a blind rage, heading for the Death Eater's quarters. He found no one inhabiting the corridors of the finely decorated mansion, pausing only to viciously decapitate a sneering statue of one of his ancestors, and eventually reached the room he was looking for. He threw open the door with a bang, to reveal scores of Death Eaters, some unconscious, some dead, but most either tending their wounds or arguing with each other in a long room dominated by a dining table reminiscent of the ones at Hogwarts. As the Dark Lord entered the room, everything went completely silent. Voldemort saw his inner circle standing to one side, conversing hurriedly with Severus Snape, who had been their spy in the castle during the whole debacle. Voldemort surveyed the men standing before him for 30 silent seconds before speaking. He hissed, want a full and complete report of casualties, events, and enemy casualties from today delivered to me before this time tomorrow. I want to see the fortress of Azkaban broken and splintered, with every person faithful to our cause freed. Kill everyone else. I also want to see anyone the boy Harry Potter ever loved or felt feelings for tortured and killed as publicly as possible. If this is not done, I will not hesitate to kill anyone who fails me. Do not forget who gives you the power you enjoy. He then strode from the room, which was practically electric with communal fear, and returned to his quarters. Potter was the Phoenix. The Dark Lord sat down at his working desk, and began to think about what to do next. Friends, you have heard about the tragedy that befell Hogsmeade. I will tell you now. Voldemort and his Death Eaters attacked the village and committed the foul murders there. Aurors and children alike were among the dead. But what most of you do not know is what happened after the Aurors were forced to retreat. Dumbledore looked solemn as he addressed the assembled Order of the Phoenix in the dining room of Grimmauld Place, everyone from Sirius having been vouched for by Dumbledore, which was good enough for everyone. Mundungus was standing in the slightly cramped room, the table having been removed. The Order numbered several dozen people from all walks of life, from Tonks with her epilepsy-inducing hairstyles to Tobias Grisham, a small human clerk from Gringotts who could monitor Death Eater finances to a certain extent. Dumbledore, dressed in a muted dark green set of robes, a far cry from his usual flamboyancy, gestured to a small door to his right. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you with your savior. The door opened a crack, then fully, to reveal the striking figure of the Phoenix. He was clad in his easily recognizable dark red outfit, with the stylized flames and peaked hood, and his face was hidden in impenetrable shadow. Everyone in the congregation gasped in shock, some going for their wands, but they were calmed by Dumbledore. Mad-Eye Moody looked particularly horrified, but Dumbledore shot him a stern warning glance. He hadn't foreseen that Mad-Eye would be able to see Harry underneath the transfigured hood. The Phoenix strode to stand beside Dumbledore, before nodding silently and addressing the Order in a brisk, confident tone, launching straight into his rhetoric before anyone had a chance to react. My name is the Phoenix. I fought the Dark Lord yesterday in the center of Hogsmeade. I killed most of his honor guard and beat him to the ground before he escaped. Our power created the Gold Dome, our power destroyed the village. I can best him in a duel. Before I continue, can any of you say the same? The room was silent, most of the attendant members gaping stupidly or looking warily at Dumbledore while Harry continued for as long as he could before interruption. I thought not. You should know that from this moment on the wizarding world is at war. The Phoenix began to pace up and down, his arms behind his back, and only two organizations stand in Voldemort's path, the DMLE and you. Voldemort does not forgive, he does not have mercy, and neither do his followers. He will break Azkaban open and take back his most fanatical followers while drawing the Dementors to his side. He will recruit werewolves to slaughter men and women with impunity. He will march on the ministry itself, corrupt and inefficient as it is. The goblins will not help us. They will simply lock the doors of their bank and hide behind their enchantments. The giants will not lend their aid to either side, and the vampires are refusing to even meet with us. What the hell is your point? Spat Hestia Jones, looking at the phoenix with vehemence. Why are you telling us this? Because I'm trying to impress upon you the fact that unless we act now, we are all going to die, said Harry calmly. If you're so great, why don't you do something about it? Said a voice from the crowd. Harry couldn't make it out. I never said I wouldn't. But I need you all to follow under my command for this to work. I need to ask some of you to take lives, get information through any means and to stand and fight when the time comes. Can you do that? There was uproar in the dining room as the various order members tried to shout their displeasure at either the Phoenix or Dumbledore. Only Remus, Sirius, McGonagall and Moody remained silent. After several seconds listening to massed accusations of madness, foolishness and illegality, Harry lifted his wand and caused an almighty boom to erupt from the end, causing the assembled order to fall silent. This is laughable. You're supposed to be the last bastion of defense against the darkness, yet you can't even come to a consensus when someone tries to lead you. You are all probably going to have to do something you don't agree with before this is over. This is war. You will have to do as you are ordered. Voldemort breaks his minions through pain and fear. All I ask for is your loyalty. The same loyalty you show him, the Phoenix said, indicating Dumbledore, who was looking sternly at the crowd. Do you want to save your loved ones? Your children, your spouses, your friends? Do you want to see the Death Eaters spread their racist dogma over the British Isles? The international community is refusing to help us. We will have to help ourselves. Why did you join this organization in the first place, if not to do what is necessary? The one who saved you all before, Harry Potter, has been taken to Merlin knows where by Voldemort. Won't you even try to save a 13-year-old boy? There was dead silence as the order stared at the Phoenix. No one seemed to know what to say. Some looked scared, some inspired, some wary. Finally, Sirius spoke calmly from his position at the front of the crowd, a smile on his face. I'll follow you. Next Tonks spoke, looking unsure but speaking confidently. I'll help you if you want me to. A couple more people piped up with their pledges to help. Harry grinned underneath his bandana as Mad Eye nodded at him and winked while the people next to him offered their allegiance. Finally, after the hubbub died down, he heard a small, silky voice from the back of the crowd. I'll do what I can. Heads turned to see Snape, looking wan but holding himself confidently. Harry nodded from under his hood and Snape returned the gesture, before leaving the room silently. Well, Dumbledore said softly, the Phoenix will contact several of you after this meeting to issue you with responsibilities, but for now this meeting is adjourned. I will take any further questions in private if needs be. He nodded at Harry, who nodded back smartly and walked calmly out of the door, grinning slightly at the eruption of noise as everyone tried to request a meeting with Dumbledore. Now all that remained was to see what Voldemort was going to do now. It had been 5 days since the conflict at Hogsmeade had pushed the wizarding world unceremoniously into a war footing. The newspapers bore headlines which screamed casualty figures and detailed the political maneuvering that had gone on in the days following the attack, as well as speculation on the disappearance of the boy who lived. Fear stalked the streets, yet nothing more had happened apart from the abrupt disappearance of several members of high society, including Lucius Malfoy, presumably to escape the growing conflict. Those who weren't entirely stupid realized the truth. Voldemort was mustering his forces. But Bellatrix Lestrange had no idea any of this had happened, aside from the fact that the Aurors had increased security, otherwise known as moving more Dementors there around her cell. Not that she particularly realized this fact, being trapped in the living hell of her own mind. All she experienced was the crushing sense of failing her master and experiencing his eternal disappointment. Gray fog was all she saw, cruel words of reprimand was all she heard. The Dementors affected even the most powerful of Voldemort's servants in the end. She lay on her back in her sparsely furnished stone cell, oblivious of the dirt and grime coating her wasted body as she beeped repeatedly to an invisible master about how sorry she was. Unseeing eyes rolled in her skull as the Dementor's power filled her body with despair day in and day out. That was, of course, until a muffled explosion in the bowels of the prison signaled the arrival of Voldemort's forces, and the defection of the darkest creatures in the wizarding world, the Dementors. Bellatrix rolled lethargically onto her front as the Dementor's grip on her sanity receded, and crawled pathetically to the wards on her cell door, looking out into the grubby stone corridor beyond, where the Dementors were gliding swiftly away from the cells. As her mind began to slowly clear, she heard the unmistakable sounds of violence and rushing death associated with the killing curse, before finally a dark figure ascended the steps of the high-security section of Azkaban. Bellatrix struggled to focus on the man, an aristocratic gentleman with long hair and handsome features, before finally giving up on the entire situation and passing out. "Secure the prisoners," Voldemort ordered. "The Order of the Phoenix will be here before long, despite our distraction. I want no mistakes in this." Outside the prison, on the gravelly spit of land that passed as a landing point for prison ships on the island, a pair of Death Eaters stood watch while their master's forces stormed the island. They could see the Dementors, damnable creatures, standing sentinel a short distance away over the ocean, but thankfully the monsters had reined in their negative effects. The guards were bored out of their minds, truth be told, and really wanted to be inside the fortress relieving some of the frustration that had built up lazing around at the master's mansion, but Voldemort was not a man you refused. So guard duty it was. That was, of course, until there was a sharp crack of apparition and a figure appeared on the beach before them, gravel crunching as his feet touched the ground. He was garbed in a long red cloak with a peaked hood and dancing flames around the hem, leather boots and gloves, and a bandana which masked his features in the shadows of his hood. He was currently the second most feared man in Wizarding Britain. Ominously, blood caked his cloak and hands, and he appeared to be giving off no little amount of heat in what could only be described as sheer rage. He was the Phoenix. "Good evening, gentlemen," he growled. "Did I miss the party?" 3 days before the breakout, Rufus Scrimgeour was sitting at his new desk in the minister's office, working feverishly at a pile of Auror Reform Acts he wanted to rush through. It was only his second day in office, and he had had approximately 4 hours sleep in that time, yet he felt fresh as when he had first sat down on his desk. You didn't become head of the Auror Corps through needing lots of sleep. He hated his new office. It was sterile and isolated from the people he was supposed to be leading. The walls were stuffed with depressingly boring papers, the desk was too elaborate for his liking, and the less said about the color scheme the better. But it was what he had to work with, and work was all Scrimgeour seemed to be doing. Hogsmeade was gone, lots of people had died, and he didn't really know what to do. His mind told him to do damage control and make out everything was fine, but Dumbledore had seemed oddly insistent that that was what he did not do. Maybe it was time the wizarding world wasn't patronized or the situation wasn't sugar-coated. He knew he who must not be named could kill every Auror in his force with horrifying ease, and that only Dumbledore could take him on in single combat and have a hope of winning. And, not to put too fine a point on it, Dumbledore was old. That was, of course, unless this Phoenix gentleman would lend a hand. Scrimgeour had been eager to meet him since the Hogsmeade incident, but so far he had yet to show, despite Dumbledore promising he would do his best to arrange some form of meeting. Of course, official policy was to arrest and interrogate the vigilante known as the Phoenix, on sight, but again Rufus was not the boss because he followed the rules. He crossed out a line about Aurors needing to follow all ministry pre-war guidelines. That had softened the legislation up for when he authorized the unforgivables later, when he felt the air in his office suddenly begin to buzz faintly. Quicker than lightning, he grabbed his wand and jumped out of his chair, appending the large wooden piece of furniture and crouching behind it defensively as the buzzing turned into a dull roar in his ears, and the papers on his desk began to flutter. Finally there was the sharp crack of apparition, and a figure appeared in front of Scrimgeour's desk. The Minister of Magic immediately blindly fired off a trio of stunners, following up with a vicious strangling jinx and a blinding hex, before the assailant spoke. "Minister, I've just come to talk to you, stop attacking me," the man shouted, his red defensive shield absorbing the curses effortlessly. Scrimgeour poked his head over his chair and saw the Phoenix, looking rather surprised, standing in front of his desk. "How the hell did you break through the wards on this office?" Scrimgeour ordered, lowering his wand and lifting his chair up, not taking his eyes off of the phoenix. I've had some experience with apparating through wards such as these without alerting security. I wouldn't be worried about anyone being able to duplicate such a feat. The phoenix replied, transfiguring an empty glass on Scrimgeour's desk into a functional wooden chair and sitting himself down, adjusting his hood to cover his face more as he did so. I understand you wanted to speak to me. Indeed I did, Scrimgeour replied, settling himself back down into his minister's chair, keeping a grip on his wand. I need to know what happened in Hogsmeade, and I need to know what you're planning to do during this war. Can I trust you or will I need to contend with you too? Minister, if there's one thing you can count on during this fight, it's my support, I assure you. As to what happened in Hogsmeade, I helped fight the Death Eaters, and fought Voldemort. Scrimgeour's eyes tightened, but to his credit he did not flinch, in a duel in the street. During the fight some fiendfire got out of control and burned the place down, and then some spells went awry to make that dome you no doubt saw. After that I managed to get the upper hand and he fled, but I have a fairly good idea of his next move. Scrimgeour sat in silence, stroking his mane-like beard in thought. His next move, would this be Azkaban? His grunt army didn't do so well, he probably wants his hardened supporters now. The real fanatics. Correct, the Phoenix replied. Now, we have several options here. We could simply kill all the inhabitants of the prison, but that would lose us the advantage of being able to accurately predict his move, and he would want the Dementors anyway. I think the prison is essentially a lost cause. The Dementors will defect and all we'll gain is lost lives if we try any meaningful defense. Pull out as much of the Auror Guard as you can without arousing suspicion, and fit the rest with portkeys to avoid the attack. Abandon the prison, but Voldemort will get his supporters. Hear me out. While you're doing this, we need to secure the Ministry as far as possible. Round up the Aurors, check all of them for dark marks and do a Veritaserum test. Once you've secured their loyalty, do the same for the entire Ministry with no warning. If you find any moles, interrogate them with Veritaserum and then kill them. Do the same for any prisoners captured during this war, find out what they know, and then dispose of them. We can't have any loose ends or potential breakout targets. This way he may get his fanatical supporters, but we wipe out his spies. Kill them. I'm no sympathizer, but that goes against the grain somewhat. If they're pals there's a code of honor when it comes to these things. Don't you get it? The Phoenix interrupted. If you were captured you'd be tortured, interrogated and then either killed or worse, left alive for Voldemort. We can't give an inch. This war isn't going to be pretty or make us look good, but winning is what is needed. Once you've purified the Auror ranks, authorize the use of unforgivables and encourage them to be more forceful with subduing opponents than simple stunners. Maiming them, you mean? Scrimgeour replied, stony-faced. I don't particularly like the methods you're suggesting, Phoenix. However, he sighed and his face sagged. I know it's what's needed. What is it that Dumbledore says? We have to choose between what is right and what is easy. Trying to keep everything fair and make us look golden would be easy. We have to win. At all costs, even our image as the good guys. Let's face it, Minister. The wizarding world is largely ignorant and content to muddle along as long as they aren't disturbed. It's hardly surprising that scum like Malfoy are able to get into power. No one gives enough of a damn to stop him as long as they get their palms greased. Something I've thought about almost daily when I saw Fudge getting chummy with him. Scrimgeour said darkly, look, Phoenix, I think if Dumbledore vouches for you, that's good enough for me, and we seem to be thinking along the same lines. I'll try to do what you've suggested, and start a form of public information column in the Prophet to get news out. Self-defense, how to spot Death Eaters and Inferi, that sort of thing. We have to keep the people calm and make it look like we're doing something. Make sure you're actually doing something, rather than looking like it, the Phoenix said sharply. Image isn't important in this kind of situation. He got to his feet, and turned the chair back into a cup. If you'll excuse me, Minister Scrimgeour, this has been most enlightening. I look forward to reading the column of yours when it is introduced. He nodded sharply and apparated away, leaving Scrimgeour to rub his eyes and summon Amelia Bones. No time like the present to check the Auror battalions. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom wasn't quite as busy as Scrimgeour, but had his fair share of trouble on his plate. Cabinet discontent, problems abroad, and some sort of civil war brewing in the Wizard Society were all weighing down on his mind as he scratched out a letter to his foreign minister. His work was interrupted, however, by a sharp crack, like that of a whip, and a hooded figure appearing in front of his desk. The man, who had given the Prime Minister such a shock as to cause him to break his pen and swear violently, was a moderately tall fellow in a deep red cloak, which looked like it was on fire, complete with a stylized hood and bandana to obscure his features. In his hand he held a wooden stick, which the PM knew to be a wand used by the wizards to perform their sorcery. "Good evening, Prime Minister. I'm known as the Phoenix, and I'm here to discuss with you the problems currently arising in the wizarding world." The Prime Minister sat in his chair for a moment, before his hand slowly began to move beneath it to the panic button installed on the underside, sweat beading on the back of his neck. "I see. Do you often teleport unannounced into the offices of heads of states? Desperate circumstances call for desperate measures. Minister Scrimgeour, a man I'm sure you'll have met very recently, will vouch for me if you want to contact him. Otherwise, I just want to talk." The Phoenix gently placed his wand on the Prime Minister's desk, and there was a very long beat before the Prime Minister's hand came back into view from below the desk. "You have 5 minutes, he said curtly, before gingerly taking the wand and placing it next to him on the desk. Harry immediately launched into a brief outline of the wizarding world where it stood, the Prime Minister, nodding sharply as he went. As he rounded off with a brief description of the measures the ministry was going to take, the Prime Minister interrupted. "This is all good and well, but how does it affect me and the people of Britain? As I've said, Voldemort is a vicious racist who considers all non-magical folk to be no less than vermin. He intends to, in a nutshell, kill everyone on this island who cannot perform magic, and then move on from there to kill everyone he considers impure. So just the standard genocide plan then. And what if you fail to stop this man?" The Prime Minister said bitingly, his eyes boring into the Phoenix's from behind his owl-like glasses. The Phoenix seemed to pause for a moment, and that was all the Prime Minister needed. "So you mean to say, Mr. Phoenix, that your world has produced this sick madman who wants nothing less than total subjugation of the country I and my party have been elected to govern, and you have no contingency plans in the event that you and your law enforcement fail to stop him? I think you need to listen to me now. We know where your ministry lies, directly under our capital, and we have a good idea as to where the entrances are. Should anything happen, I won't hesitate to have that, and that shopping complex you've disguised as a condemned building site, totally destroyed." "What? You can't be serious, Prime Minister. Innocents would die. From what you've just told me they'd be dead anyway. I'd rather gain a definitive strategic advantage from the off than wait for this man to do whatever magic you people do. I will not be questioned on this. You claim you're the good guys and can stop him. You'd better live up to your promises. For all our sakes." The Prime Minister then pushed Harry's wand towards him and stood up, extending his hand. "Despite this, we shouldn't stand apart in this. I understand the magnitude of this kind of conflict. The Falklands would be small fry compared to what might happen if this gets out of hand. I've seen some of what you wizards can do, and frankly it scares me. I'll do what I can to help, if you require it." The Phoenix also extended his hand and they shook. "So just make sure you win." The Phoenix paused and picked up his wand before nodding respectfully at the Prime Minister. "I'll do my best, you can certainly believe that. But don't expect this to be completely bloodless on your part. War never is. Tell me about it," the Phoenix said, before apparating away with another crack. "One day before the breakout. I have reports for you, Harry," Dumbledore said as he entered the study in Grimmauld Place, the wards on the doors humming merrily as they identified him as permitted to access the Phoenix's chambers. "And I've brought Mad-Eye to meet you, after he saw through your illusion at the meeting. He assures me he's kept his mouth shut, but has been rather adamant about meeting you." Harry looked up from the plans he was writing, mainly centered around countering Death Eater raids, and took the sheaf of papers from Dumbledore. "Let him in then, you know how the wards work. I think I can do this alone, Headmaster. Thanks for the reports. I'll give you more orders to pass on later. Send my regards to Snape for the extra potions and information regarding Azkaban." "Certainly, Harry," Dumbledore said amicably, patting him on the shoulder before leaving the study, in fact the bedroom Harry first woke up in after Hogsmeade converted into a workroom. After a minute, Mad-Eye Moody stumped into the room, looking grim, although to be fair, for him looking happy was actually quite the achievement, and holding his wand tight, his electric blue magical eye roving around the room. "So, are you really Potter? Polyjuice. A second glamour," Moody barked, aiming his wand at Harry, who was sitting in a swivel chair by the oak desk, which was piled high with miscellaneous scraps of paper. "Close, but no cigar, Mad-Eye. Time travel is more along the right lines." Moody paused for a minute, before breaking into an ugly grin. "Time travel. You play up that limp because it makes you look weak. At a voice command only you know it changes to become an advanced magical limb which is in many ways superior to a normal leg. You killed Rosier with it by caving his chest in. Does that change your mind?" Moody's grin turned into a look of shock. "No one saw me fight Rosier, how would you know about my leg?" "Like I said, time travel. Not exactly inconceivable in a world where you can grow an extra arm by saying some words, really. You told me that story once upon a time." Moody lowered his wand and let out a bark of laughter. "You're good, Potter. You remind me of your father. Time travel, I'll have to ask Albus about that one, but it explains a lot, I'll give you that." "What about the sudden growth?" "Magical overload caused by excessive dueling led to my body growing to contain the energy. It was either that or exploding, according to Dumbledore." That can happen. Saw a little kid shoot up 4 inches after he spontaneously banished a fallen tree off of his father once, just took too much out of him and the buildup would have killed him otherwise. Not common, but not unheard of. I approve of what you're doing, by the way. Constant vigilance." Harry finished with a smile, and Moody grinned again. I like what you've done with the order. Not so sure about the costume though, but you're young. At least your underwear isn't on the outside, like some of those Muggle comics I saw the Weasley kids reading. But, if you'll excuse me, I'll have to go talk to Albus and get him to clear up a few things. We'll talk later." Harry grinned and Moody nodded his goodbyes before heading out of the room with his affected limp. Harry shook his head, still smiling, and returned to the plans he was working on. Someone had to do the paperwork, after all. The morning of the breakout, Harry tended to start his morning with some training in a disused upstairs room, mainly running on a magical treadmill, really an enchanted floor, and some target practice to keep his aim as good as possible. Before showering and eating a breakfast prepared by the Hogwarts house elves, Dumbledore had them feed the order as Mrs. Weasley wasn't always there, and got Dobby to deliver the meals under strict orders not to divulge anything. That particular morning he had got up late, a byproduct of a late night of reports, and it was midday before he settled down to actually do some order work. His work mainly consisted of assigning information-gathering tasks, with the help of Dumbledore, to the order members and keeping the Wizarding World's situation. Scrimgeour, to his approval, had started his column that very morning, detailing how to perform a shield charm and do some basic home warding. Harry also noted with amusement that a Phoenix Watch and a Potter Sightings pair of sections had been started up in the Prophet, with some typically outlandish claims filling both columns. The Wizarding World was convinced he had been kidnapped in Hogsmeade, as his corpse was not among those found. It was a nice alibi, he had to admit. However, while he read through a report on Death Eater sightings around the border control offices, Harry felt a strong vibration in his pocket, accompanied by a flat ringing noise. He immediately stood up, tossing the report aside, and pulled out a small square piece of metal from his pocket, enlarging it with a wave of his hand. On the polished surface of the thin metal tablet bold lettering began to appear. Amelia Bones. House under attack. Probable assassination attempt. Help immediately. I am investigating reports of a Dementor uprising, AD. The tablet, a system Harry had devised only 2 days before, was something he had charmed with the help of Dumbledore and given one to him and one to Moody as a means of rapid contact. Thankfully it seemed to pass its first test. Grabbing his wand and shrunken potions pack, Harry glanced at the coordinates that were listed underneath the message, activated his costume and apparated through the keyed house wards and away to Amelia Bones' residence. Amelia Bones had been enjoying a cup of tea, a break from the endless reports to the minister she was writing from her small country home, when her ward alarms had been triggered and a killing curse had shot through her kitchen window, completely wrecking her sink and setting off even more alarms, alerting the ministry and the order that she was under attack. While she was not strictly an order member, Dumbledore kept an eye on the ministry alarm system. Without skipping a beat, she set down her tea and transfigured her windows into steel plates, before beating a hasty retreat to the upper floors as spellfire spattered against the barriers she had erected. Looking out of an upstairs window, the situation looked grim. 8 Death Eaters, among them a silver-masked member of the Inner Circle, were arrayed on her neat lawn, having broken down the gates that marked the entrance into her small walled garden. Her country home, the second one she owned after her London residence, was essentially in the middle of nowhere, a small 2-story abode with a modest walled-off garden and a nice fountain in the corner, which a Death Eater was having fun smashing to bits as she watched. She rolled up her sleeves and smashed the window she was looking out of, before firing down a blistering array of spells onto the Death Eaters below, sending the one who had broken the fountain flying off of his feet at a fatal angle and another reeling with a cut shoulder. Shouting orders, the Inner Circle member directed his followers to fire blasting curses at the upper story of the house, causing Amelia to duck back with a curse, masonry pulverizing around her. She sat with her back to the wall, breathing heavily, knowing that something must have happened elsewhere for there to be no support right now. Suddenly, the spellfire that was destroying the walls of her house stopped, to be replaced by stunned shouts from outside. "It's the Phoenix," she heard one of the attackers shout. "Kill him." Harry landed after his apparition tripped just outside a pleasant-looking property, which was marred only by the evil followers of Voldemort currently tearing it apart with magic. The gate lay in a mangled heap, glowing red-hot from the spells that had ripped it off of its hinges. 7 Death Eaters were flinging spells at a top-floor window, while one of them was barely alive on the lawn, his neck at a nasty angle. Harry pulled his hood down tighter and flexed his fingers, before running at a sprint towards the back of the nearest Death Eater, who failed to notice him. Drawing his fist back, he jumped and left fly with a vicious punch, shouting a blasting curse as he did so, sending the Death Eater sprawling with a broken back, his wand flying from his now numb fingers as he fell. All the other Death Eaters stopped firing spells and stared dumbly at their fallen friend from behind their expressionless masks, before the Inner Circle member recovered and fired a killing curse at Harry, shouting for the others to kill him. Harry rolled under the killing curse, flicking his wand dexterously to produce a blinding flash of light before springing out of the roll to body slam a Death Eater in the stomach and cut his throat with a Sectum Sempra curse. Pushing the body away, he fired a killing curse at a Death Eater who had recovered his vision, before dropping to the floor to avoid a Cruciatus curse before he could see if his had connected. "Get him! Kill him!" the Inner Circle member roared, retreating towards the house as his minions fruitlessly attacked Harry, who took them down. He blinded them again with another dazzling flash of light before jumping, magically assisted, into the air and causing the ground under him to shake, throwing the already blind Death Eaters off balance, making them easy prey for several well-placed killing curses, which he roared with bestial hatred. "Fo," he hissed, upon landing, blowing a finger-sized hole in another Death Eater's throat, causing the man's mask to crack as he fell backwards scrabbling at his ruined neck. The final Death Eater, looking at the Inner Circle member desperately for help, turned to run, only to be viciously cut down by a blasting curse to the back of his head, blowing it apart in a shower of gore and bone and sending him cartwheeling forward across the grass in an almost comical fashion. Ominously, Harry turned to face the last Death Eater, the Inner Circle member, his robes dirtied with the blood of the various Death Eaters he had just killed. "Are you going to fight me, or are you going to run?" He sneered from beneath his bandana, twirling his wand absent-mindedly as the Inner Circle member faced him down from behind his ornate steel mask. The only reply he got was an impressively fast electric shock spell to the chest, sending Harry flying backwards with tendrils of lightning snaking across his body as he jerked in pain. He gritted his teeth in anger and rolled once he hit the ground, dodging a follow-up killing curse and swiftly getting back onto his feet. "Good answer," he said grudgingly, massaging his chest under his burnt robes. The Inner Circle member failed to say anything other than a howl of rage, sending a bright blue spell arcing towards Harry, who parried it with ease and responded by apparating across the lawn to be right in front of the inner circle member, who fell backwards with a cry, dropping his wand in the process. "Nice try," Harry said darkly, before stamping on his wand, snapping it in two, and giving the man a kick to the side of the head, splitting his skull under the force of the magically assisted blow. The Death Eater's body sagged, blood slowly seeping out from under his mask and through the eye holes on the grotesque silver covering. Harry then looked up, seeing Amelia Bones staring with shock out of the window. He raised his arm in a salute, and then turned on his heel to apparate to Azkaban. If the breakout was happening, it just wouldn't do to let Voldemort get away with it totally unmolested, would it? He raised his arm in a salute, and then turned on his heel to apparate to Azkaban. If the breakout was happening, it just wouldn't do to let Voldemort get away with it totally unmolested, would it? Harry arrived on the grey shores of Azkaban with, unsurprisingly, no resistance from the wards, which he had hoped, really, would be disabled. 2 guards stood, visibly horrified, a short distance away, watching over a small pile of portkeys and not much else. "Good evening, gentlemen," Harry growled in anger. "Did I miss the party?" Gaining no immediate response, he swiftly lashed out with his wand, decapitating the pair with a strong Sectum Sempra curse and banishing the bodies and heads into the sea along with the portkeys without a second glance, retaining only one portkey for study later. He placed the stolen portkey, an obsidian marble, inside a small transfigured case and pushed it deep into his pocket before turning to crunch up the gravelly beach towards the looming fortress. He glanced around as he trudged, not seeing much life other than flickers of light inside the prison. Although the island wards were down, Azkaban proper was guarded by far worse ones that Harry couldn't really risk not being disabled, and that was before the obvious risk of Dementors, creatures he hadn't fought properly for years. In the previous timeline, Voldemort had disposed of them shortly after his victory, seeing them as a threat to his power. Only good thing he'd ever done, really. Harry finally strode off of the beach and onto a rough dirt track, leading between several unmarked graves outside of the dirty perimeter wall of the prison. He kept his eyes out for trouble, not seeing much until he heard a sound that truly put some fear into him. An unearthly death rattle, replicated dozens of times, growing into a chilling crescendo. The Dementors had found him. He whirled around, the tip of his wand sparking as he looked frantically around for the hideous beasts. He saw nothing other than the grey sea lapping at the shore behind him, but again he heard the rattling breath, and now felt a cold stab of pain in the middle of his chest. Harry gasped and looked up. Above him was a vortex of cloaks and rotting flesh, a maelstrom of Dementors flowing over one another in a vast swarm. As he looked, they all drew breath as one, a horrible rasping roar which nearly lifted Harry off of his feet with the displacement of air. Instead, he fell to his knees onto the path. The cold pain in his chest had blossomed into something akin to a cruciatous curse, causing him to howl in pain and clutch at his face as his occlumency defenses were blasted aside by the overwhelming unearthly power of the Dementors. "You failed, Potter," he heard Voldemort shriek inside his head, and his sight blurred from the disturbed and broken Azkaban soil to morph into Voldemort's face, his old snake-like one, standing before the ruins of Hogwarts. Voldemort vanished as another wave of agonizing coldness washed over Harry, only to be replaced by Hermione tossing him a portkey and saying goodbye to him and Ron. After that vision, Harry screamed, a primal, visceral sound which practically ripped his throat, and hunched into a ball as the images from his nightmare past continued to torment him. At the edge of his consciousness he felt the rough fabric that made up a Dementor's cloak brush against the back of his head, but couldn't do anything about it. Until a voice popped into his head, the same voice he remembered when he first had the Imperious Curse cast onto him. "Cast a spell, you idiot," it said calmly, cutting across the horrific roars of the Dementors, the foul smell of their rotting flesh and the unspeakable pain and torment of the visions. Harry's lips, chapped and cracked now, parted slightly and whispered a spell which somehow transferred to his limp right hand. He had dropped his wand, but the ends of his fingers sparked and flared with a brilliant light which caused the Dementors to recoil as one like a vast cloud, giving Harry the second of respite he needed to clear his head and grab his wand with numb hands. Shaking, he pointed his wand up and thought as hard as he could about standing over Voldemort's burning corpse. "Mito Patronum," he gasped, sending a feeble wisp of silver out of the end of his wand. The Dementors recoiled slightly again, giving him enough time for one last try. Mito Patronum, he said again, forcing the words out as best he could, and to his relief a dark gray stag burst to life from the end of his wand, hooves sparking with silver as it galloped through mid-air straight upwards at terrific speed, drawing the Dementors after it. Harry collapsed backwards as the modified Patronus charm, something he had last used breaking Sirius out of Azkaban, attracted the Dementors like insects to a flame. It continued to gallop upwards as Harry lay on his back in the dirt, panting, the Dementors growing smaller and smaller until they were just a black cloud in the sky. The variant he had used was essentially useless unless there was a lot of room to maneuver, as once the Dementors caught up with it they would devour it in seconds and simply come back for more. Harry was aiming to be inside by the time that happened. Voldemort had probably told the Dementors to remain outdoors for fear of compromising his plan. He got to his feet and promptly vomited onto the dirt, only just managing to move his bandana in time. Gasping and retching, he cast a cleaning charm on himself and rearranged his costume, before downing a small pepper-up potion from his pack and advancing up the path once more, slightly faster this time. He was nearly at the prison gates when figures began to apparate to just inside the walls, nearly 40 Death Eaters in all, with a tall figure at their head, who was standing in front of the open Azkaban gates. Voldemort. Harry stopped in his tracks. This was not the situation he had come looking for. He had planned to engage the Death Eaters in smaller groups, hopefully forcing Voldemort to flee before he could spring all his followers. It seemed as though Harry had been too slow, however. "Ah, the Phoenix," Voldemort called out mockingly. "Come to stop us, I assume." Harry glanced back and saw the Dementors swarming over his Patronus high in the gray sky. They would be on their way back any moment. "Quite confident with a small army behind you, aren't you, Tom?" he shouted back, considering his options carefully. Voldemort's face twisted into a sneer and he nodded at the Death Eaters, who all raised their wands as one. Harry realized at that moment that Voldemort was not messing around, and that he was going to die if he stood there, so he decided to at least cause some confusion in their ranks before leaving. "Mito Patronum," he shouted, firing another dark gray stag the Death Eaters while picturing Voldemort's death. As Voldemort looked quizzically at the dark Patronus, Harry heard the sounds of flapping cloaks and deathly howls as the Dementors shot overhead towards the Death Eaters like a ragged flock of crows. With a sarcastic wave, Harry dissipated back into his Grimmauld Place study, as the Dementors descended on Voldemort's forces in a frenzy. Albus Dumbledore was pacing in the study of the Minister for Magic, looking extremely worried. In less than one day the Order seemed to have been caught off guard. The Dementors were apparently revolting. Amelia Bones had been attacked, but was thankfully safe now, and now Harry hadn't reported back. Scrimgeour had been incredibly hard to persuade on the matter of not sending relief to Azkaban, and seeing as even Harry had not returned, Dumbledore was glad they hadn't sent the Aurors off to die. Of course, if Harry didn't return soon all their caution would be for naught. The stone he had charmed to show Harry's health was still glowing a bright green, despite flickering momentarily a short while earlier, so the boy was still alive at any rate. But as Dumbledore knew full well from the First War, alive did not necessarily mean unharmed. As Dumbledore paced, Scrimgeour sat in his chair reading the latest report to come from the scrying room, a picture of calm which disguised the frustration the man was feeling being cooped up in his office. Apparently the Azkaban wards had come down as the Dementors had rushed the Azkaban guard room, forcing the Aurors to portkey to safety and leave the island to the mercy of the Dementors and, apparently, Death Eaters. The last piece of scrying to come through showed an unknown person apparating onto the island and killing 2 Death Eaters, before they lost the picture again. Voldemort's ward work, most likely. As Dumbledore turned to do yet another line of pacing, seemingly on course to wear a hole in the minister's burgundy carpet, the air buzzed loudly for an instant before the Phoenix apparated in front of the desk, looking out of breath but physically in good shape. "Dumbledore, I came as soon as I found your note," Harry said, and Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement of the note he had left on the two-way communications slate as he departed for the minister's office. "I can confirm the Dementors have indeed gone into open rebellion. Azkaban has been emptied of prisoners, they've all been taken by Voldemort." I chose to run instead of try to fight him and his Death Eaters. The Dementors don't have a particularly pleasant effect on me. We lost all the prisoners. Scrimgeour snapped. You said you had this under control. Well, I messed up, Minister. Excuse me if I'm managing this war pretty much on my own. The Phoenix shot back, causing Dumbledore to raise his hand to calm them. Now, gentlemen, we are on the same side. Voldemort has his forces back. Rufus, you told me you managed to purge the Ministry most thoroughly, but did not get any useful information from the spies before you disposed of them. Dumbledore's lip curled imperceptibly in disgust. I think the next course of action is to locate Voldemort's headquarters and try to stop him attacking us. Harry pulled the portkey he had stolen out of his pocket, still encased in its protective box. I took this off from a pile of spare portkeys for prisoners. I think they were there if there were more prisoners than anticipated. This should tell us where Voldemort's base is, Fidelis Charm or no Fidelis Charm. Scrimgeour gingerly took the black marble and looked at it for a moment. I'll give this to the Unspeakables, they'll know what to do with it. As he put the portkey into his desk for later, a piece of paper shot out of his fire, which had flared green, signaling flow travel. Scrimgeour grabbed the paper and read it intently. Sit representative from Azkaban. The hostiles have gone, along with the Dementors. Orders sent over there have described it as a bit of a bloodbath. It seems whoever didn't want to join you know who was, exploded. The dark mark is above the fortress. Classic Voldemort, the Phoenix said darkly. Whoever doesn't join him dies, and he likes to leave his mark over places with symbolism. Azkaban is the sign of justice in the wizarding world, as horrible as it is. Voldemort just broke it. So we find ourselves at a disadvantage, Scrimgeour said, with no little venom in his voice as he addressed Harry. We still have men tailing Voldemort's forces. I've got plans, Minister, so don't write us off just yet. Harry replied. Dumbledore nodded. We are hardly out of this yet, Minister. I would advise continuing your current course of action, and maybe keeping a tighter leash on the media. I'm a firm advocate of free speech, but morale must come first in these troubled times. Contact Gringotts and secure their allegiance. We have to keep the banking system functioning or the wizarding world will collapse into anarchy. Scrimgeour scribbled down a few notes on a piece of parchment and tossed it into his fire, sending it spinning to its destination with a flash of green. I'll get the gobbledygook speakers on it. Meanwhile, I want you, he waved at Harry, to talk to the Muggle Prime Minister again. I heard you contacted him and did a damned better job than I ever could with the man. He doesn't seem to like me very much. I know he's not particularly welcoming when it comes to us right now, and I don't want to have to deal with them as well. Certainly, Harry said, before jerking his head at Dumbledore as a means of farewell and apparating back to Grimmauld Place to redirect the order. Things had changed. Azkaban lost. Dementors run riot and you know who's worst are freed. Harry scanned the article with relative disinterest, only noting with dark glee that several Death Eaters had been subject to the Dementor's kiss when he redirected the foul creatures onto them, and flicked through the newspaper to read the self-defense column. After penning a short note to Scrimgeour to compliment him on his excellent anti-inferi advice, he was interrupted by the dramatic fiery arrival of Fawkes. Hello, Fawkes, he said cheerily, stroking the magnificent bird's neck and tossing him some of his breakfast toast. I expect Dumbledore wants to talk to me. Fawkes sung a note of beautiful song, and Harry laughed as he grasped the Phoenix's tail feathers and was teleported hundreds of miles to the headmaster's office in a burst of warm flame. As he arrived, thankful that Fawkes was much gentler than a portkey ever was, Harry noticed Dumbledore was looking rather pleased, and instantly relaxed. Good morning, Harry, Dumbledore said pleasantly, and gestured to the seat in front of his desk. I've been wanting to update you on the situation in the castle and give you some information with regards to Voldemort's Horcruxes. Harry sat down and made himself comfortable, and Dumbledore continued. Hogwarts itself is as secure as I can make it, to be frank. The Slytherins, who you warned me about, have been relatively subdued in terms of open displays of aggression. I had Professor Snape hold a secret meeting with the more overt Death Eater progeny, and they are keeping a low profile for the good of their cause. Apparently they should bide their time until Voldemort makes his move on the castle. While it pains me to hear children talk like this, I feel we have no problems there, and your friends Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger are perfectly safe for now. I have assigned each of them a covert ghost guardian who is keeping an eye on them." "Good idea," Harry agreed. "I might have to look into something similar for the Order." "Quite. Now, on the subject of Horcruxes. I believe we have located the final one, which you believe to be Gryffindor's wand. Using information extracted from Mr. Pettigrew, whom Voldemort used to place the cup Horcrux in what he must have thought was an ironic location, I have determined that it is in fact at the orphanage that Tom Riddle spent his time in as a youth. Headmaster, Ron and I went there in the future. I experienced. All that we found was blasted earth and little else." "Ah, Harry, but from what I recall you were attacked before you got to conduct a decent survey of the area. If you had, you would have discovered a series of disused Victorian sewer chambers directly underneath the orphanage, sealed off decades ago and not entered since. Except, it seems, by Voldemort." "I see. I'll have to apparate into them, I assume." "From what I can see, yes." Dumbledore stroked his beard and ate a sherbet from his desk, offering Harry one with a twinkle in his eye. "As I'm sure you know, this will be incredibly dangerous. Voldemort has his Death Eater Corps at his side now, and even has the Dementors. Severus reports that he is not going to do anything for at least a week while he sees to his affairs and organizes his next avenue of attack. I fear this war is going to be over very shortly, for good or for ill. No amount of Ministry security seems to be deterring Voldemort. This is a blitzkrieg of sorts, to try to destroy public morale. This version of Voldemort seems to have been strengthened by the method he used to regenerate his body. He doesn't waste time." "Indeed. Well, Harry, whenever you are ready I will accompany you to investigate this Horcrux, and hopefully destroy it. Once that has been accomplished we can take the fight to Lord Voldemort." "Agreed, Headmaster. I propose we set out tomorrow, no time like the present." "There's just one thing." Harry ate the sherbet Dumbledore had given him, and looked pensive. "That demon he summoned, you said it had been essentially duped by the fact that Voldemort has Horcruxes. Couldn't we summon it and tell it?" "I have thought about that very plan, Harry. Unfortunately the nature of demonic bargains means that the demon in question, a particularly foul specimen known as Asmodeus, would be unable to act until the bargain had expired, that is when Voldemort's new body dies. I assure you then that Voldemort will not be particularly pleased that he attempted to cheat the denizens of the otherworld." "Well, I have to say I like the idea of sending Voldemort to hell," Harry said with a smile and got out of the chair. "I'll contact you tomorrow, Headmaster, about this Horcrux, but for now I was planning to visit the Prime Minister to give him an update. We need to keep that man sweet. I don't think I need to paint you a picture of what Muggle military technology would do to unprepared wizards." "Quite," Dumbledore said, his mouth tightening. "It seems to be one of the only things Muggles all universally excel at, warfare. And I say that as a professed Muggle lover. I don't think you can say wizards aren't good at hurting each other, either, Headmaster," Harry said with a shake of his head. With that, he activated his Phoenix costume and grasped Fawkes' tail before being teleported into the office of the Prime Minister of Great Britain in Northern Ireland in a bright flash of fire and a burst of song. The Prime Minister ended up breaking a second pen when Harry arrived in a burst of fire. Not the best start, Harry reflected. "Don't you people ever knock?" the Prime Minister said, with distaste. "When you can teleport, knocking becomes somewhat redundant." "Prime Minister," Harry said, placing his wand onto the desk in a show of solidarity before sitting down in the offered seat. "I've come to tell you about recent events in the conflict currently being fought in my world." The Prime Minister set aside the papers he was writing, and waved for Harry to continue. "Our wizarding prison, Azkaban Fortress, was overrun yesterday by the forces of Lord Voldemort. The guards, minor demons known as Dementors, have defected to his side. And this matters to me because," the Prime Minister said, clearly a man not to be sidetracked. "The Dementors are invisible to non-magical eyes and essentially suck out your happiness, and eventually your soul." "Good grief," the Prime Minister muttered, taking a small bottle of whiskey out of his desk drawer and pouring himself a shot. "Is that all?" "Far from it, unfortunately. The Dementors are likely to be let loose in Muggle population centers. Wizarding law enforcement, and myself, will do our best to stop these creatures, but we cannot guarantee miracles. As they grow in strength, the very weather of Britain will change and become grey and misty, and there will likely be an overall downturn in mood across the country. Does anything good ever come from your God-forsaken world? The Prime Minister asked sharply. I'm trying to run the country and you're telling me that invisible hope-sucking monsters who make the weather even worse than it already is are going to terrorize my people. I'm trying my best, Prime Minister, Harry said, exasperated. The prisoners held at Azkaban have also been released, but they will be less of a problem to you unless this war goes badly for us. And I understand you have contingency plans in place in case that happens. I've taken the liberty of enchanting this magical stone. He pulled out of his robe pocket a small piece of quartz which was glowing a bright green, which gives you an indication as to my personal welfare. The Prime Minister took the stone and examined it with interest, before putting it on his desk next to the wand. What am I supposed to do with this? If the light in that stone goes out, then I'm dead. If I'm dead, Voldemort has won. You can then do whatever it takes to restore order. I see. You understand that if that happens, there will likely be a reverse genocide of sorts. I am abhorrently opposed to the killing of innocents, but your world is frankly too dangerous to coexist with ours as it currently is. Your people are far too irresponsible with the power they wield. And as I understand it, we were here first. I don't want to sound like some sort of madman, but that's how this is going to have to work. Harry's heart sank as the Prime Minister delivered his ultimatum, but he didn't argue. I understand, Prime Minister. Additionally, there will be a small contingent of wizards, including myself, conducting an operation underneath an orphanage in Lambeth tomorrow. We're searching for an artifact hidden in some disused sewer cavities. There should be no problems, but I just want to keep you informed. The Prime Minister nodded. I appreciate it, Mr. Phoenix. If you need anything I will endeavor to help if it's important. I'm considering putting together a task force on my end to help your government. This situation is evidently bigger than just you or I. Harry paused and nodded. I will put the minister in touch with you on that. It would help us a lot. If you could close the roads around this location, he scribbled the address of the orphanage on a space piece of paper, that would help us. We have no idea what's in those caverns. Voldemort doesn't do subtle when it comes to traps. The Prime Minister sighed and nodded his agreement. I'll do my best. Good luck. He shook hands with Harry firmly, and Harry disapparated with a barely audible crack. It had been months since Harry had been there, but he could still recognize that fateful street. The nondescript side road in the borough of Lambeth was bustling with morning traffic, the roads having not been closed yet, when Harry, Dumbledore and Sirius strode out of an alleyway on their mission. Harry was clad in essentially a black combat outfit, as was Sirius, while Dumbledore eschewed the more practical clothing for his trademark flamboyancy, this time an expensive orange suit with notice-me-not charms employed at the insistence of Harry as they prepped for the mission. Sirius was a choice suggested by Dumbledore at the last minute, and Harry had to agree that he was a good partner. They had exchanged cheerful banter through the preparation briefing given by Dumbledore, and even now were exchanging glances whenever particular attractive women passed, or when Dumbledore wasn't looking. It was almost as though there wasn't a war on, and made things a hell of a lot easier when he passed the part in the road where he knew Ron had died. The distraction was welcome. Here we are, Sirius said, stopping in front of the orphanage, a fairly grim-looking building. 12 feet down, wasn't it, Headmaster? Indeed, Sirius. I suggest we use this alley, he indicated one a short distance away, to apparate from. Nodding, the two men followed Dumbledore into the alleyway, avoiding a particularly harassed-looking mother and her progeny, and ensuring no one saw them enter the place. Harry had expected a Death Eater to be on guard in the location, but so far they had seen nothing. The alley was dingy and strewn with rubbish, much like all the alleyways Harry had frequented in his time, but once they were hidden from view by an overflowing dumpster, the three men nodded and apparated as one. The first impression was one of impenetrable blackness, and a musty smell of decay. Hearing the dripping of water in the blackness, Harry clicked his fingers to create a bright light. Bloody hell, said Sirius, summing it all up. The Victorian sewage pipes had been altered to create a large stone and earth cavern under the streets of this part of London, at least 20 meters high and 30 wide in a massive smooth scoop taken out of the ground. Harry, Dumbledore and Sirius were standing on a small outcrop in the walls, overlooking the rest of the cavern, which was barren apart from a very small pedestal on which rested a black box. In front of the pedestal was a three-headed dragon, evidently freshly awoken from a powerful stasis spell by their magic casting. The dragon was vast, at least 10 meters long, and looked like it should barely fit inside the cavern. Its three heads matched its body, being a deep black with rough ridges and spikes, reminiscent of a Hungarian horntail, and judging by its narrowed red eyes it did not look happy to be awoken. "What on earth?" said Dumbledore, as the dragon spotted the trio and sniffed the air menacingly. "I think Voldemort went all out defending this one," Harry said with gritted teeth, activating his Phoenix Stone. "I'll take the head on the left, you take the one in the middle, Headmaster. Sirius, you can have the one on the right." "That one has the biggest fangs," Sirius complained, raising his wand and casting a number of defensive wards on his chest. "Gentlemen, I don't mean to alarm, but I would cast flame retardant spells within the next 4 seconds, or we will be killed," Dumbledore said smartly, whipping his wand in a complicated series of movements. "Good luck," Harry said grimly, raising his wand. "I think we're going to need it." "Gentlemen, I don't mean to alarm, but I would cast flame retardant spells within the next 4 seconds, or we will be killed," Dumbledore said smartly, whipping his wand in a complicated series of movements. "Good luck," Harry said grimly, raising his wand. "I think we're going to need it." Harry, Sirius and Dumbledore managed to throw up a silver flame freezing barrier just as the three-headed beast breathed an enormous stream of white-hot fire at the trio. The flames caused the barrier to shriek and spark, but it held as the fire died down. The dragon then looked at them angrily, and lunged forwards, its head snapping as the three wizards broke their spell and threw themselves out of the way, off of the small rocky platform they had apparated onto. Harry quickly lost sight of Dumbledore and Sirius as the world blurred as he fell. With a quick charm on himself he landed gracefully, and immediately raised his wand and left hand to fire off a blisteringly fast slew of vicious curses into the side of the dragon that was exposed. Various blazes of red, white and black light shot towards the beast, but they had little to no effect on its monstrously thick hide, either bouncing off or leaving shallow cuts. As one of the heads turned towards him, Harry gulped and began to run as fast as he could away from the dragon, having to duck and roll to avoid a burst of fire. From the other side of the chamber he would hear Sirius swearing and firing spells, including killing curses, but the dragon was again unaffected, the spells barely marking its side. Harry winced as he heard the dragon screaming in a language similar to Parseltongue, its rough howls of torment cutting through the sounds of battle on the other side of its massive bulk. It was completely insane. "Harry!" He heard Dumbledore yell from the other side of the dragon, where two of its heads were currently snapping and shooting flame intermittently, "Get the Horcrux." Harry rolled to one side to dodge another gout of flame, slammed a bolt of force into the dragon's head to stun it, and began to sprint towards the pedestal in the middle of the room, pulling his peaked hood down as he did so. He heard howls of agony from the dragon as Dumbledore and Sirius resumed their assault, focusing mainly on the most lethal curses they knew judging by the incantations. Not like Dumbledore, on reflection, but nothing else he'd tried seemed to work, from chains of solid water to crystal prisons which simply disappeared when the dragon touched them. As he reached the plinth where the Horcrux was kept, Harry began to cast detection spells to ascertain how well protected it was. Apparently there was no active dark magic protections in place. Evidently taking the time to check the nondescript box was too much of a hesitation, as Harry found himself engulfed in flame from the dragon within seconds of stopping. The heat was immense and overwhelming, and the charms on his body and Phoenix cloak were pushed to the limit. The feelings of some of them simply being overwhelmed with a hiss were like electric shocks to Harry's body. He screamed in pain and threw himself to one side, still alight, and rolled frantically to put out the magical flames, his hood the only thing protecting his hair catching alight. As he rolled like a fish out of water, a further tongue of flame washed over his body, completely obscuring him from view under a pyre of holocaustic fire. Harry screwed up his eyes and hissed spells to dull the pain and heat against his poorly protected back, feeling his hair and eyebrows catch alight and burn away under the onslaught, but he remained conscious, barely. Once the second wave of fire stopped, he found he wasn't able to hear a thing. Then, barely aware of his surroundings, He felt the ground suddenly move from underneath him and felt hot, stinking breath on the back of his singed head. The dragon viciously bit his leg, one of its canines piercing his thigh, and tossed Harry like a rag doll to one side, sending him careening across the cavern at high speed and slamming into a wall, allowing him to fall into blessed unconsciousness. "Ron," Harry said weakly, awaking prone to his friend, a burly adult with a shock of red hair and several impressive scars, rocking back nonchalantly on a chair in what appeared to be a vista of pure white. "Nice job, Harry," Ron said sarcastically, twirling a wand in his hand. "Top notch, taking your eyes off of the enemy to do some dark magic checks." "Sawed off," Harry groaned, rolling onto his back and exhaling. "I can see it hasn't set in that you're basically dead, mate," Ron said, getting up and not noticing the wooden chair he had been sitting on disappear abruptly. He looked just like he had on the final mission the both of them had, except more relaxed. "Unless, of course, you can get up and give that dragon a good kicking. I don't think even Dumbledore can kill that thing." "Bugger off, Ron," Harry sighed, content to simply lie there in the white world. "Can't do that, mate," Ron said quietly, and stood over Harry like a giant. "You can, however, do this. Just focus on what's inside, draw your power in." Raising one booted foot, he slammed it down into Harry's face. The last thing Harry saw was the dark soul of Ron's foot rushing towards him, and then sound filled his ears, heat washed over his face. Harry opened his eyes, and spat blood all over himself as he lay on his back against the cavern wall, and then vomited to one side, tasting more hot tangy blood as he retched and heaved. "Fuck," he said to no one in particular, feeling several bones grind as his muscles spasmed in pain. His left leg was entirely non-responsive, and he felt like his head was submerged in water. He was bleeding from both ears, his nose, and several cuts in his side, not even taking into account the gigantic hole in his left thigh. His black hair was patchy and charred, and he had lost both of his eyebrows. He focused his energy and managed to fumble a vial from the pouch which had fallen out of his pocket. With supreme force of will he levitated it to his mouth. The lime-green potion trickled between his lips and down his throat like the life-giving waters of a desert oasis, filling his broken body with the will to live. Finally able to cast some spells to numb the burning agony in his limbs, Harry took stock of the situation as he sat slumped against the wall. The dragon was rampaging around, one of its heads hanging dead at an unnatural angle on its neck. Dumbledore appeared to be defending Sirius, who was frantically attempting to break through the wards on the cavern, but with little success. Spellfire slammed into the remaining heads, but with no avail. As he watched with blurred vision, the dragon flapped its massive wings and roared, causing Harry to wince and nearly fall into unconsciousness once more. His back grated as he concentrated, blocking out the raging sounds of the battle around, and he slowly reset his bones with complicated charms instilled into him through the necessity of a life of fighting, feeling sensation flow into his limbs and extremities. Finally, he grasped the cavern wall and shakily got to his feet, being careful not to put weight onto his left leg before picking up his fallen wand and potions kit. Sirius and Dumbledore, not to mention the dragon, had paid this little drama no attention, no doubt assuming Harry was incapacitated or dead. He dusted off his phoenix robes, and repositioned the peaked hood wearily. "Ding ding, round 2, Harry muttered sarcastically under his breath, firing a jet of viridian energy into his thigh to crudely knit the flesh back together with glowing tendrils of magic. A makeshift battle remedy. Growling in anger, Harry began to draw power into himself as he concentrated on simply killing the rampaging dragon before him. If he could deal a telling blow, this would be over. Either that, or the exertion would kill him. Dumbledore, Sirius and the dragon itself paused when they felt air rushing towards the part of the cavern where Harry had fallen. They turned their heads when they heard the rushing crackle of igniting fire. "Harry?" Dumbledore gasped, seeing a glowing figure standing tall next to the cavern wall. Tiny pebbles and bits of dust whirled around the figure, bursting into sparks where they touched the incendiary aura he had generated. "I'm going to kill you for that," Harry said to himself, before breaking into an inhumanly fast sprint, covering the several hundred meters to the dragon in a few seconds, and raising his wand like a sword, before jumping high into the air and plunging it into the side of the dragon with a screamed incantation, his entire body burning as though he was on fire. Nothing happened for one long beat, and then the dragon's two remaining heads screamed in anguish as a deep gouge appeared in its side, and thick, almost creamy, blood spurted from the wound. Harry fell gracefully to the ground, before summoning a ball of invisible force into his left hand and banishing the entire dragon with a vicious spell, flinging it into the cavern wall and causing large chunks of rock to dislodge from the roof under the force of the impact. One of the remaining heads crumpled and cracked in the high-speed collision with the wall, leaving only one functional. As the dragon slid to the floor, hissing and spitting with pain as blood leaked from its side, Harry raised his wand calmly, his entire body still glowing and orange. "Nice try," he growled, before firing a silver oscillating bolt of energy from the end of his wand, lighting up the dim cavern with the powerful spell which caused his arm to buckle with the effort. When the light hit the final head, it drilled straight through and out the other side, decorating the rock wall behind with brain and claret. The dragon wheezed in shock, and fell limp. Harry smirked, and then his eyes rolled back into his head and he collapsed. "Merlin, Sirius, get the Horcrux and bring it to me, I'll get him." Dumbledore snapped, and Sirius jerked into action, looking back and forth between Harry and the dragon with a dumbfounded look on his face. Dumbledore reached Harry's body and knelt by the boy, brushing his hood back to get a better look. Harry wasn't breathing, and there was no pulse. As Sirius approached with the Horcrux box, Dumbledore discarded his wand and rubbed his hands together. "Look out, Sirius," he warned, before slamming his palms into Harry's bruised and dented chest, electric blue bolts of energy sparking out of his hands into Harry, causing the boy to buck violently. Noting no change, Dumbledore tried again, with more force. This time Harry jerked, coughed up a thick string of blood, and began to breathe, his face deathly pale. "Shit, Dumbledore, is he alive?" "Barely. Put the Horcrux there and take him back to base. Get Severus to tend to him and tell him I'll be with you in a moment." "Snape? Really? Do it, Sirius." Dumbledore snapped, and Sirius nodded and apparated away with Harry's body, leaving the box sitting innocently in the middle of the cavern, which was pockmarked with burns and decorated with blood and a massive cadaver. Dumbledore sighed, and stood alone in the cavern. He looked at the dragon thoughtfully, and then back at the box. "I'm afraid, Tom, your safety net has been well and truly removed," he said to no one in particular, raising his wand to point it at the box. "I just hope the world never experiences artifacts as vile as this ever again. ARCESSO Fiendfire." "So you took my advice then," Ron said cheerfully, back to rocking on his chair. Harry groaned, finding himself lying prone again in the whiteness. "You're poor at keeping yourself in one piece, mate," Ron said. "But you took my advice for once. Look inside yourself, draw it into yourself. I see it doesn't really work on someone as injured as you were." "Fuck you, Ron," Harry said dully, not opening his eyes or moving. He wanted to prolong this vision so he didn't have to wake up to what was probably unimaginable pain. "I love you too," Ron said sarcastically, still rocking back on the chair. "You gain a lot of speed and power doing that maneuver, but you don't get to do much flashy stuff in a large area. You tend to like doing that. Lots of lights, lots of sounds." "Make them fear me," Harry muttered. "If they're scared, they aren't fighting right." Ron grunted in assent and got up off his chair. "You realize you're talking to yourself?" "I don't care. Well, as long as someone's happy," Ron said quietly. With that, he brought his boot down on Harry's face, except this time Harry didn't even see it coming. "He's as stupid as his father. So still smarter than you ever were then, Snivelus. At least I had the intelligence not to be incarcerated in Azkaban for years, Black." Harry regained consciousness to the sound of Snape and Sirius arguing. "No change there then." He hissed in pain almost immediately, as his body bombarded him with hundreds of signals. His left leg throbbed, his head was pounding and he could feel a sharp pain in his chest whenever he drew breath. In short, he was a wreck despite the magic already at work knitting him back together. "He's awake. A stunning observation, Black. I can see why they brought you along on that mission. With a pair of eyes like yours it must have been so much easier." "Oh, fuck off, Snape," Sirius said bluntly, grabbing a glass of water for Harry and pouring cool water down Harry's throat. Harry coughed and gagged, but drank greedily. "Ow," he said simply, when he could finally speak. "Another astute observation, Potter. Whatever that dragon did to you, you were a hair's breadth from death. You ruptured 4 of your major internal organs," Snape said icily, standing to one side like an awkward bat. Harry noted that they were in his room at Grimmauld Place, just how he had left it that morning. "Ow," is an understatement to the amount of pain you would have been in had I not cast potent medicinal spells prior to your awakening. However, I must admit the preliminary healing work you did was very useful." "Made of strong stuff, then," Sirius said with a wide grin, his own face a bright red where a burn was slowly healing under the influence of a spell. "That was incredible, what you did to that beast." Harry smiled weakly. "I couldn't take getting my ass kicked lying down, could I?" Snape looked at the pair of them with a disdainful glance, and waved his hand in Harry's direction, casting a floating crystalline cloud of energy with his fingers as a form of diagnosis. When the cloud pulsed a bright green, he sniffed. "You'll live, Potter. By tomorrow you should be back to normal, although I wouldn't consider taking on a dragon magically altered by the Dark Lord again. Incidentally, he has his eye on Diagon Alley, more specifically Ollivander's. The headmaster has stationed more guards there." "Thanks, Snape," Harry said gratefully, massaging his left thigh with a grimace. "Tell him I'll be ready to help if anything happens." "Indeed." With that, Snape swept from the room, throwing Sirius a baleful glare as he did so. "Git," Sirius said succinctly, before drawing up a chair to sit next to Harry. "It's been a while since we talked, Harry," he said quietly. "I know, Sirius, I know. I've been managing this bloody conflict, and I've been driving myself into the ground. Moony worries about you as well, though judging by today's display, he doesn't need to. He says he's secured the werewolves' neutrality, but only just. Some joined that bloody greyback fellow. They were always going to, believe me. That beast has the charisma of a politician when he needs to convince werewolves." Harry took another gulp of water, and continued. "Anyway, so that's the Horcruxes destroyed. Only Voldemort now. You say that like it's easy, Harry. And it's not," Sirius said seriously. "You're strong. Stronger than me, apparently stronger than maybe even Dumbledore, but you're still the only one who can do what's needed. Are you sure you can do it?" Harry looked at Sirius for a long moment. I fought them all nearly alone, for years. Death Eaters, Dementors, Voldemort himself. Sure, I didn't manage to kill him, but I'm not a novice." I know. It's just that James trusted me to look after you, Harry. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if you got yourself killed fighting Voldemort. Like you did, in the bowels of the Ministry. Good Lord Sirius, this is a bit patronizing to hear from a man who died being stupid the last time he had a chance at being there for me. Sirius winced. "I know, I probably was stupid, you're right. But that doesn't mean I can't do a better job this time. Just keep yourself safe, yeah. If you see that green light coming, duck." Harry laughed quietly. "Let's just hope Voldemort didn't go to the Sirius Black School of Dueling Evasion Techniques, EH. Never fear, Sirius, I'll duck." Dumbledore sat alone at his desk, with not even Fawkes for company, and only a solitary candle to light up the reams of notes that he was scribbling. It had been a day since their fight against the dragon, and Harry was back on form, or so he heard from Sirius. Dumbledore, however, had confined himself to his tower office, dismissing his portrait companions, to work on something. Something terrible. He shifted a page of the ancient codex in front of him, muttering under his breath and making constant notes in a coded language he had developed as a child to write his diaries. Voldemort had learned to cheat death. Albus Dumbledore was hoping to go one further. "I just hope it never comes to this," he whispered quietly to his empty office, turning another wafer-thin page and reading the terrible secrets within. "You wanted to see me, Prime Minister? Indeed, Davison. Have a seat." The Prime Minister gestured at a spare chair, and the tall, thin man known as Davison sat down smartly, smoothing the creases out of his immaculately tailored suit as he did so. A consummate tactician, Davison worked as a liaison with the various intelligence agencies and security forces the British government was responsible for, from the police to MI5. He was, in a word, nondescript. A carefully arranged head of brown hair, an unassuming face and dull eyes made for a forgettable figure, but all of this helped to conceal the razor-sharp mind behind the mask. Davison. I've asked you to see me today to ask you about something rather unusual. I need a task force assembled, the best and brightest from all fields, to deal with a threat facing the British Isles. You would have an unlimited budget and access to any and all technology you need. Certainly, sir. What kind of threat? The force would have to be prepared to face lethal force from people ranging from civilian adults to, I'm sorry to say, children. People who can kill quickly and quietly without warning or indication of their danger. I'm sorry, sir, I don't quite follow. Children who can kill? Davison leaned forward, looking puzzled. Davison. What do you know about magic? Voldemort stood in the middle of a darkened stone chamber, the only sound audible being the soft rustling of fabric as he surveyed a Dementor before him. You will serve me, he said bluntly, his yew-wand gripped in his left hand. We will serve. The Dementor rasped, its voice a gravelly roar inside Voldemort's head. The Dark Lord's mouth tightened, but he showed no other discomfort. You will submit to the spell I have devised to improve your fighting capabilities. Not all of us. You and one other. Tom Riddle. You are the cheater of death. But it will catch up to you. The Dementor said calmly, floating a foot off of the ground in front of Voldemort, a faceless shroud in a tattered robe. We shall see, Dementor. We shall see. Voldemort muttered darkly, not wishing to fight with the demonic being. With that, he raised his wand, the tip glowing a blood red, and began to move it in complex movements while chanting a spell. I will kill the one you call the Phoenix. The Dementor hissed, as its body was enveloped in a crackling ray of red light, causing the walls of the stone chamber to be bathed in a bloody glow. You wanted to see me, Minister? The Phoenix said, stepping out of the flow network and into the minister's office without breaking stride. Dusting himself off, he sat down in the offered seat. I've received this. Scrimgeour handed the Phoenix a typed sheet headed with the British government's seal, from the Prime Minister. It appears he takes this situation seriously. To Minister of Magic for Wizarding Britain, it read, I have acted upon advice given by the man you call the Phoenix, and formed a task force dedicated to aiding the magical world in the deadly conflict with the terrorist you call Lord Voldemort. Comprising of several police units, army organizations and logistics corps, the force is dedicated to monitoring any wizarding installation in the UK, and protecting any sites you deem necessary to hold from Lord Voldemort's followers. The hand-picked men and women involved are focused, professional, and fully briefed on the task at hand, and have professed a total willingness to help in any way they can, and submit to one of your memory charms after the operation, if needs must. We stand by awaiting any requests for this organization to act. Contact Albert Davison on this number. A phone number followed. Yours sincerely, John. Major Harry scanned the letter with interest. Well, this heralds a new era of cooperation, as Dumbledore would say. I was considering having some of their soldiers guard Hogwarts and some in the Ministry building, and perhaps some in Diagon Alley if it's a success. You understand how their weaponry works? Won't it malfunction in Hogwarts and the Ministry? How do you think we make cameras and watches work? Scrimgeour said incredulously. I'll have a specialist charm there. Firearms, I believe they're called. Well, this looked promising, the Phoenix announced. I say we should definitely take this opportunity, and introduce an unknown quantity to put Voldemort on the back foot even further. I agree, Mr. Phoenix. The Auror Corps, incidentally, can equip the Muggles with the gear necessary to fight in a magical duel with some effectiveness. Additionally, we've received reports of Dementor attacks in Muggle communities. A few kisses, but decidedly few casualties all in all. Harry shuddered. Horrible creatures, Dementors. I would ensure all the Aurors can properly cast a Patronus charm or one of its variants. It would be invaluable in a battle situation involving those beasts. Voldemort has got his eye on Diagon Alley, from what I've heard. We'll need every man ready to fight if the worst happens. And it's looking to, with the danger increasing day by day. Hogsmeade is gone. I don't think public confidence can withstand another blow like that. The phoenix got up and headed towards the flow, their meeting over. Just before he threw the powder into the fire, he turned back to the minister. It'll withstand it. What do you think I'm here for? Harry sat at his desk several days later, working on his phoenix outfit. After the encounter with the dragon, he had had to replace several of the charms woven into the transfiguration on the outfit, and he had decided to upgrade the costume itself to be more substantial. The final result, which he was decidedly pleased with, looked very similar to the original, but had several sections of interlocking crimson armor plates on his elbows, chest and legs, reminiscent of Quidditch pads. Hopefully it would give him the edge in a fight. He had finally got enough coherent reports from his assigned order spies to build up an idea of what was happening with Voldemort. Tonks had discovered that several of the Dementor attacks were not standard ones. Some of the victims had been literally sliced apart rather than kissed, which was disconcerting as the Muggle witnesses had essentially confirmed it was the work of Dementors and not Death Eaters. Kingsley reported that the Death Eaters were constantly attempting to infiltrate the Ministry, and the constant checks were the only thing keeping them at bay. Mad Eye, responsible for Hogwarts, had said that the British soldiers had settled in smoothly, despite being slightly overwhelmed by the castle in general, and were camped in the ruins of Hogsmeade so as not to disturb the students, who were kept in the dark. They had several items of heavy equipment, and from the tone of his reports Mad Eye was very impressed by them overall. It seemed it had a penchant for Muggle heavy weaponry. Harry himself had pieced together Voldemort's overall plan, to attack Ollivanders in Diagon Alley while also conducting distraction raids, with the aim of stealing the contents of the shop and crippling the Ministry's wand and magical core supplies. If an Auror got their wand damaged or destroyed in a fight, they would be hard-pressed to replace it in a hurry. Harry noted that he had appeared to change his overall plans from pure offensive to striking at vulnerable points in the Order's supply chain. Then again, Voldemort wasn't one of the most feared dark wizards ever for nothing. That also said, Harry Potter wasn't public enemy number one in the timeline he came from for nothing. Voldemort would have a fight on his hands, whether he wanted one or not. However, if Harry was honest with himself, the Dementor rumors worried him the most. What kind of Dementor cut people apart? He hoped he wouldn't have to find out. And if he did? Well, it was accomplished at killing things, and he doubted Dementors were in the same bracket as three-headed insane dragons or a basilisk. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.